We all know the old story of Enkidu, that wild man who transforms into a civilized being after sharing beer and bread with a woman who came from the city. Well, if you're not familiar with it, that's the Epic of Gilgamesh. And within that story, Enkidu, who had only known the wilderness, is offered up the modern comforts of the day, bread and beer, foods of the settled people. Well, he eats it until he's full, and he drinks 7 jugs of beer. His heart grew light, his face glowed, and he became civilized. It's an old story, but it's one that we still tell to this very day. An ancient tale symbolizing a profound shift in human existence. The journey from a life in the wild to a settled community. For hundreds of thousands of years before this shift, our ancestors lived as nomadic foragers, hunting animals and gathering wild plants across a vast prehistoric landscape. They didn't build any cities, and they didn't leave behind any written records. But despite this, around 10 to 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, humans began to adopt new ways of living that set the stage for what we call civilization. But the question of when civilization actually began invites us to explore this gradual transformation from humble Neolithic villages into those bustling cities of the Bronze Age. But of course, we have to ask the question, what do we mean by civilization? Because that's a term that needs to be defined. Typically, we use the term to describe complex societies, characterized by cities, organized governance, social stratification, specialized labor, and shared systems of communication, often writing systems. A civilization emerges when agriculture produces enough surplus food to support large settlements and non-farming professions. When exactly that happened, it's something we cannot decide by written records. But we can certainly dig through the ground and find a few hints. We're always discovering new things, but we can say with our current information when civilization began roughly, as of 2025 at least. So join me and we can have a discussion about it together. First of all, let me welcome you to the channel. Hello to any newcomers. So lovely to have you all here with me. I'm excited for this one. It's a good question. Really getting back to the earliest of times we can trace. More of an archaeological chat than a historical one. In any case, let me first just say thank you very much to the patrons and supporters. It's the reason why this entire channel is ad-free for everyone to enjoy without interruptions. And if you're interested in joining that crew or checking out the merch store or the donation links, you'll find them in the video description and the pinned comment. Oh, and members and donations get voice replies now, so a little bit more personal. In any case, let's get on to the topic at hand. So, as we said, long before the first cities rose, which we'll talk about these first cities in a moment, humans lived in small, mobile groups. For tens of thousands of years, our ancestors survived by following game migrations and seasonal plants. During the Paleolithic era, now that is the Old Stone Age, the Neolithic being the New Stone Age, humans developed tools, created cave art, and probably, perhaps the most important, mastered fire. But they did not yet build permanent settlements. It was only after the last ice age ended, which was around 10,000 BC, that the conditions allowed a dramatic shift. As the climate warmed and wild grains and animals became more abundant in certain regions, people began to experiment with agriculture and domesticating animals. They learned to cultivate wild wheat and barley, and to tame animals such as goats, sheep, and cattle, and that laid the foundation for more agricultural economies. Now, this transition, you might have heard of it, it's often called the Neolithic Revolution, and it marked the true first step towards civilization. By cultivating crops and herding animals, early farmers could produce food surpluses. Communities no longer needed to roam constantly in search of food. They could stay in one place, and with that, there was less danger, and they could grow their population. And so, over generations, permanent villages began to emerge in many different areas. One of the earliest known villages was Jericho. Now we say village, not city, because we're not quite there yet, and we'll define terms about that later. This was in the Jordan Valley of the Levant. Archaeological excavations at Jericho reveal a settlement dating back to around 9600 BCE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited sites in the world. But by about 6800, Jericho's inhabitants had built a massive stone wall and a circular watchtower as tall as 8 meters. That's pretty good for the time. Perhaps it was to defend against floods, or maybe even hostile groups. Of course, that's one of the other older aspects of the human condition. These fortifications are some of the earliest signs of organized communal effort in construction. And with the tools at the time, you have to admit it's pretty impressive. But far to the north, in what is now Turkey, that's what Turkey calls their country now, by the way, another remarkable site called Göbekli Tepe provides a glimpse of social complexity even before full-time settlement. Now, we recently did a video on it if you want a more detailed thing, but for now we'll just say that their groups of nomadic hunter-gatherers constructed large stone enclosures with these interesting T-shaped pillars carved with animals, likely for some form of ritual gathering. But Göbekli Tepe's monumental circle suggests that even before true cities existed, humans could mobilize labor for shared religious or social purposes. Just another hint of organizational skills that civilization would later require. Now, by around 7000, early farming villages had spread across the Fertile Crescent and into neighboring regions. Çatalhöyük in central Anatolia, once again modern Turkey, stands out as a large Neolithic settlement and is often described as a proto-city. Not quite a city yet, but we're getting there. At its peak, around 6500, Çatalhöyük covered more than 30 acres and may have housed several thousand people living in tightly packed mud brick homes. Remarkably, the town had no streets. Its people had traversed rooftops and entered their homes from openings in the ceiling. There were no grand palaces or temples at Çatalhöyük, but archaeologists have found elaborate wall paintings, clay figurines, and domestic shrines within its houses. Residents plastered and painted their walls with vibrant patterns and hunting scenes. In many homes, the horns of wild bulls were mounted on walls as ritual objects, and people bury their dead beneath the floor platforms, sometimes adorning skulls with plaster in an early form of ancestor worship. These practices suggest a complex spiritual life, and even a strong sense of community, even of course in the absence of formal institutions or social hierarchies. So Çatalhöyük and similar early villages demonstrate that by the Neolithic era, humans were certainly learning to live in permanent communities and share labor across generations. They were not yet civilizations, at least not by the strict definition. They lacked cities in a true sense, and had no writing or centralized government, but they did form the necessary foundation upon which civilization would later build. Humanity just figuring it out as they go, one step at a time. And so, as the centuries passed, some Neolithic villages grew in size, and with that, they grew in sophistication, especially in regions with a rich farmland and reliable water supplies. Now, the Fertile Crescent, they don't call it that for no reason. It's a swath of land near the Near East, including Mesopotamia and the Levant. It was particularly suited for this development. By the 6th and 5th millennia, 5000s BCE kind of thing, early farming communities in Mesopotamia began adopting new technologies. Most importantly was irrigation canals to expand agriculture, but they also needed pottery to store surpluses, and long-distance trade to acquire stone, metals, and timber not found locally. As productivity grew, so did the population. Villages merged or expanded into towns. This gradual process has been termed the urban revolution, a concept popularized by the archaeologist Gordon Childe to describe the emergence of the first true cities. But what distinguishes a city from a village? Surely there's no specific number, but size is one factor. Cities, of course, have many more people, thousands or tens of thousands instead of hundreds. But equally important are the internal organization and diversity of roles. You see, in a city, not everyone is a farmer. There are artisans, merchants, priests, scribes, officials, and laborers, supported by the surplus food that farmers produce. Now, this specialization is facilitated by a central authority in administration, a governing system, one that organizes labor, manages resources, and sometimes maintains order. Of course, when you get a lot of human beings all cooped up together, you get problems. And yes, order needs to be maintained. But we see the archaeological signatures of these changes in the late Neolithic and Chalcolithic periods. For instance, in Mesopotamia, by the Ubaid period, that is 6500 to 3800, some villages grew larger and featured communal structures that appear to be early temples or meeting halls. Now, these suggest emerging religious and political leadership, at least at a town level. Eridu, a settlement in southern Mesopotamia, began as a small Ubaid-era village. But over time, its inhabitants built and rebuilt a large temple at the same spot many times, and each time they built it, it was larger than the last. These early temples are quite interesting. They likely served as centers for communal storage and worship, redistributing grain and goods, an initial form of economic management by a priestly class. But over time, the temple organizations grew into powerful institutions, ones that coordinated large labor projects and stored the surplus wealth of the community. In ancient Mesopotamia, organized religion and governance were thus intertwined from the very start. Now, according to the later Mesopotamian tradition, Eridu was nothing less than the first city ever founded. The Sumerian King List, an ancient manuscript compiled around 1800, begins with the declaration, quote, "After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu." In their own mythology, the Sumerians believed that divine authority established Eridu as the inaugural seat of human kingship and civilization. Archaeologically, Eridu's site, which is a modern Tel Abu Shahrain in Iraq, does show very ancient layers with temple structures dating back to the 6th millennium BCE. By 4000 BCE, though, Eridu and other southern Mesopotamian towns had grown in population and complexity. But Eridu would soon be eclipsed by a new kind of city that arose further in the north. You may have heard of it. I did a video on it a couple weeks back. This was the city of Uruk. And so we find ourselves in southern Mesopotamia around 3500. The city of Uruk emerges as a thriving urban center. Now, arguably, it is the world's first true city. At its height, in the Uruk period, from around 4000 to 3100, its population is estimated to have exceeded 30,000 people. Now, it doesn't sound like much by modern standards, but that's a remarkable concentration for the time. But imagine the sight of it. A sprawling cityscape of mud brick houses and workshops, surrounded by walls and by fields of barley and date palms, irrigated by canals from the Euphrates River. In the heart of Uruk rose great monumental structures, a large ziggurat or stepped platform, crowned by a shining white temple dedicated to the sky god Anu. This was indeed a city of firsts. Uruk's craftsmen pioneered mass production, for example, making thousands of identical clay bowls, known as bevel-rimmed bowls, that were likely used to distribute rations of grain or beer to workers. An early system of standardized portions, I suppose. Its merchants traveled far afield, trading the city's woven textiles and grain for raw materials like timber, copper, gold, and lapis lazuli from distant lands. And most famously, Uruk was where writing was born. The earliest known writing system, cuneiform, began in Mesopotamia around 3300 to 3200 during Uruk's late period. But the first texts are not poetry or laws, but just simple economic records, something born out of practicality, clay tablets recording the allocation of grain, the number of livestock, transactions of goods, things like that. Scribes used a stylus, a kind of reed to cut to a triangular tip, to press wedge-shaped signs into soft clay tablets, which were then baked hard. Over time, these pictographic symbols became more abstract and standardized, evolving into a full writing system capable of expressing complex language. Now, all this opened a door to history. It allowed people to document events, to send instructions across distance, to formalize agreements, and to preserve traditions and stories for future generations. In fact, it's been said a few times, history begins at Sumer, meaning that history as a written record starts with the Sumerian civilization of Mesopotamia. Hard to argue against that. What we can say is by the early 3rd millennium, that is 3000 to 2500, Mesopotamia was a patchwork of competing city-states. You had Uruk, sure, but now you had Ur, Lagash, Umar, Kish, and Nippur. Each was like a small kingdom centered on a city and its surrounding villages and fields. These city-states were often ruled by priest kings, called Ensi, or Lugal in Sumerian, and were dedicated to patron deities. For example, Nippur was sacred to the wind god Enlil, and Uruk to the goddess Inanna. A large ziggurat and temple complex dominated each city's skyline, showing the central role of the cult and temple economy once again. And society was clearly stratified. At the top were the ruling elite families, temple priests, palace officials. A middle stratum included merchants, scribes, skilled artisans, and wealthy farmers. But the majority comprised of the base, the peasant farmers and laborers who sustained the economy, as well as the slaves, often war captives or debt slaves who labored for the elite. So with so many people living together, early cities faced new social challenges, disputes over property, theft, violence, and so they developed laws and courts to administer justice. In fact, we have evidence that formal laws were being written down by the mid-3rd millennium. A Sumerian ruler of Lagash named Uruk-agina, around 2400, issued a series of decrees to reform abuses, which some consider the earliest legal code. Centuries later, King Hammurabi of Babylon, around 1750, promulgated his famous law code, inscribed on a stone stele for all to see, declaring principles like an eye for an eye in matter of justice. You might have heard of the Code of Hammurabi. In fact, one of the earliest surviving texts from Sumer, the instructions of Uruk, dating to around 2600, is a father's advice to his son, urging proper behavior in a society that is growing increasingly complex. For instance, it warns, quote, "You shall not steal anything. A thief is a lion, but after he is caught, he will be a slave." This proverb cautions that crime leads to disgrace and punishment. Maxims like that reflect the values of honesty, fairness, and self-control that people are trying to codify as they learn to live under the rule of law in large communities. The world had changed, and they needed some kind of guidelines. And of course, as we mentioned before, it wasn't always peaceful. These cities couldn't always coexist. Written history's first accounts of war come from Sumer itself. The city-states often quarreled over fertile land and canal water. For example, Lagash and Umma, neighboring cities, engaged in long-running border conflicts. By around 2450, King Einatum of Lagash led his army to victory over Umma, and they erected the Stele of the Vultures to commemorate the event. A limestone carving, and by the way the oldest known war monument, that gruesomely depicts vultures carrying off the heads of the defeated enemy. Well, we don't know if that's quite true because, yes, vultures are quite large birds, but heads are very, very heavy. A skull is, yes, if you've ever had to carry another human being, you'll know that the head is extremely heavy. A lot of stuff stored in there, so, well, depending on the person. In any case, organized large-scale warfare had entered human experience along with civilization. That was sure. Yet conflict also spurred innovation. And unfortunately, the times where we get the most innovation in human history is when there's a rush on it due to conflict. Cities built defensive walls, they forged bronze weapons, and even developed strategies that would lay the groundwork for later military traditions. But despite rivalries, we have to say that the Mesopotamian city-states also shared a kind of cultural unity. They used the same cuneiform writing, though the spoken languages might differ, Sumerian and later Akkadian, and so on. They worshipped a common pantheon of gods and goddesses, and they told many of the same stories about them. They followed similar calendar systems tied to the agricultural cycle. They engaged in trade with one another and formed treaties. In essence, they recognized each other as part of a broader Mesopotamian civilization, even as they were in competition. By around 2300, one city, Agade, or Akkad, under King Sargon the Great, managed to conquer and unite many of the Sumerian cities, creating arguably the world's first empire. Sargon's inscriptions boast that his realm stretched from the Upper Sea to the Lower Sea. What he means by that is the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf. He also proudly mentions that ships from Dilmun, Magan, and Meluhha came to dock at his capital. Those were the ancient names for Bahrain, Oman, and the Indus Valley, respectively. And indeed, archaeological finds support this early globalization. We find, for example, exotic carnelian beads from the Indus Valley in Mesopotamian sites, and Mesopotamian cylinder seals in distant places. The dawn of civilization in Mesopotamia was not an isolated phenomenon. It was connected by trade networks to other emerging civilizations. And speaking of which, we'll get to the Indus Valley, but before we do, consider how far civilization had come in Mesopotamia by around 2000. A person living in the city of Ur or Babylon at the time would wake each day in a permanent house, built of mud brick. It might even be 2 stories tall, and in a neighborhood of many such houses along laid-out streets. He or she could draw water from a well, visit the marketplace to buy food or goods using silver or grain as payment, barter systems, of course, and worship at a towering temple complex that dominated the city's center. They wouldn't be allowed right up the top of it, but, well, they could certainly stand around it. Government officials kept records on clay tablets. Schools taught the cuneiform writing system to the sons and a few of the daughters of the affluent. There were scribes recording sales, wills, marriages, treaties, doctors applying early medical recipes and diagnosing illnesses. There were merchants organizing caravans of donkeys loaded with goods for trade. The basic institutions that we associate with civilization, cities with planned infrastructure, formal government, legal codes, long-distance commerce, literature and learning, organized religion, monumental art. They were all present in Mesopotamia by the early 2nd millennium BCE. Truly a civilization, and in the very place where people once scratched out a subsistence living on small villages, a complex urban civilization was now well and truly thriving. But even as cities flourished in Mesopotamia and Egypt, which we'll get to, another great center of early civilization was rising, thousands of kilometers to the east. In the plains of the Indus River and its tributaries, in what is now Pakistan and northwest India, the Indus Valley Civilization, also known as the Harappan Civilization, developed around the same time. It was one of the 3 earliest civilizations in the Old World, alongside Mesopotamia and Egypt. But the Indus civilization followed a unique path, with intriguing differences from its Western counterparts. The roots of civilization in South Asia reach back to early farming settlements, such as Meghar in Balochistan, which date to around 7,000. But by 3300, small village cultures in the greater Indus region, the early Harappan phase, were adopting agriculture and crafts and engaging in regional trade. Over the next several centuries, these settlements grew in size and organization. We see planned towns emerging with mud brick architecture, drainage systems, and workshops for craft. And then, around 2600, the early Harappan villages coalesced into a fully urban society. The mature Harappan phase, 2600 to 1900. It is in this mature phase that the Indus civilization truly shines. Dozens of cities and towns sprang up along the Indus and neighboring rivers, linked by culture and commerce. Among them, the cities of Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Dholavira, Rakhigarhi, and Lothal were especially prominent. Harappa and Mohenjo-daro each covered around 2.5 square kilometers, that's about 1 square mile, and supported populations estimated of 30 to 50,000 at their peak. Now, if you remember the numbers, that's comparable in scale to their Mesopotamian counterparts. In total, archaeologists have identified over 1,000 Indus settlements of various size, and that shows a vast civilization that was the most geographically extensive of its time. But what were the Indus cities like? Mohenjo-daro, located in today's Sindh province, Pakistan, and Harappa in Punjab, Pakistan, both show evidence of meticulous city planning. Each city was laid out on a grid pattern, streets running north-south and east-west, intersecting at right angles, dividing the city into blocks. The cities were often divided into 2 major parts, a raised citadel mound where public buildings stood, and a larger, lower town with the dense housing. At Mohenjo-daro, the citadel mound was fortified with mud brick walls and towers, perhaps as a protection against flooding or raiders. Within the citadel at Mohenjo-daro, archaeologists found a remarkable structure called the Great Bath, a large watertight pool built of brick, with steps leading down into it. and an adjacent furnace to heat the water. It appears to have been used for ritual bathing or communal religious ceremonies, implying a concern with purity and a shared ritual life. Near the great bath were spacious halls, and what might have been granaries for storing grain, showing once again centralized storage and distribution of food. But here's a significant feature: the sophistication of the water supply and waste removal systems. That was a mosquito. I tried to get him. Don't think I got him. Sorry to interrupt you. Where was I? Anyway, in Mohenjo-Daro, for example, almost every house, from modest one-room dwellings to multi-room mansions, had access to water and bathing facilities. Many houses had private wells and bathrooms with drains that carried wastewater into an extensive covered sewer system under the streets. Brick-lined drains ran along the major thoroughfares, occasionally with inspection holes or sump pits for cleaning. And get this, they even had toilets, simple pits with wooden seats or ceramic jars which were connected to sewage drains. All of this is astonishingly advanced for the 3rd millennium BCE, you have to admit. The Indus cities managed a level of urban sanitation and public health infrastructure that in some ways rivaled what would be found in European cities well into the 19th century CE. Some achievements speak to effective city governance capable of planning and maintaining these complex systems for the common good. But another hallmark of the Indus civilization is one that you might not expect, and that's standardization. Across cities, separated by hundreds of kilometers, we find uniformity in building materials and measurement units. The bricks used in construction follow a standardized proportion, typically a ratio of 1:4, and that suggests that brickmakers across the Indus region adhered to a common set of guidelines, maybe a kind of code enforced by authorities. Indus engineers were also among the first to develop a precise system of weights and measures. They produced sets of cubical stone weights in graduated sizes that show a binary and decimal calibration. For example, the weights often double in size at each step, and the smallest weight is just a few grams. An ivory scale found at Lothal, that is a port city in Gujarat, India, has tiny etched divisions about 1.7 millimeters apart, showing an extraordinary precision in length measurement for the time. This uniformity would have facilitated fair trade and taxation throughout the region, implying some form of central oversight, or at least inter-city cooperation. Pretty impressive for the time, I think. And then there's the social and political organization of the Indus civilization, which remains a bit of a mystery. There's a bit of a contrast to Mesopotamia and Egypt. You see, the Indus cities have revealed no large palaces, nor do they have elaborate temples, nor do they have obvious royal tombs. That being said, they could have just hidden them rather cleverly, but who knows? In any case, as of 2025, there is no clear archaeological evidence of kings or queens, standing armies or priestly hierarchies. This absence of obvious centralized authority has prompted a few theories. Some propose that each city might have been governed by councils or a group of merchants and elders, rather than by a single autocrat. Others suggest a more theocratic rule by priests. But if so, these priests did not build grand temples to broadcast their power. The largest structure we find, like the Great Bath or the granaries, seem more communal than royal. One famous artifact is a small stone sculpture known as the Priest King, a 17-centimeter tall Stetite beast a bust rather, of a bearded man wearing a patterned cloak and headband, found in Mohenjo-daro. It's pretty nicely carved, and it's clearly an important personage. Yet we have no inscription to identify him, and we haven't found anything else quite like it. Was he a ruler, a priest, an ancestral figure? Well, theories at the moment are only in the realm of speculation. The very name, priest-king, don't take that too seriously. It's just a guess by the archaeologists who found him. The fact that this modest figurine is one of the few hints of leadership suggests that the Indus civilization did not glorify individual rulers in the same way that other civilizations did. Power may have been exercised more collectively, or remained more anonymous. But here's something interesting. The Indus civilization did have a form of writing. Thousands of small steatite seals, pottery fragments, and other objects bear inscribed symbols known as the Indus script. These symbols include human and animal motifs and various abstract designs. The typical seal is a square stone tablet, a few centimeters across, engraved with a short sequence of signs, usually 4 to 5 characters, and often an image of an animal like a bull or an elephant. It appears that merchants use these seals to stamp clay tags on their goods, marking ownership or contents, a kind of trademark or identification system in commerce. But the unfortunate thing is that this script remains undeciphered to this day. We do not know what language the Indus people spoke, and without a bilingual text, like, the Rosetta Stone or something, the script has resisted a confident translation. Who knows? Maybe someone's going to figure it out in the next few years. I hope so. Thus, unlike in Mesopotamia or Egypt, we cannot read the names of Indus kings, if they had any, or their laws, or their literature, which is quite a shame. How excited we all were when we figured out Egyptian hieroglyphics and Sumerian cuneiform, that old world just opening up its secrets. Oh, just imagine what we could learn if we figured out the Indus script. Well, all of our understanding of their society comes from material remains alone. Yet the very existence of writing, that shows a need for record-keeping or communication. And think about this. The Indus people used writing not just on small seals, but even in public displays. At the site of Dholavira, archaeologists discovered a large wooden signboard with 10 enormous Indus characters that would have been mounted above the city's gate or citadel. This might be the world's oldest known billboard, if we're going to call it that. Perhaps it's proclaimed the name of the city or a message to visitors. We can't read the message, but the presence of the message itself tells us that Indus cities shared information in a public manner. The economy of the Indus civilization was of course based on agriculture, supplemented by trade and craftsmanship. The Indus region's farmers grew a variety of crops. Wheat and barley were the staples, just like in Mesopotamia, and there's evidence for the cultivation of rice in some areas as well. They also grew peas, legumes, sesame seeds, which provided oil, and cotton. Importantly, the Indus Valley people were among the first in the world to domesticate cotton plants and weave cotton textiles. They raised animals such as zebu cattle, with a characteristic humped back, water buffalo, goats, sheep, and maybe chickens. There is reason to think that domestication of the chicken for food occurred first in the Indus or nearby regions. Surplus grain was stored in large granaries, like those found at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, which would have been vital for feeding the urban population throughout the year. The Indus craft industries produced finely made goods. Potters made distinctive black on red painted ceramics. Bead makers carved long, elegant beads from carnelian, agate, and shell, Metallurgists fashioned tools and ornaments from copper and bronze, and even rarer metals like silver and gold in small quantities. There's evidence, too, of a high degree of skill. For instance, a bronze statuette known as the Dancing Girl, found at Mohenjo-daro, depicts a young woman in confident pose, hand on hip, wearing a stack of bangles on one arm. The figure is only 4 inches tall, but it's so exquisitely cast that it shows to a long tradition of metalworking expertise. This certainly was not the first time. Now, as for trade within the civilization and with distant regions, that was a key part of the Indus economy. Standardized weights and measures, as mentioned, facilitated fair commerce. The Indus cities were connected by rivers and land routes, and they exchanged goods like grain, cotton cloth, pottery, and jewelry with one another. But they also traded beyond their borders. Indus seals and merchandise have been found in Mesopotamia and the Persian Gulf, indicating active long-distance trade by sea. The coastal Indus city of Lothal had a remarkable brick-lined basin structure that appears to have been a dockyard, essentially a port where ships could anchor and be loaded or unloaded. If this interpretation is correct, it would be one of the world's earliest known harbors. Traders from the Indus likely sailed west to trade with Bronze Age Oman, Bahrain, and Sumer. Mesopotamian records speak of a far-off land called Meluah that supplied exotica like hardwoods, ivory, carnelian, lapis lazuli, and of course, as mentioned, we generally identify that with the Indus region. It does suggest that Harappan merchants carried out commerce on a pretty impressive scale for the time, and that the Indus cities, though politically separate from Mesopotamia, were certainly part of a wider Bronze Age economy. And so by all these measures, the Indus Valley civilization was as much of a cradle of civilization as Mesopotamia or Egypt. Its people lived in planned cities, built monumental structures, carried on fine crafts and trade, and they likely had some form of organized governments to achieve all this. Yet around 1900, this civilization began to decline. Over the next couple of centuries, the great cities were gradually abandoned. The end of the Indus civilization remains another mystery, but researchers have pieced together some probable causes. It's likely that climate change played a role. Geological and climatic evidence shows that around 2100 to 1900, the region's climate grew cooler and drier. The monsoon rains that fed the Indus and its tributaries began to weaken. In particular, a river called the Gagar Hakra, which some identified with the Sarasvati River of later Indian legend, seems to have dwindled or shifted course. In any case, without reliable water for crops, and with possibly frequent droughts, the agricultural base of the Harappan cities would have been very strained. There are signs that people started to migrate eastward toward the lusher plains of the Ganges Valley at the time, seeking better water availability and just conditions improved in general. Additionally, the break in long-distance trade, perhaps because Mesopotamia had its own turmoil around 2000, could have hurt the Harappan economy too. Unlike the abrupt fall of some later empires, the decline of the Indus cities appears to have been a slow decentralization rather than a dramatic collapse, and we find no clear evidence of invading armies or burning destruction layers in most Indus sites. Instead, it seems that urban life quietly unraveled. Population shrank, writing and craft specialization faded away, and a more rural way of life began to reassert itself. By around 1700, Mohenjo-daro and Harappa were largely deserted mounds. Yet the people themselves did not vanish. They simply relocated into smaller, scattered villages. Many elements of Harappan culture continued among these post-Harappan peoples. For example, certain pottery styles, agricultural practices like cultivating rice and millet, possibly religious beliefs too. In short, the Indus civilization slowly transformed and dispersed, ceding the stage to new emerging cultures in India's northwest and the Ganges plains. But it would be over a millennium before the Indian subcontinent saw cities on the scales of Harappa once again. Of course, we'd be amiss not to talk about the other civilizations. Of course, we have to talk about Egypt. They developed a civilization at least as old as Mesopotamia. By 3100, Upper and Lower Egypt were unified under the first pharaohs, and that marked the beginning of a proper dynastic Egyptian state. Egyptian hieroglyphic writing began around the same time as Sumerian cuneiform, showing that writing too was invented in more than one place. Over the next few centuries, Egyptians built cities along the Nile and massive stone monuments. The step pyramid of Djoser at Saqqara, around 2650, and the Great Pyramid of Giza, around 2570. They're certainly awe-inspiring examples of what early civilization in Egypt accomplished. Unlike the city-states of Mesopotamia, Egypt became a unified territorial state nearly from the start. It was ruled by a god-king, the pharaoh, who wielded absolute power. This different political model meant that Egyptian civilization focused power in one royal court that mobilized labor from across the land to build gigantic monuments and temples. Egyptian civilization also benefited from the Nile's predictable flooding cycle, which produced abundant harvest to support its large population. By 2500, Egypt had grand cities like Memphis, and a well-organized bureaucracy to manage everything from irrigation to trade, and that firmly establishes it as one of the earliest great civilizations. No arguments there, that's for sure. And then there's China, far to the east. The seeds of civilization were taking root along the Yellow and Yangtze rivers. Early agricultural villages in China date back to well before 5000. For example, Peili Gang and the Yangshao cultures. But the first urban centers and bronze-working states emerged quite later. According to Chinese tradition, the first dynasty was the semi-legendary Xia, around 2070 to 1600 BCE, though concrete archaeological evidence is still a little bit debated, and surely will continue to be for quite some time. What we do know is that by 1600, the Shang dynasty in the Yellow River Valley had established a powerful kingdom with cities, palaces, and of course massive bronze foundries. The Shang kings built walled cities like Zhengzhou and Anyang, and performed divination on oracle bones, animal bones inscribed with early Chinese characters, which are the earliest known form of Chinese writing, by the way. I did a full video about them a little while back. So, in China, civilization, with cities, writing, and states, was in full swing by the mid-second millennium. A bit later than Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus, but clearly an independent development with its own unique features, such as the worship of ancestral spirits and a distinctive writing system. Chinese civilization would go on to have an unbroken continuity through many dynasties, making it one of the enduring civilizational lineages in history. Meanwhile, in the Americas, civilization emerged independently as well. On the north-central coast of Peru, the Caral Soup civilization, also known as the Norte Chico, built monumental platform mounds and sunken plazas as early as 2600 BCE, roughly contemporaneous with the early cities of Egypt and Mesopotamia. Archaeologists generally consider Caral Soup to be the oldest known civilization in the Western Hemisphere. Now, the city of Caral itself, covering about 1,500 acres in the Supe Valley, features massive pyramid-like structures constructed at the same time as the pyramids. A stunning parallel development on the other side of the world, that's for sure. Notably, Caral and its sister sites seem to have flourished without a pottery tradition, and with no evidence of writing either. Their people possibly used knotted cords for record-keeping instead of a written script, which of course brings us back to our definitions. Was it a civilization? Well, I think we can give them a little bit of a break and say, arguably, yes, they were. Now let's look at, in Mesoamerica, the first complex society to reach its urban form was the Olmec by around 1200, in what is now southern Mexico. The Olmec built ceremonial centers featuring large earthen pyramids and plazas. They are famous for carving colossal stone heads. Maybe they were portraits of rulers. In any case, they attest to organized labor and artistic development. The Olmec culture likely laid the groundwork for later Mesoamerican civilizations like the Maya and the Aztec. Thus, across the globe, in the Fertile Crescent, the Nile Valley, the Indus Valley, and the Yellow River Basin, even in the Andes and Mesoamerica, we see multiple beginnings of civilization, each with its own timeline and characteristics. So when exactly did civilization actually begin? Well, if we define civilization by the presence of cities, complex social hierarchies, and writing, we can give a broad answer, and that is around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, in the window of approximately 3,500 to 2,500 BCE. By about 3,200 BCE, the people of Sumer in Mesopotamia were building cities and recording words in clay. And by 3,000 to 2,600, Egyptians were raising pyramids and writing on papyrus and stone. By 2,500, the Indus Valley had fully planned cities, even if their script eludes our understanding. Each of these can claim to be an origin point of civilization. One might pinpoint southern Mesopotamia around 3,100 as the particularly salient moment. The city of Uruk and its neighbors clearly display the hallmarks of civilization by then, arguably the earliest. But even that was not an isolated spark. It was a culmination of thousands of years of prior development in many places. Civilization was not an overnight snap of the fingers, not a decision, but rather a gradual evolution. People eventually finding themselves in this situation where they're all huddled together, farming and making things and worshipping gods, doing what the king or the ruler tells them to. The whole process began when human societies reached a level of agricultural productivity and social complexity that enabled people to congregate in even larger, permanent communities. And it accelerated as those communities invented new tools of organization, from irrigation systems to writing legal codes, all to manage these new challenges of scale. A new world with new problems. It all began when our species, Homo sapiens, found ways to provide surplus food and thus settle into a place year-round. Then we learned how to build houses. The houses turned into villages. We formalized rules and leadership, and ultimately those villages grew into unique cities that fostered art, science, and social complexity. In some regions that happened by 4,000 to 3,000 BCE. In others, a little bit later. But the idea of civilization, living in a city-based society, it spread and took on a life of its own, to the point that today over half of all humans on Earth live on cities. The legacy of those first civilizations is all around us. Our laws and institutions, the technologies like writing, the wheel, and even in our own myths and stories. Understanding how it all began, it's not just an exercise in satisfying curiosity. It's more of an insight into the fundamental forces that have shaped human history. Our modern world of nations and metropolises, nothing more than a direct descendant of those first cities along the Euphrates, the Nile, the Indus, the Yellow River, and the Supe. Civilization actually began when those first brave pioneers of the Bronze Age set aside the old ways and decided to attempt a grand experiment, to live together in large numbers, to cooperate with strangers, and to build something enduring. And so in that sense, the beginning of civilization is not a single point of time, but just a turning point in the human story. A turning that happened in different places independently, but led humankind collectively into a new era. The dawn of history. And we've been building upon it ever since. Revenge. It is the theme for stories, going back to the earliest of times. It can be shockingly literal and visceral. It could topple kings, raise cities, change the fate of empires. From the steppes of Central Asia to the far isles of Britannia, the courts of Chinese kings to the villagers of ancient Vietnam and India, acts of vengeance left their mark on history. Of course, revenge was a powerful motivator in the ancient world, not just a theme for myths, tragedies, but a real force, one that drove political and military events. And so today, we are going to look at several real historical tales of ancient revenge, stories that are drawn from historical records, either at their time or very close to. And we'll see how these personal vendettas and quests for justice shape the course of nations. Now, these accounts preserved by ancient historians and chroniclers are both educational and engaging. We're not going to be taking too much dramatic license, but we will be telling them as much in an entertaining way as we can. After all, the history is still real. And each tale, of course, stands on its own, yet they paint a picture of a image of revenge as a universal human experience transcending cultures. After all, everyone loves a good revenge story, don't they? Well, before we begin and get on to our first story, let me just welcome you to the channel. If you're not subscribed yet, I invite you to hit the subscribe button. And if you want to help me out, well, you can leave a comment and like the video. It always just helps bump up the algorithm a little bit. Makes a big difference for us here, getting the video out. And also, you will get no ads in this video at all. That is because we are supported by Patreon members, YouTube members, super thanks and PayPal donations, and also those who chose to check out the merch store, where we got plenty of t-shirts, mugs, things like that. So if you want to find those relevant links, you'll find them in the pinned comment, video description, and channel description. Now, with that being said, let's get nice and relaxed today and look at our stories of revenge. First, let's look at a story that comes from the 6th century BCE. That is of Queen Ptolemaic and Cyrus the Great. Herodotus, that's where we get our information from. He's from the 5th century, so a little bit later on, and he recounts one of the most dramatic revenge tales of the ancient Near East. It is the confrontation between Queen Ptolemaic of Masakate and Cyrus the Great of Persia. Cyrus was the founding emperor of the Achaemenid Persian Empire, a brilliant conqueror by anyone's measure, who had already subdued kingdoms like Media, Lydia, and, I'm sure you've heard of this one, Babylon. And it was a big deal to subdue Babylon. In fact, a lot of the kings of ancient Persia and Mesopotamia, all the rest, regardless of where they were born at, regardless of where they ruled from, they all coveted that title, King of Babylon. Very much a big deal. Anyway, So in the 530s BC, he set up his sights on Masagate, that is a nomadic confederation in Central Asia near the Caspian Sea. Of course, this was ruled over by Queen Tomairis. Initially, Cyrus attempted guile. According to Herodotus, he proposed marriage to Tomairis, perhaps thinking to acquire her land without a fight. Tomairis, a proud ruler, saw through the ploy and rejected the offer, and she warned Cyrus not to advance any further into her territory. She even sent a message urging him to be satisfied with his empire and not meddle with the Masagate, foretelling that persistence would end in his ruin. But Cyrus was on a bit of a roll, you see. Like I said, he'd already conquered Babylon and all these other little kingdoms, and he was confident in Persia's military might. So, of course, the old hubris, he ignored the warning. What followed was a war sparked as much by Cyrus's imperial ambition as by Tomairis's determination to avenge an unforgivable personal loss. You see, in the initial clash, Cyrus used a stratagem. He left behind a banquet of wine and delicacies at an abandoned camp. The Masagate forces, who were unaccustomed to strong wine, indulged, and they became easy prey. Among the captives taken by Cyrus's army was Spargapises, Tomairis's own son, and a commander of the troops nonetheless. When Spargapises awoke from his drunken stupor and realized that he was a prisoner, he was so distraught and ashamed of himself that he took his own life. As for Queen Tomairis, she heard of this and her grief was profound. Think about it. She'd lost her only son. And not in a good way either. Nothing honorable to look at, no honorable death in battle. No, he was just captured under deceptive circumstances and driven to take his own life. Grief turned to fury, and Tomairis swore the fiercest vengeance. Her message to Cyrus, as Herodotus records it, was quite chilling on its own. She accused him of cowardice for using his wine to defeat her son rather than an honest battle, and vowed, quote from Herodotus, "I live and have conquered you in fight, but by guile you ruined my son. Hear this oath, as you thirsted for blood, so I will give you your fill of blood." Such words, attributed to the barbarian queen, certainly show how personal this conflict had become. So, Tomairis marshaled her forces for a decisive battle. The enraged queen and her Masagate warriors met Cyrus's Persian army in a fearsome engagement that, according to Herodotus, was one of the bloodiest battles of that age. Despite Cyrus's experience and the Persian reputation for discipline, the Masagate, fighting on their home terrain, galvanized by their queen's thirst for vengeance, managed to overwhelm the superior Persian force. Cyrus the Great, the till now undefeated conqueror, was himself killed in the confrontation. The Persian army suffered a crushing and embarrassing defeat. But that wasn't all. What Tomairis did next cemented her place in history. Determined to literally fulfill her oath, she searched the battlefield for Cyrus's corpse. When it was found, she beheaded Cyrus's body. Tomairis then took a wine skin, or a large bowl in some versions, filled it with blood, possibly the blood of Persian soldiers, and plunged Cyrus's severed head into it. She then proclaimed, according to the ancient accounts, "I warned you I would quench your thirst for blood, and so I have done it." Well, a ghastly and symbolic act of revenge, of course. The man who had caused her son's death, accused of being bloodthirsty, was posthumously sated with blood. Ancient chroniclers like Herodotus clearly relished the story. The image of a barbarian queen humbling a great king of the age is quite striking. And we have to, from a modern historian point of view, treat some details with a little bit of caution. Herodotus wrote nearly a century after Cyrus's death and acknowledged multiple versions of the tale. And there are Persian sources that either don't mention Damaris or give different accounts of Cyrus's demise. Some later writers suggest Cyrus died in another battle, or even peacefully. Yet, we still have that version from Herodotus, and I think it's worth telling. It certainly endured, perhaps because it spoke to deeper truths valued by the ancients, that danger of hubris, and the idea that divine justice could work through the hands of a wronged woman. Damaris, in Herodotus's narrative, embodies righteous vengeance. She refused to be intimidated by a superpower and used Cyrus's own overconfidence against him. The brutality of her revenge was shocking. But in the moral universe of Herodotus's histories, it served as a kind of counterbalance. Cyrus's overreach and deception had ultimately earned him a gruesome end. But it also gives us a little bit of intriguing context about steppe culture and women in power at the time. Damaris is described as a queen who personally led her warriors, unusual from a Greek perspective, but among the Central Asian nomads, not entirely unheard of. In ancient steppe societies, women could hold high authority, and avenging kin, well, that was a sacred duty for everyone. The story of Damaris and Cyrus illustrates that revenge in ancient times was not just for dispossessed princes or betrayed generals. Even a widowed queen on the steppe, commanding what the Persians might have seen as barbarians, could alter the destiny of empires through sheer resolve and ferocity. Of course, whichever case it was, the Massagetæ victory over Persia had lasting implication. Cyrus's death in 530 halted Persian expansion in that direction, at least temporarily, and of course it became a legend, whispered by those who opposed Persian might. Well, let's move on to the next one, where we find ourselves in Roman Britain. In the 1st century of the Common Era, under the Roman Empire's occupation of Britannia, a rebellion erupted that nearly expelled the Romans from the island. Well, at its heart was Boudica, queen of the Iceni tribe, who led a fierce revolt driven by revenge for appalling personal injustices. Our principal sources, the Roman historians Tacitus and Cassius Dio, provide detailed, if a little bit Roman-biased accounts of what happened. Boudica was the wife of King Prasutagus of the Iceni, a tribe in what is now East Anglia. Prasutagus had been an ally of Rome, and upon his death around 60 CE, he left a will dividing his kingdom between his own family, Boudica and their 2 daughters, and the Roman emperor too, hoping to secure favor and protection. But instead of honoring this arrangement, Roman officials treated the Iceni lands just as they would any other conquered territory. According to the Annals of Tacitus, the local Roman authorities, led by Procurator Decianus Catus, and Roman soldiers, seized the Iceni's property, flogged Queen Boudica publicly, and most horrifically, 2 of her young daughters were physically assaulted. This assault on the queen's dignity and her children's safety was a blatant abuse of power, but it was also a direct affront to Iceni noble culture and human decency, a provocation that almost designed to incite rebellion itself. Tacitus notes that the chief men of the Iceni were also dispossessed of their lands and treated like slaves. So what had been a cooperative client kingdom was turned by Roman greed and brutality into a powder keg of resentment. And just a reminder, this is the way that the Romans are telling it. So they didn't leave out the details of the gruesome parts of what happened. Well, for Boudica, the personal humiliation was compounded by her duty as a mother and leader. The Romans had violated the fundamental laws of hospitality and alliance. Now vengeance became a matter of honor. In 60 or 61 CE, while the Roman governor Suetonius Paulinus was away campaigning in Wales, against the Druids on Mona, by the way, Boudica rallied her people and neighboring tribes to revolt. The neighboring Trinovantes joined enthusiastically. You see, they too had suffered under Roman rule, especially when the veterans settled at the Roman colony of Camalodunum, is modern-day Colchester, who had been oppressing locals and confiscating their lands. And the timing for all this was perfect. Roman forces were thin at the province, and the Britons had unity under this charismatic leadership of Boudica. As for the ancient accounts, they emphasize Boudica's extraordinary presence. Cassius Dio describes her as tall and fearsome-looking, with long, tawny hair falling to her hips, wearing a large golden torque around her neck and a colorful tunic, a striking figure in a war chariot. These details, albeit from a later source, show how the Romans perceived her, an embodiment of barbarian pride and fury. Tacitus, in his Annals, provides a compelling speech attributed to Boudica before the final battle, which reveals her motives. Riding in a chariot with her daughters beside her, Boudica allegedly told her warriors that she was not fighting, quote, as a queen of noble lineage for my lost kingdom, but as an ordinary woman for my liberty and for vengeance. She reminded them of the indignities that she had suffered, her body bruised by Roman whips, her daughter's honor defiled, and cast the war as a struggle of an oppressed people against a bloodthirsty invader. Tacitus has her say in the account, "This is a woman's resolve. As for you men, you can live and be slaves if you want." Such words, whether or not Boudica actually spoke them this way, were intended to ignite the Britons' sense of injustice and outrage. By Tacitus' account, Boudica presented herself as driven by revenge for her own and her people's wrongs, and she invoked divine support for what she framed as a just rebellion. Of course, the rebellion was initially stunningly successful, which speaks to how widespread resentment against the Romans had grown. Boudica's forces first targeted Camalodunum, that hated Roman colony. They razed the city to the ground, slaughtering not only the hated Roman veterans, but also their families and any Roman or collaborators they found. Archaeology confirms a layer of destruction and charred debris at Colchester dating to this revolt, a testament to the thorough vengeance inflicted. A Roman legion, that being the 9th Legion, sent to relieve the city, was ambushed on the way and nearly annihilated by Boudica's warriors. Just another blow to Roman prestige. Things were not looking good. And it was at this time where Boudica doubled down. She marched on Londinium, modern-day London, which was then a burgeoning trade town, but undefended. The Roman governor Suetonius was rushing back from Wales and could not assemble enough forces to protect Londinium, and made a painful decision to evacuate those who could flee, leaving the rest to their fate. The Britons entered London, and they put it to the torch, massacring the inhabitants in a frenzy of revenge. The pattern repeated at Verulamium, that is modern-day St. Albans, another Romanized town. It too was burned and its population slaughtered. Ancient sources claim that in these onslaughts some 70 to 80,000 Romans and pro-Roman Britons were killed, often by gruesome methods. Cassius Dio sensationally writes that Britons hanged, burned, and crucified their captives, even impaling noble Roman women and cutting off their breasts in ritualistic displays of vengeance. These may be exaggerated atrocity stories, but they certainly convey the horror with which the Romans viewed the uprising. A quote, just revenge from the Britons' perspective became in the Roman eyes a nightmarish bloodbath. Well, it is important to, of course, critically assess these accounts. After all, this is a history channel, so we do have to look at them with a bit of a discerning eye. Now, Tacitus likely inflated the drama, only to highlight Roman heroism in quelling the revolt, illustrating that brutality can erupt from oppressed peoples, and perhaps that was a warning of sorts, too. However, the core truth is undeniable. Boudicca's revolt was fueled by a genuine sense of injustice. The Britons targeted symbols of Roman power and collaborators, which indicates that this was not just mindless savagery, but directed rebellion. Boudicca's personal grievance galvanized a broader anti-Roman movement. The scale of the destruction shows how quickly anger at abuse can turn into large-scale violence against the perceived oppressors. The Roman response, once they regrouped, was obviously merciless, and ultimately decisive. Governor Suetonius Paulus managed to concentrate perhaps around 10,000 soldiers, a mix of the 14th Legion, parts of the 20th, and auxiliaries. Though vastly outnumbered by Boudicca's host, some ancient sources put her forces at 100,000, which, once again, might be an exaggeration. The Romans had discipline and tactics on their side. They chose a battleground narrow enough to negate the Britons' numeric advantage. Before the battle, Tacitus depicts Boudicca driving along the ranks in her chariot, invoking the injustice done to her and urging her people to courage, a scene meant to contrast with Suetonius's terse, soldierly exhortation at his legionaries. In the ensuing battle, locations uncertain by the way, perhaps along Watling Street, Roman tactics prevailed. The legion stood firm in a defile and hurled their javelins, then advanced in tight formation. The Britons, with their families, watching from wagons in the rear, a sign of confidence that backfired, were eventually trapped against these wagons when they began to flee. The Romans slaughtered combatants and non-combatants alive. Tacitus claims that around 80,000 Britons fell in the final battle, compared to just a few hundred Romans. Once again, likely an exaggeration, but it conveys a complete Roman victory. Boudicca herself did not fall in battle. According to Tacitus, she took poison afterward to avoid capture. Cassius Dio suggests that she fell ill and died, but in either case, she escaped the fate of being paraded in a Roman triumph, which would have been the ultimate humiliation, of course. And so with Boudicca's death, the rebellion collapsed. The Romans enacted harsh vengeance of their own. Troops under Suetonius ravaged any remaining pockets of resistance. Tacitus remarks that that famine followed, partly because so many Britons had concentrated on war that they neglected their harvests, a tragic aftermath illustrating how the quest for revenge, even if initially successful, can bring devastating consequence to both sides. Now back in Rome, the Emperor Nero, alarmed by losses, considered withdrawing from Britain entirely. But eventually the province was reinforced and remained under Roman rule for centuries. Suetonius Paulinus was replaced for being too punitive. The imperial government, now the crisis was over, sought a more conciliatory approach to avoid future revolts. Well, I suppose everybody learned a kind of lesson. Some lessons are learned the hard way. Well, let's shift our focus away from the Roman world now. We go to the Far East. Ancient Chinese history offers its own tales of revenge. And one of the most famous stories of that is that of Wu Zixu in the late spring and autumn period, that is the 5th century BCE. Now, Wu Zixu's tale, recorded by the great Han Dynasty historian Sima Qian in the records of the Grand Historian, is a classic tale of personal revenge intertwining with interstate warfare. It involves deceit at the royal court, a loyal minister's family tragedy, and a patient and calculated plot that ultimately changed the power dynamic among states in ancient China. So, Wu Zixu, also known as Wu Yun, was a nobleman of the state of Chu. His father, Wu She, was a respected Chu minister. According to the historical accounts, Wu She fell victim to court intrigue. You see, the king of Chu at the time, King Ping of Chu, was swayed by a malicious advisor who accused Wu She and his eldest son of treason or disloyalty. King Ping, a ruler known for his cruelty, had Wu She and Wu Zixu's older brother executed unjustly. Young Wu Zixu barely managed to escape capture himself. He instantly became a wanted fugitive in Chu, marked for death by the king who had killed his family. So we can only imagine the emotional toll. Wu Zixu had not only lost his beloved father and brother, but he lost them in a dishonorable way. They were condemned as traitors. In the Confucian-influenced culture of China, filial piety and loyalty to one's family were the most important things. Avenging a wrongly killed father was not allowed. Not merely allowed, rather. It was often seen as a solemn duty, one that later Confucian scholars would call great revenge. Well, Wu Zixu's life, from that moment, became dedicated to one goal: to avenge the deaths of his father and brother by punishing King Ping of Chu and his regime. The journey to vengeance, though, was arduous. Wu Zixu had to flee for his life as Chu forces hunted him. There are legendary episodes of his escape. One famous anecdote tells of how he disguised himself and even managed to pass through an extremely well-guarded checkpoint by hiding in a corpse or making clever use of a friend's sacrifice. Sources vary on the exact method. Another part of his legend is that by the time he reached the border of Chu, the stress had caused his hair to turn completely white overnight, which of course added to his disguise. Well, it's possibly apocryphal tales, but they certainly highlight how desperate he wanted to survive and fulfill his mission. Wu Zixu fled to the neighboring state of Wu, which, despite the similar name, was a different kingdom, by the way, located in the Yangtze Delta region. The state of Wu was then a rising power, often in conflict with Chu. Wu Zixu's misfortune became his new fortune. You see, in Wu Kingdom, he found a cause and patrons that aligned with his desire for vengeance. He entered the service of Prince Guang of Wu. Here, another layer of intrigue unfolds. You see, Prince Guang himself sought to usurp the throne of Wu from his cousin King Liao. Wu Zixu assisted Prince Guang in a successful palace assassination with the help of a skilled chef-turned-assassin in 516, after which Prince Guang became King He Lu of Wu. Now, for Wu Zixu, helping He Lu was not just opportunism, but it was part of a larger strategy. He knew that as an exile, he needed the military might of a state like Wu to strike at Chu. King He Lu, once in power, valued Wu Zixu's counsel greatly and made him one of his chief ministers. Under He Lu, and with Wu Zixu as a strategist, the state of Wu built up its strength. Notably, it was during this time that Sun Tzu, the reputed author of The Art of War, is said to have been a general in Wu's army, by the way. Pretty remarkable constellation of figures, all allied against the Chu. Well, in 506 BCE, the moment for revenge finally came. King He Lu of Wu, advised by Wu Zishu, launched a major invasion of Chu. The motivations were geopolitical as well as personal. You see, Chu was large, a traditionally dominant state, but it had recently shown internal weaknesses that Wu could easily exploit. For Wu Zishu, of course, it was the chance of a lifetime to destroy the king who had killed his family. The Wu army, guided by Sun Tzu's tactics and Wu Zishu's intimate knowledge of the Chu landscape, won a decisive victory at the Battle of Borju. Despite Chu's larger size and resources, the Chu forces were outmaneuvered. Wu Zishu had reportedly advised a daring strategy of striking deep into Chu territory, catching the enemy off guard. And the plan worked. Chu's armies faltered, and King Zhao of Chu, that is the son of the late King Ping himself had died by this time, fled his capital city, Ying, as the invaders approached. And for the first time in history, an enemy captured Ying, the venerable capital of the Chu. For Wu Zishu, this was the climax of years of sacrifice and struggle. He entered the capital of Chu as a victorious avenger. And one of his first acts was to search for the remains of King Ping, the very one responsible for his father's death. Of course, King Ping was long dead and buried in the royal tombs of Chu, but this did not stop Wu Zishu's drive for retributive justice. As Sima Qian recounts, Wu Zishu had King Ping's tomb opened. He located the king's corpse, or ashes depending on the version, and then desecrated it as a punishment. In the most vivid version of the story, Wu Zishu took a whip and lashed the corpse of King Ping 300 times. So you can imagine the symbolism. Each lash a repayment for the pain that his family had suffered. And by flogging the dead king, Wu Zishu was delivering a message that even in death, the tyrant would not escape accountability. It was an act both deeply personal, but also symbolic in a political sense. It showed to all of Chu's people that King Ping's lineage was cursed, and that the injustice he committed had been avenged by the very man he sought to destroy. Now that is one revenge story. That's for sure. Of course, contemporary Chinese accounts saw Wu Zishu's revenge as a double-edged matter. You see, on one hand, Confucian historians who valued filial piety could certainly understand Wu Zishu's loyalty to his father's memory. He fulfilled the ancient dictum of repaying blood with blood. But, on the other hand, excessive vengeance, and especially the disturbance of the dead, could be seen as extreme. Yet Wu Zishu's actions were generally portrayed sympathetically in the context of Chu's decadence and cruelty. He became somewhat of a legendary figure, one that exemplified loyalty and persistence. Chinese writings even coined the term Wu Zishu's enmity as a byword for grievance that must be avenged regardless of the passage of time. And of course, just quickly, there is a saying that I like in Chinese. Now, I've mentioned it before, but I just love it. 君子报仇10年不晚. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too far to wait. I love that. I suppose we can look at Wu Zishu's waiting. You can't just get kicked out of the city and start banging on the city walls with your fists. Let me back in, let me at 'em. You have to plan things out. You have to wait, you have to gather your strength. And then, well, as with Wu Zishu's enmity, you can avenge it even after that passage of time. But the story does not end with revenge, however. Wu Zishu continued to serve the state of Wu as a high-ranking minister. Ironically, and perhaps tragically, His life itself ended in a cautionary tale about court politics and the nature of favor. You see, after King He Lu died, his son, King Fu Chai of Wu, ascended to the throne. Fu Chai was initially successful with Wu Zishu's help. Wu even defeated the powerful state of Qi. However, Fu Chai's attention was eventually turned to a rivalry with the state of Yue to the south. As Wu Zishu cautioned the new king about future threats, he was worried that Gou Jian of Yue, a neighboring king, might rise against Wu, which indeed did happen later. Fu Chai began to distrust his old advisor. A treacherous minister, eager to remove Wu Zishu's influence, slandered him, suggesting Wu Zishu might betray Wu, or was perhaps too pessimistic. But despite Wu Zishu's past service, King Fu Chai grew suspicious, and he ultimately ordered Wu Zishu to take his own life, a command of royal favor, withdrawal that amounted to an execution. Before dying, Wu Zishu famously told bystanders to take his eyes after death and hang them on the city gate, so that his eyes could watch Fu Chai's kingdom be conquered. A final prophecy that Wu would actually fall to Yue, which indeed it did, a few years later when King Gou Jian of Yue invaded and defeated Wu. Wu Zishu's foresight was vindicated, though he did not live to see it. But this coda to Wu Zishu's revenge story adds a layer of depth and irony. He achieved his great revenge, the downfall of his enemy's house. But in doing so, he became so entwined in power politics that he eventually fell victim to another cycle of intrigue. Ancient commentators saw in Wu Zishu's end a lesson about the perils of serving capricious rulers and the tragic fate of even the greatest heroes at court. Yet it did not tarnish the luster of this revenge tale. To this very day, hang on. Oh yes, there I am. To this very day, Wu Zishu is remembered, especially in Suzhou, that is the capital of ancient Wu, as a cultural hero. Temples were dedicated to him, and folklore celebrates his perseverance. And there is another idiom, by the way, that could very well be applied to his actions. That is, fu chou xue hen, to avenge and wash away hatred. Now, that's certainly one that's lasted the test of time. Well, our next story, we need to go south. We find ourselves in ancient Vietnam under the shadow of the Han dynasty's expansion. It features two sisters who led one of the ancient world's few large-scale rebellions by female leaders. They are known to history as the Trung sisters, Trung Trac and Trung Nghe. I think I'm pronouncing the Vietnamese right. I hope so. Well, and their personal revolt against the Chinese rule in 40 to 43 CE is a powerful example of revenge for both personal and national grief. The primary records of their insurrection appear in Chinese histories, particularly in the Hou Han Shu, the Book of Later Han, which was compiled in the 5th century CE. Though written from the perspective of the victorious Han empires, it preserves the outline of the sisters' exploits. Vietnamese oral tradition and later chronicles add some details. Well, some of them are legendary. In any case, it has made the Trung sisters iconic figures in Vietnam. So the story begins in the 1st century CE. Northern Vietnam, then often referred to as Jiao Zhi or Giao Zhi in Han records. Well, it was under Han Chinese colonial administration at the time. The local population, often called the Lac Viet, had their own nobles and customs, but they were overseen by the Chinese governors and subject to imperial taxation and law. Trung Trac was the daughter of a Lac lord in Mei Lin in the Red River Delta, and she married Tri Sac, who was a lord of a neighboring district of Ju Dien. These were aristocratic families of Vietnamese society, and they resented certain Chinese policies, especially the heavy taxation and the undermining of indigenous Vietnamese lands, rights, and customs. The historical trigger for the rebellion, however, was deeply personal. The Chinese governor of Jiaozhou, named Su Ding, or Do Din in Vietnamese tradition, executed Truong Trac's husband, T. Sac, around 40 CE. Chinese sources imply T. Sac was executed because he had been plotting or voicing opposition to Han authority. He was, quote, of a fierce temperament, the texts say, and likely tried to rally others against injustices. In any case, his summary execution without trial was a brutal act meant to cow the local nobility. But it didn't do that. Instead, it ignited them. Truong Trac, now widowed and outraged, became the rallying point for resistance. She and her younger sister, Truong Nye, raised a banner of revolt. Now explicitly, as the Hohan Shu notes, to avenge the killing of her husband. It was revenge, but not only for T. Sac. The sisters tapped into a broad well of discontent. Many local chiefs and their people were just fed up with the oppressive rule of Su Ding, who was remembered as cruel and rapacious, a tyrant in the true sense. The Truong sisters, coming from a respected family and now with a martyr to inspire them, provided leadership that had been lacking. It's significant that two women were able to command this loyalty, suggested in local Vietnamese culture at the time women of noble rank could hold authority in military command. This is also corroborated by other cases in Southeast Asian history where women had high status, by the way. So, 40 CE, the revolt breaks out. According to historical records, the Truong sisters managed to rally a large force. Traditional accounts say they assembled an army of some 80,000 followers, and notably, many of their generals were women. Vietnamese legend lovingly named several, like Phung Thi Chinh, and who was, by the way, a woman said to have given birth on the battlefield and kept fighting anyway, which, well, that's an achievement of its own. They capitalized on the element of surprise. The Han garrisons and officials in the region were caught off guard by what seemed to them to be an unlikely quarter, and by the swift mobilization of the Lac Viet. The rebellion spread quickly. The Truong sisters' forces targeted centers of Han power. They attacked the Chinese strongholds and administrative cities of Jiaozhou and neighboring commanderies. And in quick succession, they overran dozens of towns and settlements that had been under Han control. The hated governor, Su Ding, had to flee for his life. Within moments, the Truong sisters had effectively liberated a vast region. Later traditions say they seized as many as 65 cities and strongholds. Flush with success, Truong Trac was proclaimed queen, sometimes given the title Queen Regnant of Lin Nam. So for about 2 years, they ruled an independent territory free from Han domination. And that was an extraordinary achievement, given that the Han Empire at the time was near its height under Emperor Guangwu. And one can view it as both large-scale act of revenge and an early war of independence. Truong Trac's motivations, as recorded, were clearly to punish the Chinese for killing her husband and to restore dignity and the autonomy of her people. That dual objective certainly resonated widely. Many who joined them likely had their own scores to settle. Chinese rule had displaced local leaders and imposed foreign cultural norms, including changes that eroded the traditional role of women in inheritance and society. Some scholars suggest one factor in the rebellion was the Chinese imposition of patriarchal order over a previously more matriarchal or at least egalitarian local culture. However, the Han Empire was not just going to let this slide. The rebellion would not go unanswered. By 41 CE, once news reached the Han court and the initial shock have subsided, Emperor Guangwu ordered a retaliatory expedition. He dispatched one of his best generals, Ma Yuan, known as the Wave-Quelling General, to lead the counterattack. And so, in 42 CE, Ma Yuan marched south with a veteran army. Sources indicate he had about 20,000 regular troops plus auxiliaries, and advanced methodically into the Red River Delta. The Han were determined to crush this revolt and reassert control, partly as a warning to other restive regions. The Trung sisters faced the challenge of defending against a disciplined, well-equipped imperial force. According to Chinese accounts, the sisters fought bravely. Several battles occurred over the year 42 and into 43, as Ma Yuan pushed into rebel-held territory. Eventually, a decisive confrontation took place, traditionally said to be at Langbach, perhaps in the vicinity of modern-day Hanoi. The Han army, with superior organization, gradually gained the upper hand. One by one, the rebel-held towns fell. Thousands of the Trung sisters' supporters were killed. The ones who weren't surrendered. Finally, the Trung sisters themselves were defeated. Han records claim that by early 43, both Trung Trac and Trung Nge were captured and executed, beheaded by Ma Yuan's forces. Vietnamese legend, however, holds that facing the undefeatable threat, the sisters threw themselves into a river to avoid the dishonor of capture. In any case, their revolt was extinguished, and Han authority was brutally reinstated. Ma Yuan, to prevent further uprisings, carried out reprisals. He reportedly massacred resisting aristocratic families, executed thousands of locals, and even melted down prized bronze drums, symbols of the power for Viet tribes, to make a statue of the Han court, a symbolic disarming of the native culture. And so the rebellion of the Trung sisters ended in blood and reoccupation, but its legacy endured in the Vietnamese memory as the first uprising against foreign rule, and of course a testament to Vietnamese valor and desire for autonomy. And the revenge aspect is critical to this story. It was the outrage of one woman that lit the spark. In historical hindsight, one might say, the rebellion was inevitable given the tensions, but without Trung Trac's personal leadership motivated by vengeance, it might not have coalesced when it did. In any case, the sisters became martyrs and inspirations for later generations, and indeed nearly 200 years later, another woman would lead a similar revolt against the Chinese rule, likely inspired by the Trung's memory. Okay, last one for today. If you're enjoying this concept, well, perhaps we'll do more revenge stories, like revenge stories of ancient Greece, revenge stories of ancient Rome. Let me know what you think, and then we'll do them. In any case, now we actually turn to India, a good place to end off for today. You see, revenge in antiquity was not only the province of warriors and queens. Sometimes it was the careful plan of a scholar-statesman that altered the course of history. In ancient India, the transition from the Nanda dynasty to the Maurya Empire, late 4th century BCE, is wrapped in legends of intrigue and vengeance. The center of this story is Chanakya, also known as Kautilya or Vishnugupta, a Brahmin scholar often credited as the author of the Arthashastra, a treatise on statecraft. Chanakya's protege was Chandragupta Maurya, who would become the first emperor of the Mauryan Empire. The tale of how Chandragupta came to power, toppling the ruling Nanda king, is told in various ancient Indian sources, Buddhist, Jain, and Hindu texts like the Buddhist Mahavamsa and later chronicles such as the Sanskrit play Mudrarakshasa, some of the Hindi names are a little bit difficult, Sanskrit names and so on. Well, while the details vary, a consistent thread is revenge. That revenge that Chanakya vowed against the tyrannical Nanda king, and how that personal vendetta led to the founding of a new imperial dynasty. So let's see where it all starts. The Nanda Empire, based in Magadha, which is modern Bihar up in the north, was one of the most powerful kingdoms in India around the 4th century. The last Nanda king is often referred to as Dana Nanda. He was reputed to be immensely wealthy. The Nandas were said to hoard treasure, but also arrogant and unpopular among many of his subjects and courtiers. According to Buddhist tradition, Chanakya first encountered Dhammananda at a ceremony or court assembly, where Chanakya's appearance, he was supposedly physically unattractive, shabbily dressed Brahmin, caused the king to ridicule and insult him. One account says Dhammananda publicly insulted Chanakya for his ugliness and ordered him to be thrown out of the gathering. Well, understandably, Chanakya felt humiliated, but not before he swore an oath that he would overturn the Nanda dynasty and cast Dhammananda down from power. Now this is a remarkable scenario, a learned man vowing to destroy a king, essentially just because of an insult. But in the context of ancient values, a patron or ruler was expected to show respect to Brahmins, that is, learned priests, and mistreating one was both sacrilegious and politically unwise. Chanakya's pride and sense of justice were inflamed. In another version of the legend from Jain texts, it wasn't exactly the king, but a subordinate who insulted Chanakya. But the result is the same. Chanakya determined that the Nanda regime must end. Of course, you couldn't just have a lone scholar overthrow a king by himself. Chanakya thus sought out a suitable instrument for his revenge, someone who could claim the throne and rally support. And as fate would have it, he found Chandragupta, a young man of either royal lineage or at least great ambition. Different sources describe Chandragupta's origins differently. Some say he was of a noble but fallen family, and others say he was of relatively humble birth, but clearly had leadership qualities. Chanakya took Chandragupta under his wing, educating him in politics and war, essentially grooming him to fulfill the destiny of toppling the Nandas. Chanakya tested Chandragupta's resolve and intelligence through various clever ordeals. One famous anecdote is that Chandragupta demonstrated ruthlessness by cutting off another candidate's head to retrieve an amulet, proving he had the necessary lack of hesitation to be a monarch. Armed with Chandragupta's charisma and claim, Chanakya set about building an alliance and army. This period coincided with the invasion of northwest India by Alexander the Great in 326 BCE, by the way, and the subsequent power vacuum after Alexander's departure in 324. Chanakya was astute in seizing this moment of disarray. He is said to have gained support from various quarters dissatisfied with Nanda rule, local chiefs, former generals, and even some of the common people who chafed under the heavy taxes. The Nandas, for all their wealth, were not beloved. Chanakya was also skilled in resource gathering. One tale claims he discovered a hidden treasure to fund the campaign, or even used a crafty alchemical trick to multiply gold, as one legend suggests turning one coin into 8 through a secret. Likely metaphors, of course, for savvy financial and strategic planning. Either way, I wish I knew how to do that. Well, the initial attempts to overthrow the Nandas were not immediately successful. One account in the Jain tradition and a play called Mudrara Shaksa suggests that Chandragupta and Chanakya's first attack on the capital of Pataliputra ended in failure, with their army beaten and scattered. Forced to flee, though, they learned from their mistakes. A popular folklore anecdote illustrates Chanakya's learning process. While in hiding after a defeat, Chandragupta overheard an old woman scolding her child for burning his fingers by eating from the center of a hot porridge, saying he should have taken from the cooler edges first. Well, Chanakya supposedly drew a lesson from this. They had been like a foolish child, striking at the center, i.e. the capital Pataliputra, first. Instead, they should conquer the outlying regions and cut off resources and support the center before attacking the capital itself. Well, this kind of strategic thinking aligns well with the principles that Chanakya later espoused in the Arthashastra about weakening an enemy through its peripheries and alliances. Thus recalibrated, Chandragupta and Chanakya adopted a war of attrition and coalition building. Over a couple of years, they gradually took control of border regions and isolated Magadha. They won over or subdued smaller kingdoms and republican clans, neighboring Nanda territory, whittling down Dhanananda's sphere. Chanakya also engaged in diplomacy and subterfuge. One story describes how he managed to sow discord within the Nanda court. The Nanda chief minister was initially a loyalist. His name was Rakshasa in the play. But Chanakya created such circumstances, possibly spreading misinformation and bribing key figures, that the Nanda leadership became divided and demoralized. Finally, around 321, Chandragupta's forces besieged Pataliputra, facing betrayals from his own ranks and the gathering strength of Chandragupta's coalition. Dhanananda was defeated. Some accounts say Dhanananda was killed in battle. Others say he was allowed to go into exile, with Chanakya perhaps having promised him his life in exchange for surrender, though folklore often prefers the dramatic version where the cruel king is slain, live by the sword, die by the sword sort of thing. In any case, the Nanda dynasty had ended, and Chandragupta Maurya ascended the throne of Magadha, establishing the Mauryan dynasty, which could soon rule over most of the Indian subcontinent. And so, Chanakya's revenge was complete. The man who had insulted him was utterly dethroned and erased from power. But Chanakya did not stop at revenge. He became the chief advisor to Emperor Chandragupta, essentially like a vizier or a prime minister. In that capacity, he was instrumental in consolidating the Mauryan Empire and implementing policies, many of which were reflected in the Arthashastra's advice. It is said that one of Chanakya's first acts after Chandragupta took power was to ensure the former Nanda ministers either joined the new regime or were neutralized. In the Sanskrit drama Mudradashasa, Chanakya cleverly persuades the brilliant Nanda minister Rakshasa to serve Chandragupta, thus turning a foe into a friend for the stability of a new empire. Well, of course, from a historical perspective, separating fact from fiction is a little challenging because our sources have their own agendas and embellishments. However, the core of it is plausible. Internal dissatisfaction with the Nandas, combined with external pressures, like Alexander's invasion aftermath, created an opening for a usurper, a power vacuum, and a clever Brahmin strategist played a key role in that. Classical Western sources like Plutarch and Justin also mention an Indian named Sandrakotos, Chandragupta, who encountered Alexander and later conquered northwestern India. They allude to Chandragupta having been slighted by Alexander, or having seen the Greek retreat as a chance, hints that align with Indian accounts of a young leader fueled by ambition, and perhaps anger at foreigners, analogous to revenge against invasions. The theme of revenge is integral in the Indian tellings. Chanakya's personal vendetta is the spark that ignites the larger political revolution, and it shows revenge not as a blind fury, but as a calculated, very patient form of justice. Chanakya waited for the right moment, gathered allies, and used intellect over brute force. It took perhaps a decade for his will to be fulfilled, but in the end he not only toppled a king, but replaced him with a whole new order. And one could argue that this was one of the most consequential acts of revenge in history, given that the Mauryan Empire would shape South Asia's history for centuries, and the influence, of course, of Buddhism, the spread of Buddhism and political ideas, certainly came out of that development. The great city of Uruk, formidable mud brick walls, and temple towers that dominate the skyline. It is the early Bronze Age, around the 3rd millennium, and Uruk is at the height of its glory. This Sumerian metropolis, often hailed as the world's first true city, bustles to life at dawn. In its golden age, Uruk may have been home to some 50,000 inhabitants, a population unheard of in its day. And you can almost hear the city waking. Close your eyes and imagine those roosters crowing, livestock stirring in their pens. But our video is about those people beginning their daily routines. What was it like for the ordinary person of Uruk in this era? We'll talk about the typical day of Uruk at its zenith. Of course, we're going to use a bit of imaginative license to tell a bit of a story on this one, but it's all based on archaeology and historical record. Of course, we don't have the stories of individuals, but what we do have is a pretty good picture of what the average person would have been doing from day to day, and that's how we're going to approach a video like this. It's history at the very grassroots levels. It's not about big battles. It's not about kings or soldiers, queens. It's just about farmers, laborers, and everyone in between. People just like you and me, albeit 5,000 years in the past. So, let's spend the next hour together, and we can learn about life in Bronze Age Uruk. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, good to meet you. For those coming back, good to see you again. Now, you will have no ads in this video or any other videos on this channel, an immense point of personal pride in our ad-infected modern culture. Perhaps this is a nice little escape for you. In any case, we can do this because we are funded by the crowd on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through PayPal and Super Thanks on YouTube, and also the merch store. But what really helps us out is that little kick up in the algorithm. A comment, a like, subscribe, hitting the hype button, and just telling your friends about the channel. So if you enjoy the channel and want other people to enjoy it, well, spread the word. Thank you in advance. Now, with all that out of the way, I won't ask you again. We can begin our video. Let's go back to the Bronze Age, to Uruk. Uruk, just like anywhere else, begins its day at the first light of dawn. In this thriving Sumerian cities, families stir awake as the sky over the Euphrates River turns from an indigo to a pale blue. Early mornings are cool and precious, especially in the hotter seasons, so if you want to get work done before the heat really set in, you better get up as early as you can. Household members rise from their simple beds, perhaps a wooden frame if the family's well off, but more commonly you would have reed mats or stuffed mattresses laid upon the packed earth floor. A little bit more on the general housing condition later. In any case, before the heat sets in, chores would commence. As for the women, they would grind barley into flour using stone cairns, preparing dough for the day's bread, That's the majority of your calories, while others fetch water from the nearby canal, or if they had one, a communal well. Water drawn from the canal system is used to wash faces and hands and to mix with barley for baking and brewing. A small hearth in the courtyard, or a clay oven, is stoked with kindling to bake flat loaves for breakfast. A pretty common staple all over Mesopotamia and Egypt. A typical morning meal is pretty modest, but hearty by the standard of the day, especially when you don't have much to compare it with. You could expect bread, made fresh, of course, from barley or emmer wheat, perhaps accompanied by onions or milk curds, washed down with a sip of barley beer, and, well, if you added cool water, but generally people would drink more alcohol because the water was, well, not always the cleanest. In many homes, however, the first tasks of the day include tending to domestic animals. If a family keeps a goat, or perhaps a few sheep, the animals are let out of their pens, often just a corner of the courtyard, and they would graze at the edge of the city or along irrigation canals. Now, chickens are not yet known in Mesopotamia, but families might keep ducks or pigeons. Of course, ducks lay eggs, so there's that as well. I don't know if you ever had a duck egg. They're not bad, actually. In any case, certainly dogs would roam about as both pets and guards. Practical purposes, of course. Now, after feeding any livestock, the family pauses for a brief devotional act. It's common for households to maintain a small shrine or a sacred niche within the house. An alcove or tiny room is set aside as a sanctuary for the household's protective deity, or for the city's patron goddess. At dawn, a quick prayer or libation at this household altar is offered to seek the god's favor for the coming day. A father or mother might pour out a small drink offering or burn a bit of incense, while the children would watch on respectfully. They'd learn how to do it when they get a little bit older. Now, this simple ritual shows how religion is interwoven with daily routine from the very start of the day, very important to the Sumerians and Mesopotamians as a whole. We've done a few videos about religion in that area. If you are interested, you can find them in the Bronze Age playlist. Now, as sunlight begins to flood the city, everything comes alive. Uruk's residents step outside their mud brick homes and greet neighbors and kin. The typical house is built of sun-dried mud bricks and coated in a clay plaster. From the street, a house presents a plain facade with perhaps a single wooden door. Many homes share walls with their neighbors in long rows along winding lanes. Each dwelling centers on an open-air courtyard where much of the household activity takes place. Cooking, grinding grain, weaving, and socializing. They all occur in this central space under the morning sky. Around the courtyard, several small rooms branch off. Storage rooms for jars of grain, tools, sleeping chambers, and workrooms. Hallways are absent. One room simply opens into the next. Many houses have an upper story or at least a flat roof, which family members often use for sleeping outdoors on hot nights. In the cool pre-dawn hours, some family members have indeed been sleeping on the rooftop under the stars to escape the indoor heat. A little trick. It doesn't sound too bad, actually. In any case, as the city awakens, you can hear the bleating of the goats, the clatter of pottery, voices calling out the morning greetings. Sure, it's 5,000 years ago, but people still had neighbors, people still had friends, workmates, all the rest. People are social. That, as something has never changed. Well, people stay in the house a little bit more often these days, but perhaps not by their own choice. Artisans and laborers hurry off to their workplaces, and the children who are not yet working tag along to fetch water, or perhaps help Mum knead dough. The air carries a smell of baking bread, and the smoke of hearth fires. It's a pre-industrial world. Sunrise is a call to action, for every able member of the household has their duties at daybreak. They might have to draw water, they might have to prepare food, or perhaps get an early start on craft work. But one rule was universal. Everyone had to do something. No slacking. And so by the time that the sun is fully over the horizon, the people of Uruk have already been busy for hours. They lay the foundation of the day's labor, and that is what we turn to next. So once these morning rituals and meals were all done, the men and women of Uruk turned to their labors. Work in this city is as varied as the society itself. Uruk's population is stratified and specialized, a hallmark of urban life. Many residents are farmers by background, yet they live inside the city walls and walk out to the surrounding fields each day. You certainly sleep a little better when you've got those walls surrounding you. Just after the dawn, groups of farm laborers pass through the city gate and into the broad belt of irrigated fields that encircle Uruk. These fields, fed by canals from the Euphrates, are lush with rows of barley and groves of date palms. Farmers use ox-drawn wooden plows called an ard to break the soil, and simple flint-bladed sickles to harvest grain when the season arrives. By 2900, the ard has made tilling more efficient than hand-digging. Teams of yoked oxen, guided by farmers, draw these plows through the rich earth, while other workers follow to drop in seeds. During the growing season, farmers spend their days weeding and channeling water into irrigation ditches. The labor is heavy, and it gets hot early, so these workers value the cool morning hours. It's much like how in the summer times, at least in Australia, you'll be tradesmen getting up long before the dawn, getting on site pretty much right when the dawn hits, and then finishing work around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, something like that. At least if they don't have to do overtime. In any case, thank you to all of those who labor in those professions, building the country quite literally. Well, as for the Sumerians, they'll take breaks in whatever shade they can find, perhaps under a palm or the shadow of a city wall, sipping from water jars, or enjoying a bit of bread. In fact, their rations are often provided as part of the work. Archaeological records from Uruk show that workers were compensated with allotments of barley, bread, and beer. A 5,000-year-old clay tablet from Uruk recalls the distribution of beer rations to laborers. The best evidence you can get the temple or city administration paid its workers in the staple drink of Mesopotamia. But don't get me too wrong, when we say beer, it wasn't the normal 4 to 5% alcohol content that we have in our modern day. It was much weaker, but certainly enough to kill any germs and bacteria lingering in the water. They didn't really understand it that way back then, but, well, they figured it out. All roads lead to Rome anyway. But within the city, there's other inhabitants, and they engage in crafts and trades. Uruk in this period is one of the most advanced craft production centers in the world. Potters turn clay on slow wheels to shape bowls and storage jars, and every household needs some of them. In the potter's quarter, kilns are fired each day, producing everything from coarse cooking pots to large clay vats. In another area, metal workers stoke their furnaces. The Bronze Age is just dawning at this time. Copper is the metal of choice, cast into axe heads, chisels, and sickles. A few smiths experiment with alloying tin with copper to create harder bronze. But tin is rare, and you've got to import that. Alongside the smiths, stone cutters chisel away at imported hard stones to make tools and sculptures. Carpenters, working with the limited wood available, craft doors, plows, and furniture. Many of these artisans work as part of institutional workshops. Textual and archaeological evidence suggests that Uruk's temples and government employ specialized workers to turn out goods for the city and for trade. And yes, trade was a thing. Certainly overland at this time, but still a thing, that's for sure. Now, weavers, for example, often women attached to the temple, spent their days spinning wool and weaving fine textiles in shaded courtyards. Uruk's textile production is quite considerable. The city's storerooms are filled with stacks of woolen garments and bolts of cloth that serve both as offerings but also valuable trade goods. A significant segment of the workforce is under the direct control of this temple economy. The great temples of Uruk, especially the Eanna complex of Inanna, own vast tracts of land, and with it vast herds of livestock. They function as economic hubs, too. Dozens of laborers work on temple estates, plowing temple fields, tending temple herds, milling grain, brewing beer, baking bread for temple offerings or for redistribution. Administrative clay tablets from Uruk, by the way, some of the earliest written records, reveal a complex rationing and payroll system. Scribes in the temple carefully record the grain harvests, the flocks, and the allotments of food to each worker. Through these meticulous records, we as modern historians have gained a pretty detailed glimpse of Uruk's economy and workforce, which of course makes videos like this possible without going too much into the territory of making things up. A little bit of creative license just within the historical sphere. I hope you don't mind too much. We do know, for instance, that carpenters, boat builders, leather workers, and other specialists were on the temple payroll, each receiving standard rations of barley or beer for their service. And literacy, that's a limited thing. Writing was pretty new. So these scribes, among the few who could read and write, hold important positions managing the city's labor and resources. A reader of one such tablet from Uruk might see entries accounting for a team of canal dredgers, or noting the assignment of 10 men to repair a temple wall, each worker receiving a daily quota of grain and beer for their work. But not all of this work is directed by large institutions. Many commoners are engaged in small-scale enterprise. For a potter, they might operate a family workshop. A brewer, too, often women, by the way, since brewing is a traditional female craft, might produce beer at home to sell in the neighborhood. Farmers' wives take garden vegetables or freshly churned butter to the market to trade for fish or pottery. And even the children contribute. A teenage boy might herd the family's goats outside the city, or help his father with carpentry, learning the trade, while a girl might assist her mother in weaving or go with her to the marketplace to sell cloth. And speaking of workers, there are those workers who do so not by their own choice. Slavery exists in Uruk, though it's not extremely widespread at this time. A wealthy household or temple might own a few slaves, typically prisoners of war or people sold for debt. They perform the heaviest menial tasks. These enslaved individuals are property, but Mesopotamian law affords them a few rights. For example, they can conduct limited business, and even in some cases save up money to buy their freedom, which I assume was a priority. The presence of slaves doing drudgery like grinding grain or hauling water allows free citizens to pursue skilled crafts or farming. But the vast majority of Uruk's labor force consists of those free people working their familiar lands or practicing their inherited trades. By late morning, the city hums with industry. The rhythmic tapping of a coppersmith's hammer echoes from one lane, while the smell of clay pots baking wafts from another. Workers often go to labor in groups, whether on a canal maintenance crew, or in a pottery workshop. You can imagine a camaraderie in the toil. In any case, as the sun climbs high, many workers pause by midday, seeking rest and refreshment, especially in the warmer months. And there's no strict hourly schedule either. Work follows the sun and the seasons. Around noon, crews take shelter in whatever shade they find, eat a simple midday meal of barley bread with onions or dried fish, and take long draughts of beer from ceramic jars. In these break times, you might hear a farmer humming a hymn to Ninurta, the god of farming. Or perhaps inside the walls you'd hear a craftsman regaling his apprentice with a light-hearted fable to pass the time, hopefully treating him kindly. Small moments of respite, sustaining the workers, until the worst heat abates, and the day's second shift of labor can finally continue. But this great prosperity of Uruk was not just based on craftsmanship and agriculture. They were also a center of trade and exchange. By the early Bronze Age, Uruk had become a bustling marketplace, drawing goods and traders from near and far. The city's location on the Euphrates River and its extensive canal network made it a natural hub for commerce. In fact, Uruk's trade connections extend far beyond its walls. Artifacts originating from Uruk have been found in regions as distant as Anatolia and Iran, indicating the wide scope of its commercial reach. In turn, merchants bring valuable resources from those far lands into the city. For example, cedar wood and hard diorite stone from distant mountains make their way into Uruk, along with other precious materials that Mesopotamian plains lack. These coveted imports, exotic woods, metals like copper, tin, stones, and semi-precious stones like lapis lazuli, just the quintessential Bronze Age collector's item, attest to an extensive long-distance trade network, enriching the city's economy. The heart of local trade is the marketplace. Each morning, as we saw, villagers and farmers stream in through Uruk's gates with goods to sell, and by mid-morning, open market squares near the city gates or temple precincts are well and truly alive with activity. Traders spread out their wares on reed mats. The aromas of fresh vegetables, baked bread, and livestock mingle in the warm air. Here, a fishing family from a riverside hamlet displays baskets of glistening fish on a bed of wet reeds, calling out their prices. There, an orchard keeper from a nearby village sells baskets of dates and figs harvested from his date palms. You can also find butchers offering cuts of goat or lamb, potters selling stacks of new bowls, and women hawking freshly brewed beer by the jug, if they had surplus of it. As in any vibrant marketplace, haggling is loud and constant. Buyers inspect goods carefully. A customer bites a silver ring to test its quality, or squeezes a melon to judge its ripeness, and then engage in bargaining banter with the seller until the price is agreed, often with a jest or curse thrown in for good measure. Now, long-distance merchants also operate in Uruk, dealing in high-value goods. Some are foreigners from distant lands, others are local entrepreneurs who have ventured abroad and returned with exotic cargo. These traders might organize donkey caravans to bring in raw materials from hundreds of miles away. A caravan from the northwest, for example, might arrive bearing timber logs and bags of rich red soil containing copper ores from the Taurus or Zagros mountains. Another group of merchant poles down river on a boat loaded with rare stones and metals acquired from the Far East. Well, they exchange these for Uruk's own exports. And excuse me, I'll just correct myself, from far to the east, not the Far East. That's going a little bit too much of a distance, I'm afraid. In any case, I continue. They exchange these for Uruk's own exports, surplus grain, woodland, textiles, simple jewelry, things like that, maybe even manufactured items like metal tools or ceramic vessels. Through barter, or sometimes weighted silver, these exchanges link Uruk into a wider world of commerce. And indeed, among the goods in Uruk's markets, one might see blue lapis lazuli stones originating from Far Eastern mines, or chunks of raw copper from Oman, or even small quantities of tin from an unknown source, all critical materials that Sumer does not naturally possess. Most day-to-day trade in Uruk is conducted through barter, since coined money does not yet exist. That would come a little later. So barley grain serves as a standard measure of value, and transactions are often reckoned in gur or sila, ancient volume units of grain. For larger deals, traders use silver by weight. Merchants carry small weighted pieces of silver, rings or perhaps ingots, and a balance scale to measure out equivalent value. A typical exchange might see a farmer trade a sack of barley for a new copper axe head forged by a smith, or a boatman barter a load of fish for a set of clay storage jars from a potter. Written contracts are rare for everyday trade, since few people can write. They would learn little by little after a while, and the literacy rate would continue, especially among the trading class. But important deals at this time may be overseen by a temple scribe, or sealed with personal cylinder seals on a clay token to record the agreement. Honesty is reinforced by religion and reputation. Traders invoke the gods as witnesses to their bargains, and know that cheating would bring shame and divine disfavor. So you better be good, don't rip anyone off. In any case, by midday the market would reach its peak, and slow down under that noon sun. Many vendors would close up shop for a time to have their midday meal or short rest. But still, commerce never truly stops in Uruk. Even during the hottest part of the afternoon, a late-arriving boat from downriver might be unloading fresh fish that must be sold immediately before they spoil. Or a dusty caravan from the west might clatter into the gate with donkeys laden with new goods. The merchants of Uruk are quick to gather, even in the heat if a rare commodity is to be had. In this way, trade in Uruk is a continuous thread. It's woven through daily life. It connects the city's inhabitants not only with each other, but with people and places far beyond the horizon. Of course, you can't have a Bronze Age life without religion. It permeates every aspect in Uruk, from the household's dawn devotions to the grand ceremonies at the temples. The city is famous for its devotion to the goddess Inanna, the patron deity of Uruk, as well as a host of other Sumerian gods. In the center of Uruk stand two great temple complexes. One is the Eanna district, dedicated to Inanna, a walled sanctuary containing multiple temples, shrines, and courtyards, all devoted to the great goddess. Not far from that, on a high terrace, towers the Anu district, with a white-walled temple atop a ziggurat mound that is dedicated to the sky god Anu. These sacred precincts dominate Uruk's skyline and are the focal points of its spiritual life. By 2900, the White Temple of Anu, which was built centuries earlier, still looms over the city, and the Eanna complex bustles daily with offerings and rituals for Inanna, the Queen of Heaven. Throughout the day, a multitude of priests, priestesses, and temple staff carry out rituals to honor the gods. At dawn, as we saw, households offer small prayers at home, but simultaneously in the great courtyard of Eanna, the high priestess or high priest of Inanna leads a more elaborate morning offering. And I certainly hope you don't hear that dog barking in the background. Sorry, but going off script, the next-door neighbor's dogs are, let's just say they're quite vocal. Not angry, I'm just frustrated. Anyway, we'll keep going. In the dim light of sunrise, temple clergy enter the sanctuary and awaken the goddess's cold statue with hymns and burning incense. They dress the wooden statue, which is gilded and bejeweled, and lay out a meal before it. Fresh bread, dates, beer, and fruit are all placed on the altar as nourishment for Inanna. While the deity partakes only spiritually, the food itself will later be shared among the temple personnel. This practice of feeding the god reflects the belief that the city's prosperity depends on keeping its patron deities well provided for and content. Only if the gods are satisfied with their meals and offerings will they bless Uruk with bountiful crops, safety, and success. But religious observance is not confined to grand temple rituals. It's in small everyday moments too. As the day goes on, individuals continually seek divine favor in the little ways. A farmer heading out to the fields might pause at the city gate to murmur a prayer to Utu, the sun god, for a good day's work, and perhaps a little bit of cloud cover. A fisherman casting his net in a canal utters a quick appeal to Enki for a plentiful catch. Merchants, before opening business, may stop by a tiny roadside shrine to burn a pinch of incense to Ningishzida. Ningishzida. Excuse me for my ancient Sumerian pronunciation. Another protective deity. This is Ningishzida. Well, all over Uruk there are minor shrines at street corners, and by gates where travelers and traders can offer a brief prayer for safe journeys or good fortune. In homes, too, family members say short blessings over meals or when undertaking important tasks like starting the weaving of a new cloth or laying the foundation of a house to invite divine favor. These humble devotions show how inseparable religion is from daily activities. To the people of Uruk, the unseen world of gods and spirits are ever present, and nearly every action can be sanctified by calling on a deity. Of course, the most visible aspects of religious life are the major ceremonies and festivals that take place at the temples. We do not know the exact festival calendar, at least not in 2900, or around then. Detailed liturgical texts come from later periods, but certainly Uruk holds seasonal celebrations where the whole community participates. For example, at the New Year, which would be the spring festival for them, the city likely honors Inanna's marriage to the god of vegetation, Dumudzu, to ensure fertility for the coming year. Such an event might involve a ritual procession carrying the goddess statue of Inanna, accompanied by musicians and chanters, to meet Dumudzu's representation, perhaps enacted by the king or a priest, a kind of ceremonial marriage rite. The famous Warka verse from Uruk, carved around 3000 BC, illustrates the kind of offerings and reverences given to Inanna. The bas relief bands show a line of nude men carrying baskets filled with grain, fruit, jars of drink, and leading sheep and goats, all bringing the bounty of the land to present to the goddess. In the top register, the goddess Inanna herself, or perhaps the high priestess, is depicted receiving these gifts, with symbols of her temple around her. This artifact provides a near-primary snapshot of Uruk's religious life, a ceremonial procession likely tied to a festival where the community offers up the first fruits of field and flock to a patron deity. Each day the temple follows a cycle of worship. After the morning services, there are midday and evening offerings. Lesser priests and priestesses perform the routine duties, burning incense at altars, leading smaller prayers, and ensuring the temple fires and lamps remain lit. The high priest or priestess oversees the important rituals and oracular questions. Worshippers come and go from the temple. Throughout the day, a lot of people leave. A lot of people show up, do the rites, and make do with whatever they need for the day. A mother might bring a small loaf of bread as an offering after a child recovers from an illness, or a fisherman might dedicate a clay fish figurine to Enki, in thanks for a good catch. The temple accepts the private offerings and often displays votive objects, small statuettes of worshippers carved in stone that people have donated as perpetual prayers on their behalf. It is common sight to see rows of such carved figurines with hands clasped, standing in the temple court, representing those who left them. Uruk's priesthood wields great influence. In this era, the city's secular ruler, the ensi, or governor, often also serves a priestly role, or is closely tied to the temple. The major decisions, whether to embark on a canal project or how to respond to a poor harvest, are always made in consultation with the gods. Priests interpret divine will through omens, examining the liver of a sacrificed sheep, observing unusual births, or interpreting dreams. Literacy and scholarship reside largely within the clergy class. They maintain libraries of clay tablets, on which hymns, prayers, and even simple medical recipes are recorded. The Eanna temple complex likely includes tablet rooms and schools where young novices, mostly sons of the elite, learn the arts of writing and ritual. The average citizen of Uruk, while illiterate, is deeply versed in the oral traditions of Sumerian religion. In the evenings at home, elders tell children stories of the gods and heroes, how Inanna tricked Enki to bring the sacred arts to Uruk, while the legendary king Gilgamesh built the city's mighty walls with divine aid, he himself reputed to be 2/3 divine. These tales used to reinforce the values and beliefs that the formal religion taught, that humans are co-workers with the gods, that kingship is divinely ordained, and that the city of Uruk itself is under the special protection of those in the sky. But despite Uruk's impressive public life, the busy marketplaces, the temples, the great walls, the foundation of a society is always the family. In this era, the basic unit of society is the extended family household. Multiple generations often lived under one roof, or at least within the same family compound. A typical family might include the father as the head of the household, his wife who manages many domestic affairs, their children, and possibly some aging grandparents. Other relatives can be part of the household too, an unmarried aunt perhaps, a widowed uncle, or a married son with his wife and a new baby, might all live together in the family home. Now, houses of the more prosperous sort might have had many rooms, 8 or more, to accommodate such large families, while poorer families had to make do in 2 or 3 rooms, or share courtyard space with relatives next door. Family in Uruk meant a close-knit cluster of kin who lived and worked together every day. The society of Uruk is patriarchal in structure, but is not without rights and roles for women. The father, or at least the eldest able male of the family, holds legal authority. He represents the household in the assembly of citizens, if such meets, and is responsible for the family's land, business dealings, and religious duties. However, women in Sumer enjoy relatively high status, at least for the ancient world. They can own property, they can run businesses, they can even serve as legal witnesses in contracts. Within the home, the wife or the mother has considerable authority as the manager of daily life, allocating tasks to children and servants, overseeing food stores and finances, and acting as the family's physician and educator in many cases. But still, the society is overwhelmingly patrilineal, and husbands and fathers have formal power. Marriages are typically arranged by the parents. A marriage is formalized by a written contract or at least an agreement sealed in front of witnesses, and it becomes official once the groom presents a bridal gift to the bride's father. Wives do not usually choose their husbands freely, but strong love and partnership can grow within the arranged union over time. It just depends who you end up with, I suppose. A husband can also divorce his wife on relatively slight grounds, such as failure to bear children or chronic quarrels. And if the first wife is barren, he is permitted to take a second to ensure an heir. Children are under absolute authority of their parents, and can even be disinherited, or believe it or not, sold into slavery in extreme circumstances of debt. Though such cases are rare, and seen as a family tragedy, of course. Would be selling your own children off to be slaves in some flint pit. My goodness. Well, in any case, life within the household is a constant collaboration. Men and women have different typical roles, but both are vital to the family's survival. You see, the men often handle the heavy agricultural work, manage dealings in the city assembly, and represent the family to outsiders. And the women, they run the home. They grind the grain, they bake the bread, they brew the beer, they spin the wool, they make the clothes, all essential daily labors. But they also raise the young children. The mothers teach daughters the skills they will need as future wives, cooking, weaving, fetching water, managing a pantry. And fathers teach sons how to farm or practice whatever craft is the family trade. Many a craftsman's workshop in Uruk is a familial enterprise, with father and sons working side by side. And so from a young age, the children shadow their parents in daily tasks. A boy of 5 might trot along after his father to the field, learning to tie the ox's yoke or clear irrigation canals. A girl of a similar age is already helping her mother grind flour or tending younger siblings. There is warmth and affection in these relationships. Parents cherish their offspring, and children, in turn, are taught to honor and obey their parents above all. As for disobedience, that is believed to invite not only parental wrath, but also the disapproval of the gods, for honoring one's father and mother is a sacred duty. Formal education in the sense of a school is rare. A few boys from affluent or scribal families might be sent to an eduba, that is a tablet house, to train as scribes under a learned master, but that is an exception. Most children just learn by apprenticeship within the family. And yes, there is also play of some sort. Excavations have uncovered toys like spinning tops and small figurines that could have been children's dolls. Siblings play games of catch or make toy chariots from little clay wheels and sticks. However, given the demands of life, childhood is pretty brief. By the time a girl reaches her early teens, she might already be married. And by the time the boy is a teenager, he's likely already doing a nearly full day in the fields or the workshop. Adolescents in Uruk undergo rites of passage, largely through their first work responsibilities, and for girls, of course, through marriage and motherhood. But then there is the extended family. They offer social safety and support. Family members pool labor and resources. An uncle might help plow his nephew's plot, or a grandmother watch the toddlers, while everyone else works. In a world without formal banks or state welfare, one's kin are the source of help in hard times. If a family member falls ill, relatives nurse them with home remedies. If a man dies, leaving a young widow, his brothers or parents absorb her and the children into their household. Family solidarity is the only way you survive. Feuds and splits within a family are a source of great sorrow, and of course, social stigma. But within the privacy of the home, family life has its moments of joy and leisure. In the evenings, after the day's work, families gather in their courtyard to share the evening meal and recount the day's events. Children sit around, listen to their parents' conversation, and interjecting with some youthful observations, no doubt. Storytelling is a key form of entertainment, and also moral education. A grandfather might tell the children fables, about clever foxes and foolish lions, each with a lesson embedded. A mother might sing a lullaby or recite a gentle prayer to Ningal as she rocks a baby to sleep. Though such stories and daily conversations are not recorded, we can certainly imagine that parents would impart the values of hard work, piety, and loyalty to kin. The home is truly the primary source of identity for Uruk's people. No matter what turmoil goes on in the streets or fields, within the brick walls of one's own house and the embrace of one's family, there's a sense of order and refuge. It is the familial haven that sustains individuals through life's challenges, after all. Well, Uruk's landscape was certainly a blend of deliberate planning but also organic growth. The major civic elements, the towering walls, the temple districts, principal canals, the thoroughfares, were laid out in a planned way, while the residential and commercial areas grew out irregularly around over the centuries. The results of this can be seen in Uruk's physical form by 2900. The city is encircled by a massive defensive wall of mud brick that, according to archaeological finds, ran about 9 kilometers in circumference and may have stood 12 to 15 meters high. Later legend attributes the building of Uruk's monumental wall to King Gilgamesh, and indeed, this fortification was likely constructed a few generations before his time during the early dynastic I period. Several gates pierce the wall, each serving as an entry point from a different road or direction. Through these gates flow the daily comings and goings of merchants, farmers, and travelers, all under the watch of guards and gatekeepers. But inside the walls, Uruk is divided into distinct districts. At the core of the city lie the high temple precincts of Eanna and Anu, and as noted, the Eanna district, also called the House of Heaven, is a walled sanctuary dedicated to Inanna. It contains multiple buildings and courtyards for workshops, storage, and ritual, all clustered around the main ziggurat and temple. The ziggurat, by the way, is a kind of tiered pyramid. I've made a full video on them. I think I've released it before this one. I should have. If not, you'll probably find it in the Bronze Age playlist. You should do. Well across the city, the Anu district sits on an elevated terrace, with the wide temple at its summit. These temple districts are set slightly apart from the residential neighborhoods. Eanna is even partially walled off, like a city within the city itself. Around them spreads the rest of Uruk, a patchwork of residential quarters, bazaars, and craft production areas. Without a modern grid, the layout of these areas appears maze-like. Houses cluster along unplanned lanes, and neighborhoods often take on the character of the dominant trade or craft practiced there. For example, one quarter of Uruk may be known for its potters, whose workshops and kilns occupy several adjacent courtyards, while another area might be for the metal workers, having the lingering scent of smelting fires in the air at all times. This informal grouping by profession means that as one walks through Uruk, the sights and sounds can change abruptly from one street to the next. Clay dust and pottery shards underfoot in one alley, the ringing of hammers on bronze in the next. The city's street networks range from broad avenues to warrens of tiny winding alleys. A couple of main processional roads traverse Uruk. One likely leads from a principal gate straight to the Eanna temple, serving as the route for religious processions and official traffic. These main streets are wide enough for carts or armies, and are kept relatively clear. But in contrast, most of the city is crisscrossed by narrow, twisting lanes and dead-end alleyways. Many of these are unplanned footpaths that simply evolved over generations as houses were built and rebuilt. There is a clear hierarchy, though, of thoroughfares. The wide public boulevards, Sumerians even had a term for these, by the way, it's suku, and the smaller cross streets called muhusu, and then the private cul-de-sacs within residential blocks. About 10% of the city's area is taken up by streets and alleys, the rest being solidly packed with buildings. None of the streets are paved. They're simply compacted earth, dusty in the dry season and muddy after the rare rains. Drains are primitive. Some major streets might have a shallow ditch or channel to carry away storm water, but in the heavy rain the lanes turn into rivulets until the water seeps into the soil. While the roads on land are important, Uruk's lifelines are its waterways. A network of canals flow into and throughout the city, making Uruk something of a Venice in the desert, as later scholars have quipped. These man-made canals connect Uruk directly to the Euphrates and to the surrounding agricultural hinterland. They function like liquid highways, allowing boats and barges to carry heavy loads of grain, clay, timber, and other bulk goods right into the city. Archaeologists have described Uruk's canal system as extensive and deeply integrated into the urban plan. One could in fact travel by boat to many points in Uruk more easily than by cart, a significant advantage in an era when wheeled vehicles are still rudimentary and pack animals can only carry so much. The canals also helped irrigate orchards and gardens within or at the edge of the city, ensuring even inner districts had access to water. But maintaining these waterways was an ongoing communal task. You had to dredge the silt, you had to repair the embankments, and it was often organized by the temple or city officials, employing many workers, especially at the start of irrigation season. Uruk's urban form also reflects its social and political structure. The city's very layout proclaims the priorities of its people. The prominent placement of temple districts, slightly off the geometric center, but effectively at the heart of activity. It shows that the religious institutions stand at the very core of civic life. The immense city wall speaks to collective organization and communal pride in protecting the city's inhabitants. Within the walls, near the gates, are often special marketplaces or cult sites, suggesting that certain industries or gods were associated with those entry points. Meanwhile, residential areas fill in the spaces in between, divided by clan or occupation, or simply just by happenstance. But like all Mesopotamian cities, Uruk has been built and rebuilt many times on the same spot. When a building collapses or burns, as mud brick structures do every few decades, new walls are erected up upon the old foundation. Over centuries, this continuous rebuilding gradually raises the ground level, creating a human-made mound composed of layers of earlier settlement. Kind of like the rings on a tree, I suppose. Well, by 2900, parts of Uruk are already sitting on substantial mounds of debris from the Uruk period centuries earlier. Construction of new houses on uneven remains means the final layout of lanes can shift slightly over time. An alley might become a covered passage if someone extends a wall, or a once straight street might acquire a jog where new houses encroach. This gives the residential quarters an irregular, almost organic design, though the overall structure of the city remains constant. Despite the seemingly chaos of the narrow, winding neighborhoods, there is evidence of planning, in the key facilities at least. There are public wells and cisterns at intervals for water. Open squares or courtyards function as community gathering spots or markets for the neighborhood. The city also includes broad areas of cultivated land just outside the walls, fields and date palm groves that belong to the city's farmers and temples. A network of roads and canals links Uruk to these lands, ensuring the daily flow of food into the city. And indeed, one might see herds of goats or sheep driven straight through the city gates each morning or evening, bleating and kicking up dust as they are brought between the grazing fields and urban pens. While in the Epic of Gilgamesh, the narrator praises Uruk by urging the reader to climb its wall and walk on its rampart, or to inspect the fine brickwork, examine its foundation terrace, boasting that the 7 sages themselves laid its foundations. It's a pretty prideful description, but it shows those few key elements: the strength of the foundations, the quality of construction, and the wisdom underlying the design. And indeed, Uruk became a template for urban culture in Mesopotamia, a mix of planned and organic features, spreading to other cities through influence and example. And so as the sun sets, the intense activity of the day gradually winds down. The city was full of clamor in the midday, but it now takes on a more gentler and leisurely pace. Families prepare for the evening meal, the main meal of the day, and communal life resumes within the household courtyards. By dusk, the household hearth is busy again. In a typical home, the mother, with help from daughters or daughters-in-law, cooks a substantial supper in a clay pot over the fire. A common evening dish is a hearty stew of lentils or beans, richly seasoned with garlic and leeks, maybe thickened with crushed barley. If the family is a bit better off or it's a special occasion, the stew might include pieces of mutton, goat, or fowl. Flat barley bread, baked earlier, serves as both a utensil and a side dish. Family members use pieces of bread to scoop up the stew from a shared bowl. There might also be a handful of wild greens or a skewer of roasted fish to accompany the porridge-like stew. But everyone sits together during the meal, often on reed mats or low stools, arranged in a circle in the courtyard. Children jostle for their favorite spots, and grandparents lean against the courtyard wall if they need some support. In the warmer months, the family prefers to eat outdoors under the open sky, where a cooling breeze may stir. In the chillier weather, they might retreat to an outdoor room with a small clay brazier for warmth while eating. Well, as darkness falls, the clay lamps are lit. Now, these lamps, simple shallow bowls filled with a sesame or linseed oil with a linen wick. The family, gathered and fed, spends the early part of the evening in relaxation and companionship. It's a treasured time after a long day of labor. Some residents even stop by a tavern to drink beer and relax with friends at a day's end. The alehouses are simple affairs, perhaps an open courtyard or back room where a woman brewer sells her latest batch from clay jars. Men sit around and gossip about the day, sip the thick, porridge-like beer through a communal vessel. The atmosphere is lively. Jokes and local gossip flow freely once work is done. And by the light of a couple of lamps, a group of friends might linger until the stars are bright, debating which farm had the best yield, or laughing over a well-worn, humorous tale. Not everyone goes out, though, of course. Much of Uruk's populace spends their evening at home. As the air cools after sunset, some people just sit with neighbors and chat. In any case, nighttime in Uruk brings a relative peace. Families tidy up their living spaces. Mothers might pre-soak grains for tomorrow's brewing, or finish a bit of weaving by lamplight. Fathers make a last round, checking that the goat pen is secured and the door is barred for the night. In the height of summer, many families even sleep on their flat rooftops to catch the night breeze. Neighbors sometimes murmur across the darkness, sharing a few last words under the canopy of brilliant stars and a rising moon. Before sleep, devout individuals might say a final prayer. A father might quietly invoke his personal protective deity, and if any family member is ill, this would be the time for incantations. A mother would recite a soft chant to Gula, the goddess of healing, over her ailing child, hoping to ward off evil spirits before the darkness fully falls. Nighttime is also associated with unseen dangers, roaming ghosts of the unburied, of mysterious Lilu demons that might slip through an open window. To defend against that, they hang protective amulets on the door, perhaps a tiny clay plaque depicting Pazuzu, a friendly demon who chases away the worst of the demons, or sprinkle a bit of salt at the threshold. Finally, one by one, the oil lamps go out, and that loud and busy city grows quiet. Only the distant howling of a dog, not the one at my neighbor's house, or the faint strains of a lullaby from a neighbor's roof break the silence. Inside their homes, people lie down to sleep on mats. Privacy is scarce. Many family members often share a single room, but the closeness is its own comfort. They curl up under woven wool blankets or linen sheets, and overhead, the night sky carries that moon. The Sumerians call it Nana, and it's a comfort to them as well, gleaming on top of that white temple in the distance. The guards, of course, stay at their posts on the city wall, spears in hand, keeping an ear open for any disturbance just in case. And within the protective circuit of Uruk's walls, thousands of citizens sleep in peace, trusting that their patron gods and goddesses will watch over them until the new dawn. And tomorrow, when it comes, they'll do it all again. Life in Uruk will begin anew, but carry on as it always does. A timeless cycle of a very monotonous and normal day. Daily life in Babylon. A mix of routines and traditions that might seem both familiar and also foreign to us. You see, on one hand, the ordinary people of Babylon rose with the sun, worked to feed their families, raise their children, and gathered to share meals. And those are certainly ordinary rhythms of life that we can all recognize. But on the other hand, they did so in a very different world, one of clay tablets and cuneiform script, and in the shadow of those towering Ziggurats, under the rule of powerful kings and ancient gods. And so today, we will explore the everyday experiences of the common Babylonian during the city's golden age under kings like Nebuchadnezzar II. We'll take a walk through the streets and homes of Babylon's citizens and peek into their work, leisure, family life. And we'll also see how law, religion, and culture shape that world. But before we go back in time, allow me to welcome you to the channel. Hello to any newcomers, and welcome back to anybody who's returning. I will begin with the customary acknowledgement that we are completely ad-free across the entire breadth of this channel, all the playlists, and that is because we are supported by the patrons and also the YouTube members, those who choose to donate from time to time, and also those who check out the merch store. So thank you very much to all the supporters. But if you can't afford to do that, then just enjoy the content. A great way to support us is just by liking, commenting, subscribing, because that helps push us out in the algorithm, and it really does help. So, with that being said, we won't harp on about all of that. Let's go back to Babylon first, shall we? And we can see what a normal day was like for a very normal Babylonian. We find ourselves not in the Bronze Age, but rather in the 6th century BCE. Babylon was at the glittering heart of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, and arguably the largest city in Mesopotamia, if not the world. And that's why we've chosen to put our exploration at this time, because this is the height of Babylonia. Well, ancient writers and modern archaeologists have marveled at its scale. By Nebuchadnezzar II's reign, that is from 604 to 562, Babylon's population is estimated to have exceeded 100,000 people. Now that's a colossal number for antiquity, running far beyond the 25,000 or so who lived there in the earlier times under Hammurabi. You know, the one who did the law codes and all that. Well, this dense urban center sat on the Euphrates River, whose life-giving waters flowed right through the city, dividing it into eastern and western halves. The river was both a trade highway and also a source of irrigation and drinking water, integrated so closely with the city that walls and quays lined the riverbanks and gates opened directly onto the water. Approaching Babylon, a visitor in antiquity might first be awed by its defenses. The city was encircled not by one but two massive walls of mud brick and baked brick. Classical accounts describe the outer wall as extremely thick and tall, so broad that chariots could supposedly race atop it side by side. While Herodotus's figures may be exaggerated, as he was prone to do, and then again people were certainly prone to romanticize Babylon's grandeur quite a bit, there's certainly no doubt that these walls were formidable engineering feats. Dozens of bronze gates pierced the fortifications, the most famous being the Ishtar Gate on the north side. Passing through Ishtar's Gate was an experience in itself, its deep blue glazed bricks adorned with striding bulls and dragons symbolizing the gods Adad and Marduk. This grand gate opened onto the processional way, a wide stone-paved street that ran through the city center. During New Year festivals, statues of the gods were paraded down this avenue, and on ordinary days it served as a main thoroughfare for carts, soldiers, and citizens on foot. But if you go inside the walls, Babylon was a bustling metropolis, laid out with a surprising degree of regularity. Major avenues ran straight across town, intersecting with smaller lanes that crisscrossed the residential districts. Unlike the tangible maze of streets in many old cities, Babylon's planners, perhaps following the ancient urban traditions, had imposed a grid-like order in parts of the city. The Euphrates River bisected Babylon, and numerous ferries and bridges connected the two halves. Herodotus mentions gates at each riverside street end, suggesting that people could descend to the river to fetch water or cross by boat. At peak hours, one can imagine a lively scene on the river, ferry barges shuttling passengers and goods, ferrymen casting nets, and children, of course, playing at the banks. The architecture of Babylon reflected both function and social life. Along the main avenues stood buildings such as temples and palaces, constructed with impressive baked brick masonry. The royal palace complex, that being Nebuchadnezzar's grand residence, loomed behind its own walls in the heart of the city. Meanwhile, ordinary houses filled the side streets. If one walked down a typical neighborhood lane, the view might be unremarkable at first. Mud brick walls lining both sides, interrupted by stout wooden doors. Windows facing the street were rare, and when we say windows, we just mean holes in the wall. Well, for privacy and security, that is. Most houses presented blank facades to outsiders. But stepping through a door would reveal the characteristic design of a Babylonian home. A central, open-air courtyard with rooms around it. Houses were often 1 or 2 stories tall, built of sun-dried mud brick, with wood used for doors, roof beams, and furnishings. In some wealthier quarters, houses of 3 or even 4 stories have said to have existed, a testament to the engineering skill of Babylon's builders, but also the congestion of a city that encouraged building upward. These multi-story homes would have been the exception. Most families likely lived in more modest, single-story dwellings. But within each home's courtyard, daily domestic life unfolded in view of the family's eyes and the open sky. The courtyard provided light, ventilation, and a workshop for tasks like grinding grain or weaving. It was here that children might play under the watch of elders, and household members would gather in the evening to cool off after the sun's heat had faded, perhaps under the awning or beside a water jar. Many houses even had their family tombs under the courtyard floor, generations of ancestors buried literally at the heart of the home. It was common to inter the dead in large clay jars or simple brick vaults beneath the house, and we know because we found plenty of them. Far from being morbid, though, don't get me wrong, this practice reflected a profound reverence for family continuity. The home was not just for the living, but also a resting place for forebears, keeping their memory and spirit close. Neighborhoods in Babylon often grew around kinship groups. Extended families lived nearby or even in adjacent homes, creating close-knit clusters of relatives. If a son married, his new household might be established just down the lane from his parents. Because of this, Babylonians rarely sold their family homes. The house might pass down through generations, carrying the legacy of one lineage. Property deeds on clay tablets show this continuity too, with homeowners proudly referencing their fathers and grandfathers who held the house before them. One consequence of this attachment to ancestral homes is that Babylon's residential districts had a degree of stability, the same families dwelling in one quarter for centuries. A stroll through such a neighborhood in Nebuchadnezzar's time might reveal a pleasant mix of consistency and change. Elderly grandparents sitting at a doorway who remembered the city under previous kings, children playing games with clay marbles, and young adults discussing news from the palace or the market. But despite the high-density urban environment, Babylon was not devoid of green or open areas. Here and there, small gardens or orchards existed, sometimes within wealthy estates or temple precincts. Date palms, figs, and pomegranates could be grown in irrigated plots, and there is evidence of household gardens providing vegetables or herbs. Of course, the most famous garden associated with Babylon is the legendary Hanging Gardens, reputedly a marvel of tiered greenery and flowing water, if you believe the stories. And if this garden truly existed in Babylon, which some scholars think it did, perhaps within the palace grounds, while others suspect it was later confused with gardens in Assyria, it would have been a royal showpiece, rather than part of ordinary life. Common citizens couldn't just rock up and stroll through the Hanging Gardens, but they might have heard tales of its lush terraces, or seen its verdant outline rising above the palace walls. Even if the Hanging Gardens were more myth than reality, Babylon's inhabitants certainly took pride in their city's beauty. The processional way, for example, was lined with carved stone reliefs and regularly maintained, giving citizens a grand path for religious processions and civic events. Babylon's status as a cosmopolitan capital also meant that its streets echoed with many languages. While the native populace spoke varieties of Akkadian, the Babylonian dialect in daily life, by the Neo-Babylonian period, Aramaic was also commonly heard. It had become a sort of lingua franca of the Near East. In markets and taverns, one could hear traders from far-off lands, Egyptians, Persians, people from across the empire and all beyond, all adding to the city's character. Among the residents were also communities of people bought as captives or migrants from conquered regions. For instance, after Babylonian armies under Nebuchadnezzar II conquered Judah in 587 BCE, thousands of Judeans, ancestors of today's Jews, were deported to Babylon. These Judean exiles settled in and around the city, some even forming their own villages, such as Judah Town, recorded on cuneiform tablets. Thus, walking through Babylon's streets, one might encounter a group of Judeans speaking their Hebrew dialect, or see them maintaining their own customs while trying to adapt to Babylonian life. The daily scene in the city would strike us as bustling and vibrant. Morning began early, with the Mesopotamian climate. Dawn and dusk were the coolest times, thus favored for work. As the sun rose, city gates opened, and villagers from the surrounding countryside began streaming in with farm produce, vegetables, jars of milk, baskets of dates, and caged chickens to sell in the market. Donkeys, laden with sacks of grain or bales of wool, clattered along, urged by shouting drivers. As noon approached, the heat would grow intense. Many Babylonians took a midday rest. Laborers sought shade, perhaps napping in the courtyards or under a tree if available. The wealthier might retreat indoors where thick mud-brick walls kept interiors relatively cool. And in the royal palace and temples, the work continued. Scribes in the palace chanceries and temple storehouses kept records even at midday, though they too might pause for a brief meal of bread, beer, and onions. But in the evenings, the city stirred back to activity when temperatures eased. Families gathered on their flat rooftops or courtyards to catch evening breezes and socialize. One could hear music drifting from the open windows, the strumming of lyres, or the reed melody of a flute as people relaxed. Street vendors might pass by with late-day snacks, perhaps grilling skewers of meat or selling cool drinks made from fermented barley. As dusk fell, lamplight began flickering in doorways and shrines. Babylon didn't have streetlights in a modern sense, of course, so travel after dark could be risky. Most people stayed close to home at night. Nonetheless, special occasions or festivals brought out crowds even after sunset, and the city's nightlife, in taverns or private parties, could be quite lively when circumstance permitted. And this was the stage upon which daily life played out. A dense urban environment of high walls, narrow lanes, and grand public monuments. Babylon was both a city of brick and mortar, and a community of people from walks of all life. All walks of life, rather. Excuse me. Well, with the city itself in mind, let's step a little closer to those people within it. See how Babylonian society was structured, and what family life looked like behind those courtyard walls. Of course, at the center of Babylonian daily life was the family. Society in Babylonia was strongly patriarchal and family-oriented, but within that framework, individuals enjoyed warmth, support, and, surprisingly, well-defined rights. A typical Babylonian household was an extended family unit, potentially including not just parents and children, but also grandparents, unmarried adult siblings, and other relatives. Living next door to one another or even under one roof, these kinship groups formed the basic building blocks of the community. The male head of the household, often the eldest father or grandfather, held legal authority over family affairs. However, Babylonian women also played an influential role within the home and beyond. More so, in fact, than women in many later classical societies like Greece. A Babylonian wife and mother managed many day-to-day matters of the household, supervising food preparation, the care of young children, and the work of any servants or slaves the family might own. Yeah, they had them too. Everyone did. Well, when I say everyone, I mean pretty much all societies. Well, women were not cloistered. They could go out to the market, to the temple, or to visit neighbors, and many worked outside the home in various capacities. Evidence from legal texts indicate that women could own property, initiate divorce, and even appear in court on their own behalf. For example, a Babylonian woman could inherit her father's estate as a daughter and pass on property to her own children. Some women even served as priestesses in temples, or as officials overseeing parts of temple workshops, which gave them economic clout, arguably the best kind of clout. There are records, too, of female tavern keepers, indicating women could engage in business. Running a beer house was a pretty common profession for women in Mesopotamia. Compared to many ancient cultures, Babylonian law and custom granted women a respectable status. Certainly not full equality, but definitely a recognized legal identity. From birth, children were cherished in Babylonian families. In a typical household, young children spent their days around their mother and other female relatives, learning language and basic skills by observation and play. Parents showed affection. A number of Mesopotamian lullabies have been discovered, indicating mothers sang to soothe infants. Childhood in Babylon likely involved informal play, with toys like clay dolls, rattles, miniature chariots that archaeologists have all found, and early training in household tasks. A boy might follow his father to the fields or workshop as soon as he could walk steadily, learning how to water a garden or shape a brick. A girl, similarly, would learn from her mother on how to grind grain or weave wool into yarn. Education for most children was practical and home-based. But for some, formal schooling was an option. You see, Babylon had a long tradition of scribal education. Boys, and possibly a few girls, though most scribes were male, from families of means or scribal lineage, might attend the Eduba, the scribal school. Here, under the tutelage of experienced scribes, they spent years mastering cuneiform, which is their writing system, and of course the Sumerian and Akkadian languages of literature and law. Now, this was a demanding education. It required students to memorize hundreds of wedge-shaped signs and practice by copying lists of words and classic texts. A student's day in Babylonian schools might start early with the recitation of lessons. They sat on the ground or benches with clay tablets on their laps, a reed stylus in hand. The teacher, often called school father, would assign lines from proverbs or model contracts to be written, and then check the results, not hesitating to use the cane on a lazy or sloppy pupil. And indeed, some surviving student tablets are complaints about the teacher's harshness. Apparently they would be quite liberal with the whip. But literacy was a rare and valuable skill, so a successful education opened the door to respected careers as scribes in the royal administration, temple bureaucracy, or even private businesses. But this path was for a minority. The average Babylonian child did not attend formal school, but learned the family trade and skills needed for adult life. And then there came marriage. That was the central event in Babylonian family life, typically arranged by families when the individuals were young, teens most likely, though exact ages varied. Marriages were formalized by contracts recorded on clay tablets. These survive in large numbers, revealing the typical terms. The groom's family would pay a bride price to the bride's family, compensation and the sign of a union's legitimacy. And the bride would bring a dowry of goods or property to the new household. The marriage contract often included clauses regarding what would happen if the marriage came to an end. For example, how the dowry would be handled in case of divorce, indicating that, well, divorce, while not common, was permissible. And if a marriage was childless, that could be grounds for the husband to take a second wife or a concubine, but this was, once again, relatively rare. Monogamy was the norm. One fascinating, though likely outdated custom of marriage that Herodotus describes is the marriage auction. According to him, in old Babylonian villages, they would annually gather all marriageable young women and basically auction them off to bachelors. The beautiful girls fetched higher prices, of course, while the plain-looking girls were essentially paid for with that money as dowries, so that every woman found a husband. Herodotus presents it as a wise custom, ensuring all women married with some economic balance. He adds that by his time, the 5th century BC, this practice had fallen out of use. Modern historians are skeptical, though, if this auction ever truly happened as described. It may be a traveler's tale, but it reflects the idea that marriages were community affairs, arranged openly, rather than romantic elopements. In any case, once married, a woman entered her husband's household, but she did not become a powerless figure. As mentioned, she could own property, and she had rights under the law. In the Babylonian law codes, for example, the earlier Code of Hammurabi, whose principles were still known in later eras, there are numerous provisions protecting wives and mothers. For example, if a husband divorced his wife without cause, he had to return her dowry and pay compensation. Wives could initiate divorce in cases of cruelty or neglect, although they may have to forfeit the dowry in that case, so, The bond between husband and wife was ideally one of mutual duty. The husband provided a home and income. The wife managed the household and bore children. Of course, children were the desired outcome of marriage, and fertility was a major concern. If a couple struggled to conceive, they might resort to prayers and offerings to fertility deities, such as Nanaya or Tammuz, or the husband might take a second wife or a concubine as a childbearer with the first wife's consent. The second wife would have lower status, though. An alternative seen in documents was adoption. Childless couples sometimes adopted a child, often from within the extended family, to be their heir and care for them in old age. In fact, adoption contracts are a common record in Babylonian archives. They formally establish the adoptee's rights and obligations. For instance, an adoption tablet might say the adoptee, quote, shall be son and heir, and if he does not honor the father and mother, he shall be disinherited. Pretty clear rules. Conversely, the parents would agree to rear the child properly and fulfill their obligations. And this shows that beyond blood ties, Babylonian families could be formed by legal and emotional bonds of adoption, demonstrating an element of compassion and social stability. Daily routines within a household followed a rhythm shaped by practical needs in the natural environment. At dawn, as the father and the older sons departed to fields or workshops, or to the city gates if they had business outside the city, the mother and daughters began the day's domestic work. The first task was often to grind barley or wheat into flour using a grinding stone, a laborious chore usually done by women or servant girls. This flour would be the day's bread. Baking was done in simple clay ovens or hearths in the courtyard. Flatbreads could be slapped onto the hot interior walls of a tanur oven, or dough could be baked in shallow pans. Alongside bread, a typical breakfast for a Babylonian family might consist of beer. Yes, beer in the morning, although not strong like our normal beer. It might have been like 0.5%, this sort of thing, but it was still a staple nourishment. Well, perhaps it would be diluted too and sipped. and some dates or boiled porridge too would be the standard fare. Children might have a bowl of milk or yogurt if the family kept goats. After the morning meal, the household split into its various duties. Women took charge of textile work, spinning wool into yarn, dyeing it, and weaving. The clack of the loom was a common sound in any home, as making cloth for clothing was an ongoing task. Women also tended any garden the family had, watering vegetable plots or fruit trees. Fetching water was vital. Not all houses had wells, so water had to be brought from communal wells to the river. Women typically carried big water jars on their heads or shoulders, making trips as needed. Laundry was done by scrubbing clothes in tubs or at the riverside and laying them to dry in the sun. Inside the home, one might find a few pieces of furniture, beds or cots, perhaps a low table or two, and reed mats to sit on. The floors were usually packed earth swept clean. The wealthier homes could have brick or plaster floors. The walls might be plastered or even whitewashed to reduce dust and brighten the interior. Decorations were minimal, but they could include wall niches for lamps or small figurines of gods. Every house likely had a small shrine or altar to household gods or protective spirits, where a lamp or incense might be lit daily. Babylonians also took personal cleanliness seriously, living as they did in a hot climate. If the Babylonian family could afford it, they would have oil for things like soaps and lotions. Now, as for bathing, that was done with water in basins, an outdoor bath in the courtyard, or a quick rinse at the river, things like that. Interestingly, Herodotus observed a custom that after a man and wife had intercourse, they would both wash and anoint themselves with incense before resuming any daily activity. This suggests there were notions of ritual or hygienic purity related to intimate parts of life. Also, there's evidence that menstruating women followed certain purity practices, like staying apart or refraining from temple visits during that time. Common in many ancient cultures, by the way. Well, when the men of the household returned from their work, be it farming, soldiering, craft labor, whatever it was, the family would reconvene for the main meal. Dinner in a Babylonian home might be a stew of lentils or beans flavored with garlic and leeks, eaten by scooping it out with the flatbread. If they were a little bit better off financially, there could be some mutton or goat meat in the stew, or even roasted fish from the river, along with onions and cucumbers. Beer, of course, was the usual drink for adults, served in large ceramic jugs, which family members might drink with long straws to filter out solids, since the Babylonian beer was unfiltered and porridge-like. Even children drank a form of beer, though possibly very diluted. Water alone was not always safe, and beer offered a nourishing, mildly fermented alternative. Another beverage was date wine, a sweet alcoholic drink from fermented date palm sap, which some families made. For dessert, if such a word applies, they had dates, figs, or a treat of honey if available. Now, here's one aspect of the Babylonian household that stands out, and that's the presence of slaves and servants in some families. Slavery existed in Babylon, but it was not quite the mass chattel slavery of later Roman times. A family of means might have one or two slaves, perhaps a girl purchased to help with domestic tasks or a man captured in war, now working as a field hand. These slaves were considered property, but they did have a few rights under the law. For example, killing someone else's slave was an offense requiring compensation to the owner. Slaves could also eventually buy their freedom or be freed by their masters, especially if they were debt slaves. people who had sold themselves due to unpaid debts. As noted earlier, slavery was often temporary in Babylon, a way to work off a debt over some years. Additionally, children of slaves might not remain slaves. If a male slave married a free woman, their children were always free. And this meant that over generations, many slave families merged into the free population. Daily life for a slave in a household was full of drudgery, but slaves lived alongside their masters, often ate the same basic food, and, well, in some cases were regarded almost like family members, especially if born and raised in the house. Babylonian society in the Neo-Babylonian period was stratified, but also somewhat fluid. There was a clear hierarchy with the king and royal family at the top, followed by an elite class of priests and high officials, and below them the general free population, and below them the slaves. Yet within this hierarchy, individuals could and did move up or down based on fortune, merit, and sometimes misfortune. We mentioned those debt slaves. Well, that's one of the misfortunes. The Babylonian terms for social classes certainly show how they viewed their society. A cuneiform tablet from the Old Babylonian period, with the concept still applied later, might characterize people as Awilum, Mushkenum, and Wardum. Now let's start with the Awilum, literally man or gentleman, a free person with full citizen rights, often a property owner. These were the upper and middle class of Babylon, landowners, merchants, master craftsmen, and officials. An Awilum was ideally independent, not beholden to a superior except the state. In practice, many Awilum were wealthy families who owned fields or urban houses and could afford to hire labor or buy slaves. If you were an Awilum in Babylon, you had access to the courts and legal protections. For example, the law would impose heavier penalties on anyone who harmed you unjustly, as opposed to if you were a lower status. Now next is the Mushkenum, often translated as commoner, sometimes dependent. Well, they were also free, but typically of lower socioeconomic status than an Awilum. The Mushkenum may not have owned land. They might rent property or work on lands owned by the king or temple. They could be craftspeople, laborers, small traders. Mushkenum, though, were not slaves. They had legal rights and could marry, own movable property, etc. But they possibly paid less taxes, and interestingly, some laws showed that they received different compensation for injuries. For instance, in older Babylonian law, if a wealthy man, an Awilum, put out another Awilum's eye, his own eye would be put out. The famous eye for an eye principle, quite literally. But if he put out the eye of a commoner, Mushkenum, the punishment was a fine of silver. This suggests the law valued the commoner's well-being monetarily, rather than exacting equal physical punishment. One might see this as a class-conscious form of justice. It provided restitution in a way that actually benefited the injured commoner. Money could be more useful than the perpetrator's suffering. And then there were the Wardum, the slave class. As discussed, slaves could be born into slavery or become slaves due to debt or war captivity. Although slaves were property, Babylonian slaves had some protections. A master who killed his slave could be prosecuted, and if a slave was severely abused or maimed by an owner, the law might compel the owner to set them free. This is attested in earlier law codes. Slaves could own a small personal stash of goods called a slave's peculium, and they also could enter into contracts on their master's behalf. In daily life, slaves in Babylon did all manner of work: domestic service, agricultural labor, and even skilled trades if they were trained for it. Some temple complexes employed many slaves to work in the fields and workshops. And it's telling that Babylonian records often list slaves by name alongside their work assignments, acknowledging their role in the economy. Also, a slave who earned favor might be formally adopted by his master as a son, which sounds extraordinary, but it did occur, and it of course granted the slave freedom and inheritance rights thereafter. And so between free and slave, there was also a category of semi-free laborers tied to institutions. For example, temple serfs, in Akkadian shirku, were individuals who were not enslaved, but owed labor to the temple as a kind of hereditary duty. The Yale tablets from Uruk's Eanna temple, at the time of Nebuchadnezzar I, revealed that these temple dependents could rise to significant administrative positions while still technically bound to temple service. They could marry and live normal lives, but were obliged to work for the temple a certain number of days, or certain tasks. If they ran away to avoid this duty, the temple might send agents to retrieve them, though often at some cost which the temple would weigh against the loss of their labor. Well, despite all these class distinctions, Babylon was not a rigid class system. It was possible for a commoner to become wealthy through trade, or for a slave to become free and join the ranks of the commoners. Marriages could occur between classes. The boundaries were mostly economic. Now, the professions in Babylon were numerous and often inherited within families, so let's consider some typical figures that we might encounter in daily life. The farmer being first. Although Babylon was a great urban center, much of its subsistence came from the countryside. Many residents of the city actually worked fields just outside the walls or in nearby villages. A farmer in Babylon's environs could rise with the sun and tend his plot of barley or wheat, and they relied on that canal network to irrigate crops. Digging and maintaining irrigation canals was a constant concern. In the off-season, farmers might be conscripted to help dredge silt from the major canals. These farmers might own their land, or they might work land that belonged to the temple or king and pay a share of it as produce, share of the produce as rent or tax. Well, alongside farming, raising livestock was important. The Babylonian economy was heavily based on sheep and goats, things like wool, meat, milk, and then of course cattle as well for hides and also draft power. Tens of thousands of sheep grazed in the countryside around Babylon. However, since the immediate surroundings of the city were intensely farmed or inhabited, large flocks were often kept a bit further out, in the drier steppe regions to the north or south, watched over by nomadic or semi-nomadic shepherds. These shepherds would drive their flocks to seasonal pastures and then deliver wool or animals as required to the city's authorities or merchants. The Babylonian herdsman's life was more rustic, sleeping under the stars, protecting the flock from wolves, in contrast to the densely packed urban life. Nonetheless, the fruits of their labor were felt in town when great wool-plucking season came on. Babylonian texts mention that each spring, as the sheep naturally shed their winter coats, teams of workers plucked the wool, combing and collecting it, rather than shearing it with scissors. It was a massive task, of course. The wool would then be washed, sorted, and stored in warehouses. Nebuchadnezzar actually had a wool house to hold these piles of fleece. Many of those shepherds and shearers likely came into Babylon during this season, swelling the city's population temporarily and contributing to a festival-like bustle as raw wool changed hands, deals were made, and the temple or royal officials tallied the yield. Next will be the craftsmen and artisans. Babylon's streets were alive with crafts. Potters spun clay on their wheels, producing everything from simple jugs and bowls for household use to large storage jars and elegant fineware. They worked near their kilns, often situated at the city's edge due to smoke and fire hazard. Metalsmiths and bronze workers hammered out tools, weapons, and luxury goods like jewelry for those who could afford it. Bronze was the metal of choice for many items. Iron was known and used for some tools and weapons by this period, but bronze making remained widespread. And there were also gold and silversmiths, usually employed by temples or wealthy patrons to craft ritual objects, jewelry, and inlay for furniture. Their delicate work might take place in small workshops off the main market, and their products could end up adorning the statues of gods or the persons of rich Babylonians. Carpenters and woodworkers were valued since Mesopotamia had limited wood. They used imported cedar from Lebanon or local date palm wood to make doors, chests, and roof beams. So one might see a carpenter planing a beam in front of his shop, or assembling a ceremonial chair inlaid with shell and stone for a temple. Then there were the leather workers. They turned animal hides into sandals, belts, water skins, and even military equipment. Meanwhile, the brickmakers and construction workers were always busy. Babylon was famously under almost constant construction or repair, especially during Nebuchadnezzar's reign, when huge projects like the rebuilding of temples and fortifications were undertaken. These laborers would mix clay, straw, and water to form mud bricks, baking some in kilns for extra strength. Many such workers were hired labor or conscripted for state projects, working in gangs and supervised by foremen. Next we have the merchants and the traders. Babylon's advantageous position and imperial reach made it a hub of international trade. In the markets one could find goods that had traveled great distances, like lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, cedar wood from the Levant, gold from Egypt or Nubia, and spices from as far as India. Babylonian merchants often specialized. Some were grain merchants, others dealt in textiles, others in precious metals. These merchants might have been among the wealthiest commoners. They operated by caravan or riverboat, and one can imagine a Babylonian merchant setting out with a caravan of donkeys loaded with woven cloth and jars of date syrup, heading west to trade in a Levantine port, and returning months later with copper ingots and rare timber. Some merchants worked closely with the palace or temples, effectively acting as agents in long-distance trade or managing large estates. The House of Egibi is a famous example, an entrepreneurial family in Babylon whose records spanning the 6th century BCE show them lending money, renting lands, and trading goods. The Egibi family became like bankers, demonstrating that private enterprise thrived under imperial stability. Next we have scribes and officials. In an advanced urban society, bureaucracy was a fact of life. Babylon's scribes were the literate class who kept it all running smoothly. There were government scribes, working in the royal administration, keeping tax records, drafting letters, and issuing decrees. There were temple scribes, managing the considerable assets of the temple estates, and recording offerings and rituals. And then there were private scribes, who hired out their skills. For example, a merchant might pay a scribe to write a letter or inventory. Scribes also doubled as scholars. They were the ones who copied literary texts, like the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Enuma Elish creation epic, onto library tablets and studied omens and stars. An average day for a city scribe might involve sitting cross-legged on a floor mat in an office, a damp clay tablet on a board in front of him, stylus in hand, carefully impressing lines of cuneiform. Scribal life could be quite comfortable. It was less physically demanding than manual labor, and carried prestige with it. Yet it required intense training and precision. Mistakes in record-keeping could anger a superior or a god. Scribes often wore a fringed garment that signified their status and carried a stylus as a badge of office tucked behind the ear. They formed a sort of intellectual class, of many of whom kept the lore of mathematics, astronomy, and literature alive. And of course, thank God we have them, because if we didn't, well, this video would be a lot more based on speculation. Now next we have the priests and priestesses. Religion permeated daily life in Babylon as much as anywhere else, as serving the gods was a full-time occupation for many. The city's main deity was Marduk, and his high priest was a powerful figure who interacted with the king. But beyond the high priest, there were many cult personnel. They performed the daily rituals in the temples. Every morning, afternoon, and evening they tended the statues of the gods, feeding them with offerings of food and drink, dressing them in fine clothes and jewelry, and performing prayers. A typical priest's day might start before dawn, purifying himself with water and donning white linen garments, then entering the temple's holy sanctuary to awaken the god's statue with a hymn. Priests were also scholars in many cases, knowledgeable in hymns, incantations, and the interpretation of omens. Some even specialized as diviners, while others were exorcists, called upon to perform rituals to cure sickness or rid a household of spirits. There were also priestesses, some of high rank, especially in the service of goddesses like Ishtar. These women might have roles in music and song during temple ceremonies, or manage the temple's property. One notable group were the Naditu priestesses of Marduk's father god Enlil. These were usually women from noble families who were dedicated to celibate temple service. On festival days, priests and priestesses would lead processions, carrying sacred objects, singing and playing drums and lyres as the populace lined the streets to watch the grandeur. So let's talk about the everyday diet of the Babylonian people, shall we? Well, bread and beer, often called the staff of life in Mesopotamia, were truly the staples. In fact, one Mesopotamian myth, the Epic of Gilgamesh, you might have heard of it, uses the act of eating bread and drinking beer as the defining transition from wild animal-like existence to civilized human life. In the story, the wild man Enkidu is introduced to human food. The quote goes like this: Enkidu ate the bread until he was sated. He drank the beer, 7 jugs, and his heart grew light, his face glowed, and he sang with joy. Only after consuming those does Enkidu become fully human, ready to join society. But barley was the primary grain in Babylonia. Wheat was also grown, but less commonly. Barley was hardy in the hot, saline soils, and could be used to make bread, porridge, and beer. Beer, to the Babylonians, was a nourishing, mild alcoholic beverage, quite different to modern clear beers. In fact, really, if you saw it, you'd hardly even call it beer at all. It was unfiltered, meaning it retained suspended barley solids, giving it a porridge-like consistency. It was often cloudy and sipped with straws to avoid the grain husk sediment. But this thick brew was high in nutrients, a good source of plant proteins and B vitamins, and, of course, safer to drink than raw water. Then there were the date palms. They were another cornerstone of the diet. Date trees thrived in irrigated orchards around Babylon. The sweet dates were often eaten fresh in season and dried for storage. They provided a critical source of sugar and calories. Often dates were pressed into date syrup, a kind of molasses-like sweetener, or fermented into date wines. Vegetables and legumes were commonly grown in family gardens or small plots along canals. Onions and garlic were immensely popular, both for flavor and their hardiness and storage. Meat was less central in daily meals for common folk, but it wasn't absent. Fish from the Euphrates and canals provided a more accessible protein. Milk came from goats and cows. Fresh milk would spoil quickly, you see, so it was often processed into yogurt, butter, and a type of cheese. Butter, likely more like ghee or clarified butter in that climate, was a luxury fat for cooking. More common was sesame oil. When Babylonians wanted a more extravagant meal, they had a few options. The cuisine, as hinted by ancient recipes on tablets, could be quite complex. They made rich stews with multiple ingredients. For instance, a stew might include lamb, beets, herbs, thickened with barley cakes, essentially a hearty soup. Roasted fowl was enjoyed by those who could get it. Ducks and geese frequented the marshes near the Euphrates, and we know pigeon or dove cotes existed. So a well-off household table might at a feast feature roast duck with a pomegranate glaze, flatbreads with cheese and garlic spread, spiced lentil soup, and date cakes with honey for dessert. Now, Babylonians, like anyone, had to deal with the lean times as well. Crop failures or sieges could cause famine. And one Babylonian chronicle describes how during a siege earlier in the Assyrian period, people in a starved city resorted to eating their own children. An extreme and rare horror, but it shows the desperation of famine. Now, we've covered beer and date wine as the main drinks, but water was drunk, of course. But because the river and canal water could be contaminated, people often stored water in large jugs to let sediment settle, or boiled it when making gruel or brewing beer. In a Babylonian home, people used to sit on the floor, and on raw mats, or reed mats rather, or low cushions, around a communal bowl or table spread. They used their right hand to pick up food, as the left hand was considered less clean, a custom that persists in many cultures. Spoons and knives existed, bronze or bone spoons for soups or porridges, knives to carve meat. But eating with hands and bread was a lot more common. At formal banquets, like those the king might host, we hear of more lavish arrangements. Couches for reclining and plenty of wine, music and skilled serving staff. The Bible's Book of Daniel, albeit a semi-legendary account, gives an image of a Babylonian royal feast, with wine goblets and many guests, which, even if exaggerated, reflects that the elite did enjoy opulent dining and partying, sometimes even to the point of drunken excess. But of course, in diet, Babylonians did have some awareness of health. They rinsed foods, knew how to avoid rotten grain, and combinations of foods were at times chosen for medicinal value. For instance, consuming garlic for its health benefits or brewing certain herbs into teas for stomach reliefs. When someone fell ill, dietary adjustments were part of treatments. Etc. You'd feed the sick person broth, or they would avoid certain foods to avoid aggravating illnesses. Overall, though, the nutritional profile of the Mesopotamian diet was strong. Grain for carbs, legumes for protein, vegetables and fruits for vitamins, and enough variety that, barring disasters, people had the basics needed for a healthy life. The common sight of well-fed Babylonians with a beer belly might even have existed, as copious beer and carbs would certainly do that. Now, Babylon's inhabitants, like any people, certainly expressed their identity and status through clothing and grooming. For men, the basic garment was a tunic or kilt-like wraparound skirt. Common men often wore a simple wrap of cloth around their waist reaching the knees, especially if working in the fields, something like a loincloth or kilt. In the city, a knee or ankle-length tunic with short sleeves was common, made either of wool or linen. Over this they might drape a shawl or cloak, especially in cooler weather, or for more formal dress. Mesopotamian men of the upper class sometimes wore elaborate fringed shawls wrapped around the body in a kind of toga-like fashion. One interesting note: the Greeks sometimes remarked on foreign dress. Herodotus describes Babylonian men wearing a linen tunic, woolen overrobe, and white cloak, along with long hair and perfumed ointment on their hair. Men typically kept their hair moderately long and their beards well groomed. The famous images of Assyrian kings, with long squared beards in tightly curled locks, indicate a fashion that likely continued in Babylon, which had a shared culture with Assyria. A Babylonian gentleman might oil his hair and beard and use a curling iron, or have a barber curl and trim it into an orderly style. In the hot sun, headwear is of course useful. Workers would wrap a cloth or turban around their head to keep cool and absorb sweat. Straw hats might have been used as well, though depictions are scant. The elite might wear fancy headbands, or even a conical cap. And we know from texts that veils were worn by respectable women as a sign of modesty and status. In fact, one Babylonian law prohibited prostitutes or slaves from veiling, reserving the veiling for free married women. And speaking of women, the typical dress was a long dress, often one-shouldered or with wide sleeves that reached the ankles. It could be a simple tube of fabric or a more tailored gown tied with a sash at the waist. Like men, women also used shawls or wraps. A common style was a long robe that could be drawn over the head like a hood if needed, or draped around the shoulders. And Babylonians loved jewelry too, when they could afford it, that is. Both men and women wore seal stones on cords or chains around the neck or wrist. These cylinder seals or stamp seals were carved with one's personal design, with practical tools for signing documents. But they were also often beautiful, made from gemstones like carnelian or lapis. Cosmetics and grooming products were also used by Babylonian women, and to some extent the men too. They had black eyeliner called kohl, made from antimony or lead sulfide, which they applied to darken the eyelids and lashes. The same practice, well known in ancient Egypt. Eyes outlined with kohl, and that is Kohl, by the way, were considered beautiful and also thought to reduce glare from the sun. Footwear varied by activity. Often within the house or in good weather people went barefoot, but outdoors on hot sand or rough streets they wore sandals. Sandals were typically simple leather soles tied to the foot with leather thongs, and we found remains of such sandals and also references to them in texts. To the Babylonians, looking presentable was not just vanity, it had social and religious significance. Cleanliness was close to godliness in a literal sense, and one can certainly imagine a Babylonian couple on a festival day. The man wears a freshly laundered tunic and a new wool mantle with tasseled fringe, his beard trimmed and oiled, a bronze dagger at his belt for show. The woman wears her dyed red robe with a woven pattern at the hem, a light veil over her elaborately braided hair, kohl around her eyes making them dramatic, and her best jewelry, maybe copper earrings and a necklace with a carved carnelian pendant of the goddess Ishtar's symbol. They strolled down the processional way with their children, who were also scrubbed clean and dressed in miniature versions of adult clothes. The little girl with her hair in pigtails tied by colored yarn, and the boy in a proud new tunic that he will soon outgrow. Scenes like that lend a bit of color and vibrancy to Babylon's streets during holidays. Well, religion in Babylon was not a separate sphere of life. The Babylonians were devoutly polytheistic, worshipping a vast pantheon of gods, where at the apex stood Marduk, the patron god of Babylon, often called Bel or Lord. Babylon's rise to imperial power had been accompanied with the elevation of Marduk to the king of gods, a status celebrated annually at the New Year festival. For the average Babylonian, daily religious practice might begin at home. Blessings and omens were also constantly sought, though. As one left the house, it wouldn't be unusual to whisper a quick plea to Shamash, the sun, as he climbed up in the sky. But before that, you'd find many households maintaining a small shrine or altar, perhaps in the corner of the main room or in the courtyard, where they'd seek a few more simple blessings. A family typically venerated a personal deity, a sort of guardian god who watched over them. This could be, for example, a minor form of Marduk or another god that the family felt close to. So each morning the head of the household might pour a libation to the household gods, or burn a bit of incense, or something, leave some food, something like that. But really, the main part of religious life was the temple, and the temples of Babylon were among the most important sites in the city. There were many temples too. Esagila, the great temple of Marduk near the Ziggurat, Etemenanki, and the temple of Ishtar, the temple of Nabu at nearby Borsippa, also held shrines at Babylon, and others for Ninurta, Gula, Adad, etc. Scattered through the districts, you'd find all sorts of temples for different gods and goddesses. Once again, polytheism. These temples were not just religious centers, but also economic powerhouses. They owned lands, employed people, distributed charity. But focusing on the religious aspect, each day in the major temples, rituals were conducted largely behind closed doors by the clergy. The gold statue of a god, a wooden figure overlaid with gold and dressed in fine clothes, was housed at the innermost sanctuary where only priests could enter. Common people did not witness the inner rituals, but they could participate in the temple in other ways. Visiting the temple to pray or make a vow was quite common. For instance, a woman hoping to conceive a child might go to Ishtar's temple, bring a small offering, and praying to the goddess of fertility. A merchant embarking on a journey might visit Nabu's shrine and pledge that if he returns safely and profitably, he will donate a portion of his earnings, or perhaps fund a new silver lamp for the temple. Festivals were, of course, the high points of communal life. The greatest was the Akitu, or the New Year festival held at spring equinox. Babylon's New Year festival was a dramatic public spectacle, lasting 12 days. People got a holiday from work to partake in it too. Key elements included processions, where the statues of the major gods, Marduk, Nabu, Ishtar, were brought out of their temples and paraded through the streets and along the processional way. Well, besides Akitu, there were other festivals. Each deity had feast days. For example, Ishtar's celebrations might involve ceremonial reenactments of her myths, music, and dance. There's also evidence that at a temple of Ishtar, sacred marriage rites were performed during some festivals, possibly a ritual where a priestess and the king spent a night together in the temple to ensure fertility for the land. Whether this was a physical ritual or symbolic is debated, but it shows how religion, sexuality, and kingship intersected. Now, on a more everyday level, superstition and magic were certainly around. Babylonians wore amulets to ward off evil. A common fear was demons, and not the demons in the later Christian sense of devils opposed to the gods, but rather malevolent or mischievous spirits that could cause disease or misfortune if not kept at bay. The famous demon, Lamashtu, was thought to prey on infants and pregnant women. So, to counter her, families hung amulets of the demon Pazuzu over cradles, a kind of protective demon who was the enemy to Lamashtu. But once again, within that same demonic classification. Parents would recite lullabies that doubled as prayers to the moon god Sin to watch over their sleeping children at night. And if someone fell gravely ill, a healer, often the exorcist priest, the Ashipu, would come to perform rituals, which involved recitations to drive out the demon of illness and the burning of pungent herbs to cleanse the air. But they also had practical medicine, using plants, minerals, salves, but it was always accompanied by incantations. In any case, we should note how religion also intersected with education and science. Scribes who studied astronomy did so initially to improve the accuracy of omens and calendars for worship. The astronomical diaries, compiled by Babylonian scholars, in short served as a religious need, as they constituted a remarkable scientific record. So a priest astronomer might spend his night on a ziggurat platform mapping stars, but then by day he would advise the temple on when to schedule the next feast or how to appease the gods if, well, something bad appeared in the sky. Creation myths of the ancient world. They're as interesting as they are varied. In one ancient story, the world's born from the corpse of a defeated dragon. In another, the first humans spring from the tears of a lonely god. Elsewhere, you'll find a cosmic egg hatching the universe, and a divine mother and father torn apart by their own children to let light flood in. The earnest beliefs of our ancestors, the creation stories of our world. Almost every ancient culture asked the ultimate question: how did it all begin? And each answered in its own imaginative way. And so today, we're going to take a tour of the world's oldest civilizations. We're going to explore how these diverse peoples of antiquity envisioned the dawn of creation. From Mesopotamia to the islands of the Pacific, and of course the Nile Valley and the mountains of Mesoamerica, we'll uncover a few obscure and fascinating stories that were held very earnestly by the first humans. It's a glimpse into ancient humanity's first attempts to explain existence, by turns profound, poignant, even sometimes a little bit playful. So before we begin, allow me to welcome you to the channel. I'm excited for this one. It's been a while since I've done a bit of a general folklore overview and mythology overview, but here we are doing one. Now let me say hello to any newcomers. Hello, good to see you. And I'll remind you as well, as we do, as a way to thank the patrons at the start of these videos, that everything is ad-free due to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who check out the merch store, and those who give the occasional donation on Super Thanks and the PayPal link. All of them are provided in the pinned comment and video and channel description. But short of that, do us a solid by liking, commenting, subscribing and hyping the video and telling your friends about us, our ad-free sanctuary here on this ad-laden platform. Believe me, we're getting just as sick of it as you are. In any case, with all that out of the way, let's begin our exploration into the creation stories of the ancient world. Enjoy. Of course, the first stop is Mesopotamia, that cradle of civilization, and fittingly, home to some of the oldest recorded creation myths. The Mesopotamians imagined creation as emerging out of the primordial waters and chaos, and that is a theme that echoes in many cultures. Now, according to the Babylonians, in the beginning there was only a formless, watery abyss. The saltwater goddess Tiamat and the freshwater god Apsu mingled their waters together in the darkness before anything existed. From their union, the first gods were born in the depths. This tale is dramatically told in the Enuma Elish, a Babylonian epic dating to the 2nd millennium BCE, so we're talking 4,000 years ago. As the younger gods proliferated, their rowdy energy disturbed the primeval calm. The noise angered Apsu, who resolved to destroy his offspring. But before he could, the god Enki, wise and resourceful, cast a spell on Apsu and slew him, building the first abode of gods on Apsu's submerged body. Problem is, Tiamat, the great mother dragon of chaos, rose in wrath to avenge her consort. She spawned an army of monsters and snarling deities to wage war against her own children. All seemed to be doomed, until a champion appeared. Marduk, the storm god of Babylon. In a celestial battle for the ages, Marduk confronted Tiamat amid the roiling waters of chaos. The epic describes winds and storms whipping Tiamat's waters into a fury as the two powers clashed. Finally, Marduk hurled his mighty net and snared the dragon. With an arrow shot and club in hand, he split the monstrous Tiamat in two. In triumph, Marduk uses Tiamat's vast carcass to form the world. Half of her he stretches out to become the arched sky like a canopy. The other half he presses down to shape the earth. Her flowing blood and spit turn into rivers. Later traditions say the Tigris and Euphrates themselves were sprang from the slain dragon's eyes or tears. But with chaos subdued, Marduk then organized the cosmos. He set the stars and planets in the heavens, established the calendar and seasons, and allotted duties to the other gods. But there was one task that remained: the creation of human beings. But then there's a question too: why would the gods even bother creating us? Well, in the Mesopotamian view, it was almost a matter of housekeeping. The other gods were weary of working. They had to tend the earth, dig irrigation canals, provide food. So Marduk proposed to fashion a lesser being to take over this toil. From the remnants of Tiamat's defeated forces, he chose Kingu, a rebellious god who had led Tiamat's army. Kingu was executed, and from his blood, Marduk formed the first human beings, mixing divine blood with clay from the earth. Humans, thus, were born from a god's blood and the earth's clay, a mix of divine essence and humble earth. And our purpose was explicitly to labor and worship so that the gods could finally get some rest. And it's a strikingly pragmatic, if rather cynical, view of humanity's origin. In the Babylonian mind, we exist primarily to take the drudgery off the gods' backs, and to keep them fed with offerings. I suppose it's better than nothing. There's worse jobs out there. The Babylonian creation epic is dramatic and pretty grand, but it builds on older Mesopotamian ideas. The Sumerians, who preceded the Babylonians, also envisioned a watery beginning. In Sumerian myth, before anything was, there was only the primeval sea, a goddess called Namu, and from Namu's infinite waters emerged the cosmic mountain that separated into heaven and earth. The sky god, An, and the earth goddess, Ki. The first heaven and earth were one tightly joined mass, but their son, the air god, Enlil eventually split them apart, lifting the sky away from the earth and creating space for the world as we now know it. This separation of heaven and earth is a common motive in many creation stories. You'll find that as we go on. Once the basic structure of the world is established, the Sumerian tales say that Enlil and other gods continued the work of creation, bringing forth plants, animals, and finally, us, people. One Sumerian text gives a pretty touching account of human creation. The gods, exhausted from their labors, crafted humans from clay. This was Enki and Ninma's duty. They mixed clay with the blood of a sacrificed lesser god, a pretty obvious parallel to the later Babylonian Kingu story, and shaped the first humans from that. Each god contributed something to these new beings, whether it be life, strength, or purpose. And when the humans came alive, the delighted deities had a celebratory feast. In one myth, Enki even gets drunk at this banquet and good-naturedly competes with Ninmar in shaping a series of humorous, malformed humans to see what destinies he can give them. A rare, light-hearted episode in creation lore that also shows that humans were imperfect from the start. Well, Mesopotamian creation stories, whether Sumerian or Babylonian, they certainly have key themes. Did you catch them? The first is creation out of watery chaos, the gods engaged in cosmic conflict or labor, and humans fashioned from clay to serve the divine needs. Now, these stories are among the oldest written accounts that we have. They were recorded on cuneiform tablets, dating back nearly 4,000 years, and they influence many later traditions. For example, elements of the Babylonian creation myth, the division of the primordial waters, light emerging after chaos, the formation of humans from clay. They show intriguing parallels in the biblical book of Genesis and other Near Eastern myths. But for now, let's leave Mesopotamia. And we travel now to ancient Egypt, where the landscape itself, the yearly flooding Nile and vast desert beyond, shaped a very different vision of creation. The Egyptians too imagined an initial dark water, a chaos called Nun, which existed before the world. But in the Egyptian thought, creation was less about violent conflict and more about emergence and illumination. They believed that out of the endless dark waters of Nu, the first thing to appear was a small hillock of earth, a primordial mound. This idea likely comes from observing the Nile's floods. Each year when the flood waters recede, little mounds of fertile silt appear, enabling new life to grow. So the Egyptians projected this cycle back to the very start of time. In the beginning, a mound of land rose from the cosmic sea. So upon this mound stood the first god, often identified as Atum, sometimes called Ra-Atum. Atum was self-created, a lonely, powerful force arising from chaos. In the Heliopolitan, that's Heliopolis, the priesthood of Heliopolis, rather. Atum is both the creator and the initial substance of creation. He is said to have created himself, an idea almost paradoxical. Atum's name even literally means the complete one or all in one, implying he contained all things potentially. The Egyptians told how Atum, finding himself alone on the primeval hill in the void, decided to make companions. But without any partner, how could he do that? Well, in a realistically frank bit of Egyptian symbolism, Atum creates life, new from his own body. Some temple texts delicately say he proceeded to sneeze out or spit out the first divine pair, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. Less delicate versions suggest that Atum masturbated, and from his seed produced Shu and Tefnut. The myths do play with the idea that Atum's hand was like a female counterpart, since in Egyptian the word for hand is feminine. However, it was achieved by a sneeze or a spit or something more sensual. It doesn't really matter. Atum succeeded in producing these two children, representing air and humidity, the first elements of a livable world. Shu and Tefnut ventured away into the dark, limitless waters that still surround the little mound, and Atum was filled with anxiety at the loss of his offspring in the void. Eventually, Shu and Tefnut returned safely, carrying with them the first light and order. In relief and joy, Atum shed tears. And, well, that's where his tears fell upon the fertile earth, and lo and behold, human beings sprang up. And yes, in Egyptian account, humanity is born from the tears of the Creator's joy. And how poetic that our origin comes from divine emotion. And in fact, there's actually a linguistic pun here too. The Egyptian word for people, remet, was thought to be related to the word for tears, remi. So humans were quite literally the tears of God. This gentle image is worlds apart from Marduk mixing blood and clay in Babylon, that's for sure. The Egyptian view cast human life as a kind of happy accident of divine love. We emerge inadvertently when the Creator felt deep affection for his lost and found children. With the family of Shu, air, and Tefnut, moisture, in place, the cosmos could further unfold. Shu and Tefnut gave birth to Geb, the earth god, and Nut, the sky goddess. But unlike the Mesopotamian heaven and earth that started fused together, here Geb and Nut embraced each other in a lover's clinch, leaving no gap for life or light. Their father, Shu, air that is, had to step in and forcibly separate them. He lifted his daughter Nut up and apart from Geb, raising her high to form the sky arching above, while pressing Geb down below as the earth. Egyptian art often shows Shu standing on Geb and holding up Nut, who is arched above, her body painted with stars. In this way, the Egyptians explained why the sky is high above and the earth below, and why they are forever yearning. Nut and Geb are lovers eternally kept apart, and Nut's rain is the tears falling back down on her beloved earth. But Egyptian religion was not monolithic. In different cities they had their own creation accounts. While Heliopolis favored Atum and his lineage, the city of Memphis exalted Ptah, the creator god who brought the world into being through thought and word. In the Memphite theology, Ptah is said to have conceived the world in his mind, or his heart in Egyptian terms, and then spoken words with his tongue to make it real. And this is a remarkable early instance of creation by divine speech, a kind of let there be light moment, and that concept certainly appears in these Egyptian ideas as well. Ptah spoke the names of all things, and thus they came forth, from the gods down to the tiniest details of nature. This intellectual, almost abstract creation of stories portrays Ptah as a cosmic craftsman, even a divine philosopher, shaping the reality through power of the spoken word. Then there's another version from Hermopolis that spoke of Ogdoad, 8 primordial deities in male and female pairs, each pair representing aspects of the chaos before creation: darkness, infinity, water, the hidden things. The interplay of these forces caused a great egg to form in the chaotic waters, and from this cosmic egg the sun god Ra, or sometimes Thoth, was born, bringing light to the universe. In yet another poetic image, some Egyptian texts say a beautiful blue lotus flower emerged from the dark flooded dawn of the first day, when its petals opened. The young sun god was revealed seated at its golden heart, illuminating everything. Every sunrise in Egypt was thus a reenactment of the very first sunrise, the moment when light overcame primordial darkness. And so we see Egypt's pretty special, and definitely different to Mesopotamia. A tapestry of creation imagery, a lonely god on a primeval mound, the first twins born by sneeze or seed, the sky and earth dramatically pulled apart, and humans arising from divine tears. Rather than one authoritative version, the Egyptians had multiple creation narratives, and each emphasized a different truth. Plurality that reflects how the ancient Egyptians saw the world, that it was complex, multi-layered, and full of symbolism. But common to all was the sense that before our ordered world, there was a dark, endless ocean, and that creation was the emergence of Mart, order, light, and life, out of Isfet, the chaos and darkness. Now, we really should just quickly, before moving further afield, note the Hebrew book of Genesis. Now, I know it's not really obscure, and we're trying to look at the more obscure ones today, but the Genesis account stands in a kind of contrast to its Mesopotamian neighbors. It was written down in the first millennium BC, drawing on older oral or written traditions, likely well after myths like Enuma and Elish, but it offers a more monotheistic view. One God, sovereign, unchallenged, creates the entire world by his will alone. In Genesis, quote, "The earth was formless and void, the darkness was upon the face of the deep," a scene not unlike the primeval chaos of the other Near Eastern stories. God's spirit moves over the waters, and then with a series of spoken commands, order emerges. Let there be light, and there was light. Over 6 days, the single deity separates light from dark, sky from sea, land from water, and populates the world with plants, stars, animals, and finally humans, made in his image. But there's no epic battle. There's no slain dragons, body used for construction material. The tone is really serene and authoritative. But scholars have long noticed echoes of older regional ideals. The separation of waters above and below, which is day 2 of creation, parallels the splitting of Tiamat's waters, and the sequence of... I've lost where I'm reading. Oh, here I am. And the sequence of forming and filling the world is a neat and non-violent reworking of themes that were found in earlier Mesopotamian tradition. Even the idea of resting on the 7th day harks back to the Mesopotamian concern that gods needed rest from labor too. Except here, God delegates the work to humans as stewards rather than menial servants. The Genesis story's enduring power lies in its simplicity but also moral clarity, but it emerged in dialogue with the more chaotic, polytheistic myths surrounding it. So as we continue our journey, keep in mind how cultures often shared motives. The watery chaos, the separation of sky and earth, things like that, the humans made from clay. And notice how it does reappear with unique twists in each society. So with that, let's head to another ancient culture. We find ourselves in ancient Anatolia in modern Turkey. And here we encounter the Hittites and the Hurrians, cultures of the 2nd millennium BCE, and their strikingly obscure but fascinating creation myths. These myths were recorded on clay tablets in cuneiform, only rediscovered and deciphered in the 20th century, so of course they remain far less famous than Babylon or Genesis. Yet they hold some astonishing stories of cosmic succession, even a bit of family drama. One myth, often called kingship in heaven, or the Kumarbi cycle, comes from the Hurrians, and it was adopted into the Hittite repertoire. It opens in a time when heaven and earth were not yet clearly separated realms, but they were ruled by different gods. There was a lineage of gods fighting for supremacy, however. The first ruler of heaven is Alalu, an ancient god, who sits on the throne for 9 long years. But Allahu gets overthrown by his cupbearer, Anu, a name borrowed from Mesopotamian tradition. Anu is essentially the sky. After 9 years of rule, Anu in turn is attacked by a younger challenger, the ambitious god Kumarbi. In a dramatic confrontation, Kumarbi actually bites off and swallows Anu's genitals. Pretty shocking detail, thus seizing power, but also inadvertently swallowing the seed of future gods that will gestate within him. Anu flees upward, presumably becoming the distant sky beyond reach. But he leaves Kumarbi with a parting prophecy, and that is that the gods that he has ingested will be his undoing. Well, sure enough, Kumarbi becomes pregnant, and yes, a male god pregnant through ingestion. I know. It is the current year. Well, he's pregnant with several deities, including the storm god Teshub. But when the time comes, Kumarbi tries to prevent the birth of his enemy child. In one version, he spits out some of the seed, which gives rise to other beings like the river Tigris. But ultimately, Teshub is born and hidden away. Later, grown to strength, Teshub challenges Kumarbi and defeats him, taking over kingship of heaven and earth. This Hittite Hurrian tale is essentially a creation story in the sense of establishing the current world order of gods. It resonates strongly with later Greek mythology. Kumarbi's overthrow of Anu parallels Kronos overthrowing Uranus, with the castration and all. And Teshub's triumph over Kumarbi mirrors Zeus overthrowing Kronos. Now it's quite likely that these are not coincidences. The myths may share a distant Indo-European heritage, or have cross-pollinated through the Near East. The Hittite text even described the birth of a stone giant called Ulikumi that Kumarbi raises to battle Teshub, an episode that has echoes in other mythologies of monsters challenging sky gods. While these Anatolian myths focus on gods and divine kinship more than creation of land or humans, they do explain how the world passed through primordial ages of gods before the present order, and they evoke a sense that creation is an ongoing story of struggle and succession, a divine drama. Now, interestingly, one Hittite fragment called the Song of Emergence hints at an older creation moment. In this work, the earth and the sky are said to have been once together and unseparated by a god, possibly the sun god or storm god, had to cut through and create the division. But unfortunately, those tablets that we have are incomplete. But it does align with the widespread motive of separating heaven and earth to form the world. We also find references to the sea being personified. The Hittites, by the way, had a sea dragon myth where the storm god battles the serpent Uliyanka, not unlike Babylon's Marduk, this as a Tiamat, though in the Hittite version the dragon is subdued by cunning rather than its raw power. Well, the obscurity of these Hittite myths means that they're not well known outside scholarly circles, but they do demonstrate how different cultures can independently cook up very similar cosmic stories or familial conflict, violent creativity, and renewal. Or when we later hear about the Greek Kronos swallowing his children, or the Norse Odin slaying a primeval giant, remember the Hittites and Hurrians, because they told comparable tales long before the stories reached the Mediterranean or the North. Well, let's look at ancient Greece now, because it offers one of the best known creation accounts in the Western world, and that is thanks largely to the poet Hesiod, who wrote around the 7th and 8th century BCE, composing the Theogony. Now, basically, the Theogony is a genealogy of the Greek gods, but it starts at the very beginning of everything, and thus it serves as a kind of cosmogony, a cosmos origin story. The tone is quite matter-of-fact but poetic, and it mixes grand abstractions with earthly personifications. Hesiod declares, "First of all, chaos came into being." Now that initial chaos is not exactly a sentient god, but rather a yawning gap or void, an emptiness, which has lots of potential. After chaos, Hesiod said, came Gaia, the broad-bosomed earth, who arose as a firm foundation of the world. Then Tartarus, the misty dark pit far below, and Eros, the primal force of love and attraction, came into existence. It is pretty interesting that one of the first powers in Greece envisioned was Eros, signifying that love or the creative impulse was fundamental in driving creation forward, by causing entities to come together and procreate. From chaos also came dim entities like Erebus, darkness, and Nyx, night. But Gaia, that is Earth herself, without any partner, gave birth to Uranus, the starry sky, as well as mountains and the sea. Uranus became both Gaia's son, and in true mythic fashion, her husband, arching over her and fertilizing her with rain. Gaia and Uranus then produced a brood of powerful children, the first generation of Titans, the giant Cyclops, and the 100-armed monsters. But here the story darkens. Uranus hated some of his offspring, the monstrous ones that is, and in one version he stuffed them back into Gaia's womb, or at least kept them trapped deep in the earth. Mother Earth writhed in pain at this, and she plotted with her Titan son Kronos to overthrow Uranus. Kronos lay in wait, and armed with a sharp sickle provided by Gaia, ambushed his father Uranus, cutting off his genitals and flinging them away. Uranus was understandably recoiling in agony, and as he was doing this, the sky and the earth separated. This violent act finally created a clear space between heaven and earth. In Greek terms, that was the cosmological moment when the world as we knew it took shape. The ever-present embrace of Gaia and Uranus was broken, and the sky was pushed up and far away. From Uranus's spilled blood and severed flesh, incidentally, came further creations. The Furies, some giants, and from the sea foam that surrounded the discarded genitals arose Aphrodite, the goddess of love, according to one famous poetic account. So even in brutality, the Greeks found room for beauty. Aphrodite emerging from sea foam is an iconic image of the birth from violence. emblematic of how chaotic beginnings can produce harmonious outcomes. And so, with Uranus dethroned, Kronos and the Titans ruled the cosmos. But the cycle continued. Kronos feared a prophecy that he too would be overthrown by his own child. So each time his wife, the Titaness Rhea, bore a baby, Kronos swallowed the infant whole to prevent it growing up and challenging him. Here is that swallowing motive again, if you didn't notice it. Rhea eventually tricked Kronos by hiding her youngest, Zeus, and giving Kronos a stone wrapped like a baby to gulp down instead. So Zeus grew up in secret, and then led a rebellion. The famous Titanomachy, or the War against the Titans. After a cataclysmic battle, where Zeus unleashed thunder and lightning, and the Titans hurled mountains, Zeus and his Olympian siblings triumphed. The Titans were cast into Tartarus below, and Zeus became the king of the new order of gods. At this point, the world itself, earth, sky, sea, was already in place. But the difference is now it had a stable, divine governance. In Greek myth, unlike some others, the physical creation of the world was somewhat glossed over. The earth and sky came into being almost automatically after chaos, and much of the tale focuses on who is in charge, rather than how mountains or rivers were made. However, some early Greeks had alternative ideas too. There were Orphic traditions that claimed that the beginning had a cosmic egg laid in darkness by a primeval entity, sometimes Kronos, lord of time. The egg split apart to form heaven and earth, and out of it hatched Phanes, or Protogonos, a shining androgynous deity who created all life. But Greek mythology also touches on the creation of humans, though in a much more fragmentary and morally tinged way. One well-known story is that of Prometheus fashioning humans out of clay, again with the clay motif. So much clay. Well, fashions humans out of clay, of course, and Athena breathes life into them. Humans in Greek thought were not made to serve the gods in quite the same direct way as in Mesopotamian thought, but we were certainly seen as weaker and at the mercy of divine whims. The myth of Pandora addresses why life is hard. The first woman, Pandora, unwittingly releases all the sorrows and evils into the world by opening a forbidden jar, leaving only hope inside once she snapped the lid shut again. Now this is more of an etiology of suffering than a creation tale, but it ties into the idea that the age of pristine beings gave way to the toil and troubles of the present, with the current king Zeus at the helm, and humans having to make do in this flawed world. The Greek creation stories, with their dramatic family feuds, have become a part of global culture through literature and art. But hearing them alongside less familiar myths, we certainly see a few patterns. The void or chaos, the earth mother, the sky father, separation, shapes of the world, succession of gods. Yeah, there's a fair few. And the clay again. So much clay. But what sets the Greeks apart is perhaps the anthropomorphic vividness of their gods. The dramas play out almost like a family saga, and later philosophers like Plato and others would actually critique or reinterpret these myths in search of a more abstract creator. Yet for all their uniqueness, the Greek tales are just one colorful thread in a much larger tapestry. Well, now let's go up to the very far north, the realm of the old Vikings and their ancestors. And they got a creation story which is both grand in scale but eerily beautiful in its bleakness. The Norse myth of creation, preserved in texts like the prose Edda of Snorri Sturluson, 13th century CE, and the allusions of the older poetic Edda poems, begins not with water this time, but with an abyss of yawning emptiness called Ginnungagap. To the north of this abyss lay Niflheim, a realm of ice, mist, intense cold. To the south lay Muspelheim, a realm of fire and unbearable heat. Probably want to live somewhere in the middle, right? Well, in the beginning these two extreme realms edged closer within the void, until the sparks and flames of Muspelheim began to melt the icy rime of Niflheim that crept into Ginnungagap. Drops of water formed and quickened in the temperate middle of the gap. From this interplay of fire and ice, that is where life began. And the first being to emerge was a primeval giant named Ymir. Ymir was a hermaphroditic giant. The myths use the term frost giant or Jotun for these primal creatures. And as he slept, new life sprang from his body. From the sweat of his armpits and the crook of his legs, other giants were born, an alarming image of spontaneous generation. Alongside Ymir, the melting frost produced a cow, a divine one at that, Audumla, whose milk Ymir drank to sustain himself. Audumla, in turn, found sustenance by licking the salty ice blocks. As she licked the ice over days, something began to emerge from within it. First hair, then a head, and then an entire figure. This was Buri, the first god, freed from the ice by the cow's tongue. And Buri had a son, too, named Bor, either by himself or by a giantess wife. The lore is a little unclear. And Bor married a daughter of Ymir's lineage. From this union came 3 gods, who would become the progenitors of the Norse pantheon: Odin and his brothers Vili and Ve. Now, everything was all set up for a violent act of creation. The young gods, led by Odin, saw the enormous primeval giant Ymir as a threat, and they decided to kill him. A ferocious battle ensued, and indeed Odin and his brothers managed to kill Ymir. And when Ymir fell, such a flood of blood gushed out from his giant body that it drowned almost all of the frost giants. Once again, another little flood story, an echo of the cosmic flood, where Ymir's body is like the deluge that ends the primordial age. Only one giant, Bergelmir, survived by climbing onto a rudimentary boat or a hollow tree trunk with his wife, thus allowing the giants' race to continue. Another curious parallel, In any case, with Ymir dead, Odin and his brothers set about creating the world out of Ymir's vast corpse. The idea of making the world from the body of a primordial being is taken from the world parent myth motive, and we saw a version in Babylon with Tiamat, but here it's Ymir's body that is repurposed. The Norse sources describe it quite explicitly. Ymir's flesh became the earth. They spread it out as soil and land. His blood became oceans and waters. They let his blood flow, and it became the seas encircling the world. His great bones turned into mountains and crags, and his teeth and broken bones, perhaps into rocks and pebbles. The gods then took Ymir's skull, enormous, dome-like, and raised it up to become the sky above. To prop it at 4 corners, they placed the 4 dwarves, north, south, east, and west, as their names in later sources, like cosmic pillars holding up the sky skull in place. Ymir's brain they scattered into the sky as well, and it became the clouds, fleeting and grey. In some tellings, the god's necks took sparks that were still flying out of Muspelheim, the world of fire, and set them into the inside of the skull-capped sky as stars to light the darkness, and thus the heavens were adorned. So we now have earth, sea, and sky. But where are the people? Well, they're not around quite yet. So the Norse myth continues that Odin and his brothers were walking along the newly made shore one day and found 2 driftwood logs washed up. From these pieces of wood, they decided to craft humanity. One brother gave the logs shape and turned them into a man and a woman. Another gave them Oder, which can mean spirit or mental faculties, kind of like a soul or consciousness. And the third gave them La, which is breath or life. The first man they named Ask. Ash is possibly the type of wood. And the first woman, Embla, possibly elm. With life and mind bestowed, Ask and Embla became the progenitors of the human race, who would live in Midgard, the middle realm fashioned as a safe dwelling place for humanity protected by gods. And so the Norse creation story is a dramatic interplay of elemental opposites, fire and ice, and filled with grim yet creative imagery. A giant sacrifice or murder gives substance to the world, and even a humble cow plays a key role in releasing the first god. But it also carries a sense of preordained doom and cycles, since, in Norse belief, the world that was made from Ymir would not last forever. They foresaw a cataclysm, Ragnarok, where the world would be destroyed and eventually reborn anew. And in that sense, creation was not a one-time event, but rather part of an eternal rhythm. The Norse tale, like the others, shares motives with distant cultures. The cosmic body becoming the landscape, the primal sacrifice, the flood, almost a more macabre version this time, and the crafting of humans from mundane materials, not clay this time but wood. Now, despite the harsh climate that inspired it, the Norse myth has a deep imagination to it, and one can almost feel the freezing mist and see the sparks of stars flicker in that new sky. It was a story likely told around fires on long winter nights, reminding the Norse who they were and what the world was around them. Everything from the mountains and clouds connected to an ancient, mythical past. Well, let's turn now to South Asia. The ancient Indian tradition offers multiple creation accounts. Now, the oldest of these are found in the Vedas, the ancient Sanskrit hymns composed around 1500 to 1200 BCE. Oh, excuse me, yawning away. It's been a long video. You'll have to excuse me for that. Now, one remarkable hymn from the Rig Veda, often called the Nasadiya Sukta, or the Hymn of Creation, stands out for a profoundly philosophical tone. Rather than telling a concrete story with characters, it engages in a series of meditative questions about the origin of the universe. So I may as well just read it, right? So this is from the Rig Veda, Mandala 10, Hymn 129. There was neither non-existence nor existence then. There was no realm of air, no sky beyond it. What covered it? Where was it? In whose keeping? Was there water bottomlessly deep? There was darkness hidden in darkness at first. All this was only unlimited water. That one which came to be, enclosed in nothing, arose at last, born of the bower of heat. In the beginning desire descended on it. That was the primal seed born of the mind. But, after all, who knows? And who can say whence it all came, and how creation happened? The gods themselves came afterwards, with the creation of this universe. Who then knows whence it has arisen? Perhaps it formed itself. Perhaps it did not. The one who looks down on it, in the highest heaven, only he knows. Or perhaps even he does not know. Well, that's the end of the hymn right there. And don't you think that's pretty extraordinary? It's really leaves it open for interpretation. As suggested in the beginning, there was neither existence nor non-existence, a kind of abstract nothingness or unity. From an initial state of absolute mystery, somehow that one arose, propelled by an intense inner heat, and by kama, that is, desire or creative urge. Well, it explicitly states that gods came after creation, reversing the usual narrative logic, implying that whatever ultimate reality birthed the cosmos is beyond even the gods' comprehension. And it ends with a pretty open question, that maybe no one knows how creation happened. Maybe not even the supreme deity in heaven knows for sure. And that's a kind of introspective approach, isn't it? As unique among all the stories that we've surveyed. Rather than confidently asserting a storyline and saying, this is what happened, and this is when it happened, and why it happened, the Vedic poet invites us to just enjoy a mystery of existence, and an acknowledgement of the human limitations in knowing our origins. It's as if ancient Indian sages sitting under that sky pondered the riddle of why anything exists at all, and concluded that the truth might simply just be beyond narrative. Alongside such philosophical musings, Indian tradition also offers more concrete mythical narrative, especially in later texts like the Puranas and the epics of the first millennium CE. One common theme is the idea of a cosmic egg, the Brahmanda, literally meaning Brahma's egg, or the egg of creation. One Purana describes that in the beginning there was a void, filled only with an endless ocean, again waters, upon which the Narayana, a form of Vishnu, the supreme god in some traditions, slept on the serpent Ananta. When the moment was right, Narayana awoke from his navel, and from his navel grew a lotus, and inside that lotus sat Brahma, the creator god with 4 faces. Brahma looked upon the dark waters and felt lonely. He took the form of a boar and dove into the cosmic ocean to receive Earth. This is one of the myths of Earth's raising. But in other accounts too, Brahma simply began his act of creation with the materials at hand. Some initially say all was an egg, a golden egg floating in nothingness, and that egg was Brahma. And after the egg incubated for a vast span of time, it cracked open. The upper half of the shell became the sky, the lower half became the earth, and everything in between formed the atmosphere. Brahma then set about ordering the cosmos in detail, giving form to the land, the sea, the mountains, populating the world with life. Because Brahma emerged from Vishnu's lotus, and Vishnu in turn was resting in the timeless ocean, there's a sense of layered beginnings, a creation within a creation, kind of like a cosmological babushka doll, I suppose. But here's an interesting component of Indian cosmology. That is the concept of time cycles. Rather than a single creation event, Hindu texts imagine time as cyclic, vast aeons or kalpas, in which the universe is created, flourishes, and then dissolves only to be created again. Brahma's day lasts billions of human years, and at the end of which the universe is reabsorbed into an ocean of chaos, and then a new creation begins. This cyclical creation idea sets it apart from that one-and-done creation myth, and aligns it more with an endless, rhythmic process, akin perhaps to our season cycle, but on a more cosmic scale. Now, within these cycles, humans in the world can be created multiple times. Different ages, which they call yugas, come and go. One charming myth of a specific creation of humanity involves the first man, Manu, who in one story is the survivor of a great flood and helps re-establish life afterward. Another story tells of how the gods fashioned the first woman, Shatarupa, and the first man out of parts, or how Manu shaped beings from butter and milk. In some traditions, humans are considered to have evolved from earlier cosmic beings, or were born from Brahma's mind or body. Brahma produced the progenitors of species by first creating some gods, demons, ancestors, and then, once he was done with that, men and women. But one more noteworthy ancient Indian narrative comes from the Purushka Sukta of the Rig Veda, another hymn from that work. It describes the creation of a cosmic sacrifice of a primordial giant Purusha. In this hymn, Purusha is a giant being encompassing all existence, whom the gods sacrifice and dismember. Quote, "His head became the sky, his eyes the sun, his breath the wind, his feet the earth, and from his body the various classes of society, i.e. the Varnas, were also said to arise. His mouth the priests, his arms the warriors, his thighs farmers and merchants, and his feet the servants." Now this is both a myth of physical creation and a myth of social order. And it's rather profound that the Vedic seers wove the origin of the cosmos together with the origin of their social structure in a pretty grand sacrificial metaphor. Creation here is depicted as yajna, a sacred sacrifice, suggesting that the world itself is an outcome of a ritual act, and by performing rituals, humans mirror that original creative sacrifice. So we see in India, we have a mix of abstract speculation and concrete myth. The abstract, who really knows, maybe no one, and the concrete, the egg of Brahma and the sacrifice of Purusha. Taken together, the narratives offered Indians layers of meaning, a literal level for common people, or those performing rites, those honoring Brahma or Vishnu as creators, reciting how the earth came from an egg or boar's tusks, but also a philosophical level for contemplatives, wondering about the existence and non-existence, the role of desire, infinite cycles of time. The creation stories here are less about one-time events, and more about eternal principles and cosmic rhythms. They reveal a worldview comfortable with paradox and multiple truths, a world that can be an emanation of the ineffable one, and simultaneously the handiwork of personified gods in, frankly, delightful stories. And I think that offers a bit of delight and imagination, an intriguing suggestion that at the heart of all creation still lies a mystery, one that even the highest beings might not fully know. Well, let's cross over to East Asia, and we find Chinese myths of creation, and of course a pretty unique flavor on them. Now, Chinese ancient texts don't really present a single authoritative creation story, but over a time, a kind of canonical folklore emerged, especially by the Han Dynasty and later. Now, a prominent figure in Chinese creation mythology is Pan Gu, a giant often depicted as the first, well, perhaps, I'd say the first being and creator of the world. Well, the story of Pan Gu, as it has been transmitted, first clearly recorded around the 3rd century CE by Xu Zheng, goes like this. In the beginning, the universe was like a chicken's egg, shapeless, a dark chaos that held all elements mixed together. Inside this cosmic egg, the primordial being Pangu developed and slept for 18,000 years. When Pangu finally awoke, he stretched himself and cracked the egg open. And when that happened, the light, clear parts of the egg, often identified with the yang, the active masculine principle, floated upward toward the sky, and the heavy turbid parts, associated with yin, the passive feminine principle, sank to form the earth. Pangu found himself in between these two forming layers. Fearing that heaven and earth might collapse back together, this diligent giant stood up and used his body to push the sky upward and press the earth downward. And so each day the sky grew a little higher, the earth a little thicker, and Pangu grew taller, like a living pillar separating the two. This labor continued for almost 18,000 years again. Of course, you'll find, especially in Chinese tradition, that mythic numbers love their symmetry. Well, it did this until the sky was firmly in place, at a great height, and the earth was finally stable. So at last, Pangu, having literally held the world together, became overcome by exhaustion and died, or simply laying down to rest, dying willingly in the process. And here comes another world from body motif. When Pangu died, his body transformed into elements of the natural world. According to legend, Pangu's breath became the wind and the clouds, and his voice the thunder. His left eye became the sun, and his right eye became the moon. His hair and beard turned into the myriad stars in the sky. His limbs and torso became the mountains and valleys of the earth. His blood formed rivers, his flesh the fertile soil, his bones the rocks and minerals, and his bone marrow the precious jade and pearls that are hidden deep in the earth. Now even Pangu's sweat turned into rain to nourish the land, and the tiny fleas and parasites on his skin were blown by the winds to become the first animals, fish, birds, and beasts of all kinds, populating this newly formed world. Well, it's pretty comprehensive, I think. A little bit of everything, and once again that using the body motive, that separation of the sky and the earth. Well, it shows how the Chinese imagined every aspect of nature as connected to a primordial cosmic being's life force, the earth being Pangu and Pangu being the earth. But what happens after Pangu? The Chinese myths speak of a time where the world existed, but it was barren, or still incomplete. It needed shaping and populating, and here various culture heroes and deities take part. One famous heroine is Nuwa, often portrayed as a benevolent, serpent-tailed goddess. Nuwa is credited with creating the first people. Feeling lonesome in the new world, she took up clay, there's that clay again, from the riverbank, and molded it into figures just like herself. These clay figures came to life as men and women. Well, at first she crafted them by hand, one by one, but that was too slow. So she dipped a rope in the clay mud and swung it around. The blobs of mud that flung off became the common folk, while those she sculpted carefully became nobles. Pretty class-conscious twist on a social hierarchy explanation. But regardless of the method, in this way humans were fashioned from the earth. Another example of the clay motif, but with a little Chinese flair. And of course perhaps a twist on time efficiency. Maybe she could have, well, if it was me, maybe she could have just sculpted more sculptors. But then again, this is a way of explaining social hierarchies, so that would defeat the point, right? Well, Nuwa's story doesn't end there. In later myths, there's a dramatic tale of how the order of creation was threatened by a cosmic disaster. The hot-tempered fire god, Gong got into a fight with another deity, and in a rage smashed his head against Mount Buzhou, one of the pillars holding up the sky. The pillar broke, and the sky tore open. Chaos once again threatened to flood back. The firmament tilted, causing the northwest sky to sink, and hence the stars moved toward the northwest mythically. It's an explanation for that one. And the southeast earth would crumble too. Hence China has more mountains in the west and more flatlands in the east, as the legend explains. So in this calamity, fires raged out of control, and floods burst forth as heaven and earth were literally coming apart. Merciful Nuwa sprang into action. She worked to repair the sky. She gathered colored stones of 5 hues and melted them together, using this magical molten mixture to patch the azure sky, creating, it said, the multicolored sunset hues that we see. To prop the heavens up, Nuwa killed a great turtle and used its 4 legs as new pillars at the 4 corners. That way she could restore a bit of stability. She also quelled the fires and drained the flood waters. So, thanks to Nuwa, the world was saved and made once again livable for her clay children. This myth within a myth highlights that creation wasn't a single event, but could involve a kind of ongoing maintenance, a recognition perhaps of the natural disasters that can befall the world, and the hope that divine forces will restore order. Chinese creation lore, as we can see, combines a kind of cosmic scale with a sort of practical problem-solving aspect. There's also a significant emphasis on the duality of yin and yang, suggesting that creation is the result of balancing opposing forces, a concept that became central to Chinese philosophy. Now, this has other figures too. For instance, Fu Xi, Nuwa's companion, sometimes her brother or husband, depending on who's telling it, who taught humanity skills like writing, fishing, and animal husbandry, implying that beyond the physical creation, there was a creation of culture and order for human society. In Chinese thought, the question, how did the world begin, often merges into how did civilization begin, as well with culture heroes taking a prominent role after the initial cosmic formation. And while these stories were recorded relatively later than some of the other cultures' myths, they likely draw on oral traditions among the diverse peoples of ancient China. And they show yet again the recurring theme of shapeless chaos yielding to an ordered world. In this case, via an egg and a titan holding the heaven and earth apart, and the use of a great being's body to literally flesh out creation. Well, we are certainly in the neighborhood of East Asia, so let's continue with Japan next. And the creation story of Japan, as recounted in the oldest Japanese chronicles, that is, Kojiki from 712 CE and the Nihon Shoki from 720, well, they have very different focus. It's about bringing forth land and gods in a once formless world, and it's intimately tied to Japan's own islands. You see, Japanese myth does not dwell on a cosmic void or universal waters at length. Instead, it begins with a sort of heavenly realm already existing. Though the earth was young and mostly ocean, in the beginning a few primordial deities came into being in heaven, abstract kami or gods, who largely remain background figures. But eventually the generation of gods produces a pair of young deities who will be protagonists in the creation story. The male, Izanagi, meaning he who invites, and the female, Izanami, meaning she who invites. So we got Izanagi and Izanami. Now the story goes that the gods in heaven commanded Izanagi and Izanami to solidify the land below. At that time, the earth was still a chaotic mass of water, perhaps a kind of jellyfish-like thing, shapeless and drifting around. Not really much substance to it. So to aid them, the couple was given a heavenly spear decorated with jewels called Ama no Nobuko. Well, standing upon the floating bridge of heaven, a sort of celestial vantage point, I suppose, Izanagi and Izanami dipped the spear into the liquid chaos beneath and stirred things up a little bit. When they lifted the spear back up, globs of salty brine dripped from its tip. Those drops coagulated and formed the first island, which the two gods created as a home for themselves. This island was called Onogoro Shima. That pretty much means self-curdled island, Shima being the word for island. Well, essentially a spontaneous dry land born from the dripping spear. Izanagi and Izanami descended to this newly made island, and when they got there, they built a pillar and a hall, marking the first space of order on earth. And then they decided to marry and get busy populating the land. To perform their union ritual, they walked around the pillar in opposite directions. When they met each other face to face again, Izanami, the female, spoke first in greeting, praising her husband's appearance. Izanagi found this breach of protocol a little bit improper. By divine norms, the male was meant to be the first to initiate, but they proceeded to consummate the union anyway. Now, the offspring from this first attempt, however, was not quite right. One was a malformed, boneless, leech-like child named Hiruko, and another was an amorphous island that just drifted away. The heavenly gods informed the young couple that the reason for this failure was ritual error, the woman speaking first. So it was a big deal after all. So Izanagi and Izanami tried the ceremony again, this time repeating the circuit and having Izanagi, the male, speak the first words. And this time, lo and behold, their union was fruitful. The result of this was the creation of the 8 great islands of the Japanese archipelago, and a few smaller islands too. One by one, Izanami gave birth to the islands that now form Japan: Awaji, Shikoku, Oki, Kyushu, Iki, Tsushima, Sado, Honshu, etc. Thus the very land of Japan was of divine origin, the literal children of the created deities. After the land, Izanagi and Izanami bore a myriad of other kami, gods and spirits that is, to furnish the world. They gave birth to the deity of the sea, the gods of the wind, trees, mountains, and so forth, essentially personifying the elements of the natural features of the world. All was going pretty well, until Izanami bore the child Kagutsuchi, the god of fire. In giving birth to this fiery deity, poor Izanami was burned severely. Her wounds festered, and as she lay dying, even more gods sprang from her excretions, gods of metal, clay, so on. It seems in Japanese myth even the goddess's agony produced these creative results. But Izanami did indeed die from the birth of the fire god. This plunged Izanagi into understandable grief, and the first death in the world had occurred, and it just so happened to be his beloved wife. In a subsequent famous tale, which is more about death than creation, so we'll just summarize it, Izanagi goes to the underworld, Yomi, to retrieve Izanami. But she had already eaten the food of the underworld, and because of that could not return. Sounds a little bit Greek, doesn't it? Well, when he lit a torch and saw her decomposed form, he fled in horror. Izanami, enraged at his rejection, vowed to kill 1,000 of his people each day, and he retorted that he would ensure 1,500 are born each day, thus giving a mythological rationale for why people die, and yet the population still grows. Izanagi, now ritually unclean from his journey to the land of the dead, performed a purification by bathing in a river, and in doing so, more deities emerged spontaneously from his garments and drops of water. Most notably, as he washed his left eye, the sun goddess Amaterasu was born from his right eye, and the moon god Tsukuyomi. From his nose, the storm god Susanoo. So let me read that a little bit better. So the left eye, that's where Amaterasu came from. The right eye was the moon god Tsukuyomi, and from the nose, the storm god Susanoo. Now 3 of these deities became the major deities in the Japanese pantheon. So even in a tale about cleansing and grief, we still have production of new deities. The universe stops for nothing. It has to increase its population with great divine forces, representing the sun, the moon, the storms, everything. And thus, the Japanese creation myth emphasizes the forming of the land out of chaos, and the birth of natural and celestial phenomena as gods. It is both an origin of the physical nation, the actual islands of Japan, and a charter for the authority of certain gods and their descendants. For example, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, would become the ancestress of the Japanese imperial family according to Shinto belief. The story is told in a rather straightforward, almost quaint style. A divine couple building a home, performing a ceremony, having children of sorts who just so happen to be islands and elemental forces, and then dealing with a tragedy in a very personal way. And compared to the blood-drenched epics of Mesopotamia, or the cosmic scales of India and China, the Japanese narrative feels a lot more local and intimate. Maybe it's due to their isolation. I don't know. In any case, it shares common threads with a few other creation accounts. Initial chaos as a shapeless mass, the need to separate and solidify elements, and a complementary male and female pair whose cooperation is necessary. But also the idea that ritual correctness is crucial for proper creation, their first mistake resulting in the imperfection as a uniquely Japanese touch reflecting on the importance of ritual order in Shinto. Also, just as we saw in Egyptian and Norse myths, the concept of death or destruction being part of the cosmic story. Here Izanami's death introduces mortality and sets the stage for the world of the living and the dead to be separate, an essential part of how the world just has to work. Alright, well, let's move on. We venture further into the Pacific, and we discover that islands scattered across that great ocean, well, they also carry ancient memories of how the world began. Many Polynesian cultures, separated by vast distances but linked by seafaring and language, share variations of a creation story involving a sky father and an earth mother, tightly embracing each other until their children force them apart. The Maori people of Aotearoa, which is New Zealand, recount this story in pretty vivid detail, as do the peoples of Hawaii, Tahiti, and others with local nuances. But let's focus on the Maori version as a representative of this pretty widespread Polynesian narrative. In the Maori beginning, there was the darkness, Te Po, and in this dark nothingness 2 beings emerged, Rangini, often just called Rangi, the Sky Father, and Papa Tuanuku, the Earth Mother. Well, Rangi and Papa fell deeply in love and clung to each other in perpetual embrace. In fact, they were so tightly bound together that no light could come between them, and their many children were confined to a life in the dark, cramped space sandwiched between their parents. These children were the proto-gods of various domains. Among them, Tanemauta, the god of forests and birds, and also the gods of winds and storms, the god of the sea, the god of war and humans, pretty much everything, really. So for a long time, the children lived in this lightless world, pressed in the womb-like darkness between Rangi above and Papa below. The children grew eventually and began to ponder their predicament. They couldn't stay like this forever. Frustration mounted at being trapped in eternal night, and they yearned for space and light, though they had never seen it. Perhaps they had an intuition about the possibility of the world beyond. They held council and discussed what to do about this. Tumatuanenga, the fiercest, suggested killing their parents to free themselves, which was not a very popular solution. But Tanemauta, gentler and wise, proposed a little bit more of a realistic plan. Why not just get them together and push them apart, forcing sky and earth to separate, so that Rangi could be as a stranger up above while Papa would remain below to nurture them. And in between, there would be room to live and light to see. The brothers agreed to try the separation first. So one by one, several of the brothers attempted the task. They braced themselves and pushed against their parents, but Rangi and Papa held each other just as strongly, unwilling to part, and their love proved stronger than their children's initial efforts. Finally, Tanemauta, the tallest and mightiest, took his turn. But instead of pushing the usual way, Tanemauta lay on his back, planted his feet against his father Rangi, and his shoulders against his mother Papa, and strained with all of his might. And so with tremendous effort, inch by inch, he pried the sky upward. Rangi and Papa cried out in sorrow as their embrace was broken, because they didn't want to let go of each other, which is pretty romantic. But, well, you also can't keep your kids in perpetual darkness. That's not very romantic. In any case, the other siblings ran over and joined to help, and with the renewed strength at last the earth and the sky were wrenched apart. Light, Teo Marama, the world of light, flooded into the space that opened up. For the first time, the previously trapped gods could see their surroundings and move around freely. This was essentially the dawn of the world for the Maori. The long night had ended, and the day had begun. But not everybody was happy about this. One brother, Tauramatea, the storm god, was furious about the separation. You see, he was quite comfortable in this situation before, and he loved the parents' closeness and thought it cruel that they'd been torn apart. So in a rage, he followed his father Rangi up to the sky and vowed war against the siblings who had betrayed their parents. He gathered an army of wind and clouds, dense clouds, storm clouds, hurricanes, whirlwinds, and he unleashed them upon the earth. His tempests ripped through the forests, uprooting trees, which are metaphorically the children of Tane. He churned the oceans, attacking Tangaroa's realm, scattering his fish and reptiles. He howled across the land, fighting his brothers in revenge for the heartbreak of Rangi and Papa. And to this day the Maori say when storms rage and winds shriek, it is his anger persisting, lashing out at the world for what was done to his beloved parents. Meanwhile, Rangi and Papa themselves mourn their separation endlessly. Ranginui, the sky, weeps, and his tears fall as rain upon the earth. Papa, in turn, occasionally lets out sighs that float upward as mist, or causes crops to grow to show she still cares for the children and remembers her lost husband above. Well, it's a little bit sad, isn't it? But despite all the sorrow imbued in the tale, I think it's a story really of cosmic order, emerging from another case of primordial intimacy. Before, everything was a state of potential, but no manifestation. Darkness under a parental embrace. So after the separation, the conditions for life were established. Light, space, distinct domains. The children of Rangi and Papa each took on their roles. Tane, having pushed the world apart to the heavens, adorned his father Rangi's naked sky with stars as a loving gesture, and he became a progenitor of trees and birds. Tangaroa ruled the ocean. Tamataonenga became the ancestor of humans and the deity of war. He had advocated killing the parents, and later, as the human's forefather, he would forever fight his brothers in symbolic ways. Humans fish and eat birds, and cultivate soil. These are like battles against Tangaroa, Tane, and Rongo, a built-in tension among the natural domain. So Polynesian creation myths like this emphasize that the world that we live in, the world of light, was not given to the gods freely, but had to be struggled for and won by an act of necessary separation. There is a moral, or at least a reflection here, I think, that growth sometimes requires painful division, that parent and child sometimes can have conflicting needs. The parents' love kept the children in darkness, and the children's action gave them freedom, but in doing so, their parents' hearts were broken. It's a deeply human theme, couched in a mythic narrative. And so we see how far-flung cultures do share a few structural similarities. The separation of heaven and earth is as important in the Pacific as it was in Egypt, Mesopotamia, or Japan. The difference is in tone and detail. In any case, the world is born not of dismemberment or single creator's will, but of a family saga, a mix of consensus and conflict among sibling gods. It has a strong sense of genealogy, too, important for Polynesian societies that traced ancestry and connection to land and nature. Well, an hour and a half in, let's get to the last one. Been a long video, huh? If you've stuck around for this long, leave a comment, something like that. Tell me what you think of all this, or just say hello. It's all good. Well, for the last section, let's visit sub-Saharan Africa. And this is a creation tale that I think is good to end on, because it's wonderfully different, and delightfully obscure. The creation story of the Yoruba people of West Africa, which is now Nigeria and Benin. The Yoruba, like many African cultures, preserve their myths through oral poetry and ritual, and their creation account stands out for its almost homely yet magical imagery. It involves a great chain from heaven, a snail shell filled with dirt, a five-toed chicken, and a palm nut. Very earthy and tangible elements, yet together they forge a world. And so the Yoruba say that in the beginning, the universe consisted of only sky above and a vast expanse of water below. The sky was the abode of the gods, and below was a formless, watery waste, ruled by a goddess of the deep, often named Olokun. There was no land, no place for humans to live. The supreme deity, Olodumare, decided that the land should be created. Now this is the deity of the sky, remember, known also as Olorun. It's either Olorun or Olodumare. So he called upon one of the Orisa, divine beings, to accomplish this task. Different versions assign different missions to different figures, of course, but some say the younger god, Obatala, volunteered to create the earth. Others say the duty fell to Odudua, who in some accounts is Obatala's sibling or consort. But we'll follow a common version of the tale featuring both. Obatala was supposed to do it, but a twist of fate led Odudua to take on the role. So Olodumare providing the essential items needed for creation, a chain of great length, the snail shell filled with sand or soil, a white hen with 5 toes, a palm nut or a kernel, and in some tellings, a chameleon for reconnaissance. Obatala received these, but before he embarked on the grand mission, he made a bit of a mistake of brewing and drinking palm wine, which, well, made him intoxicated. And while Obatala was inebriated and incapacitated, Odudua, sometimes described as his younger brother, or a principle of youth and boldness, took the creation materials with Olodumare's blessing, and proceeded to carry out the task. Odudua, or Obatala in other tellings, narrative varies but the steps are consistent, climbed down from heaven via the heavy chain, which dangled and until its end hung above the endless waters. He carried with him the snail shell of sand and the chicken, and when he reached the last link of the chain, he was still high above the waters, so he poured out the sand from the snail shell beneath him. The sand fell and formed a small mound in the water directly below. Next he released the 5-toed hen onto this mound. The hen immediately went to work too, scratching and scattering the sand in all directions with its feet. As the chicken scratched, the small mound of sand spread out wider and wider, turning into solid ground. Effectively, the first dry land expanding from a tiny hill into a broad expanse. Thus, thanks to this heavenly chicken's industrious scratching, the waters were pushed back, and finally the land emerged out of that primordial sea. The first bit of land created in this manner, according to Yoruba tradition, was at a place called Ile-Ife, which became the sacred first city and navel of the world in their culture. And to this day, Ile-Ife in Nigeria is regarded as the spiritual center of the Yoruba, where the land began. In any case, with land now available, Odudua descended onto it. He also brought along a palm nut, which he planted in the fertile soil of the new earth. The palm nut quickly grew into a great palm tree, which in turn sprouted more seeds and trees, providing vegetation and sustaining life. So from that first land, according to myth, the world's terrain spread outwards, and eventually other Orisa came down to help populate and shape the world further. Obatala, as the story continues, eventually sobered up, and was pretty remorseful to have missed the grand act of creating the entire world. Well, he descended later, and took on another task, forming the bodies of the first humans. He fashioned human figurines out of clay, the mud of the new earth, carefully molding their forms. But perhaps due to a trace of his earlier carelessness, some of the humans he made, well, they weren't exactly what he wanted. With various physical differences, some of them even disabilities when they came to life. The compassionate view in Yoruba thought that, excuse me, let me start that sentence again. The compassionate view in Yoruba thought is that Obatala is the patron deity of all those born with deformities, having been their creator. And such individuals are especially under his care, not to be scorned. When Obatala had shaped these clay people, Olodumare then breathed life into them, much like a divine spark. And just like that, the first humans began to live and move. They multiplied and became the human race, and so humanity was born, on the land that Oduduwa's hen had spread. Of course, it's all rich in symbolism, right? The descent from the sky on a chain suggests a link between the heaven and earth. And indeed, the Yoruba kings in Ife and Oyo sometimes claim descent from Oduduwa, the skyline. The sand and the chicken are a clever way to portray the gradual solidification of the earth, almost like an allegory of how land might accumulate and appear. The palm tree provides an archetype of vegetation, critical in West African settings where palm trees are a source of food and drink, palm wine, oil, dates, things like that. And in a delightful practical touch, one version even says that Oduduwa brought a black cat with him to keep him company on that first piece of land, another hint of potential loneliness in a void world and the comfort of other living beings. Well, as obscure as this story might be to those outside of West Africa, it served for centuries to center the Yoruba's people's sense of place in the cosmos, and it taught that the ground on which they stand was divinely laid and expanded, that their city, Ile-Ife, was literally the cradle of existence. It established roles for major deities too, and from the Yoruba perspective, order came gently and purposely to these chaotic waters, not through a battle, but through a planned, almost engineered process. And through that there's a sense of a calm origin. One can imagine the divine hen quietly pecking and scratching as the ripples lap at the forming shore. That's a far cry from Marduk's storm, or the thunderbolts of Zeus. Yet it achieves the same end, bringing forth habitable earth from uninhabitable chaos. The great colossal monuments of the ancient world. We often have the pyramids of Egypt come to mind, and rightly so. But a curious mind may find itself traveling a little way east, where something interesting awaits. Out on the flat plains of ancient Mesopotamia, great structures were built 4,000 years ago by long dead kingdoms. Man-made mountains of sun-baked brick and glittering glazed tiles soaring into the skies above. But it's not a pyramid. This is a ziggurat, a terraced temple tower built to bridge earth and heaven. In the Bronze Age Near East, nearly every major city boasted of one of these towering monuments dedicated to the local patron god. They were as emblematic to Mesopotamian city-states as the pyramids were to Egypt. Yet today, the ziggurats remain the lesser known, truly forgotten wonders of the ancient world. Their eroded ruins appear as gigantic mounds of mud brick, ghosts of their former glory, overshadowed in popular memory by Egyptian pyramids or classical monuments. But in their own time, ziggurats were unrivaled feats of engineering and spirituality, anchoring the religious and civic life of those great Mesopotamian cities. So perhaps today, the best way to remember the ziggurats is to learn about them. Tell all of your friends about those forgotten monuments. Good news is, I'm here to walk you through it. So welcome to the channel. If you're a newcomer, really good to meet you. I hope you enjoy the introduction and know what you're in for the next hour. But what you are not in for is ads, because there's no ads on the channel. You won't get any interruptions from start to finish, and that's good news. We do this because it's better that way, and everybody hates ads. But we're able to do it because we're supported by those on the Patreon, the YouTube members, the occasional donation through PayPal and Super Thanks, and those who check out the merch store. Also, just your like, comment, subscribe, hit the hype button, tell your friends, all that sort of thing. So thank you very much in advance. Now, with that being said and introductions out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand. the Ziggurats. So where exactly does it all start? Well, you have to go back quite a while for that, although we're not too precise with it. We do know that they emerge from a history of sacred high places. But the very word ziggurat comes from the Akkadian zigguratu, meaning high or pinnacle, and that's a pretty apt description. Now, the concept of building an artificial mountain for worship also traces back to the Ubaid period. Now, that is the 6th millennium BCE. So we're talking 8,000 years ago kind of thing. So quite a way back, as we said. Well, this time early temple platforms had first appeared in southern Mesopotamia. And as legend has it, the first Sumerians descended from the eastern highlands onto the river plains, carrying with them the idea of sacred mountains. Because the flat alluvial landscape had no natural hills, people began constructing raised platforms of mud to elevate their sanctuaries. By the Uruk period, 4th millennium BCE, nearly every city featured a large mud brick terrace as the base for a temple, which is effectively a prototype for the ziggurat. One famous early example is the White Temple of Uruk. We believe that that was constructed around 3500 BCE. A whitewashed shrine perched atop a high platform of packed earth. During the early dynastic period, 3rd millennium BC, I'll keep updating you with the approximate times for these periods as we go along, these platforms grew ever larger and more complex, evolving into true multi-tiered structures that are recognizable as ziggurats, though this definition, kind of like pyramids, is one of those where you will encounter ziggurats of different sizes and somewhat different shapes, styles, you see. But they are still ziggurats, just as we encounter pyramids in Egypt that might not be as tall as those at Giza, might not be as grand as Sneferu's pyramids, but they are, even though they are 20 feet tall, something like that, still pyramids. In any case, we're talking about ziggurats today. We won't go too off the topic. But we're at the earliest known ziggurat. Well, the one that we have discovered so far as the earliest known is Tepe Sialk in Iran, dated to around 2900, with a 3-tiered mud brick structure that predates even the great ziggurats of Mesopotamia. By the 3rd millennium, ziggurats had become an established institution across Sumer, that is southern Iraq. The cities of Eresh, Eridu, and Uruk all had step temple towers, attested in the archaeological record, or even a few texts that we have, and we do have quite a lot of texts from that time because they were all clay tablets, quite easy to store them. Kings of early dynastic cities took pride in enlarging and embellishing these sacred structures, and over time the tradition spread north and then east. Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Elamites, even the Eblaites of ancient Syria built ziggurats or similar high temples for their own gods. And so in broad terms, the ziggurat really was a hallmark of Bronze Age urban civilization across the Near East, from roughly 3000 BCE until the end of the Bronze Age, which we place at around 1200 BCE with that collapse, and indeed into the Iron Age as well that followed it. All these monumental towers rising above city walls as visible symbols of a city's wealth, religious devotion, and ultimately technological prowess. But it is important to note that ziggurats were fundamentally Mesopotamian in origin. While ancient Egypt built pyramids around the same era, those were tombs. They weren't temples. So the ziggurats served a different function. Some historians have speculated that Egypt's earliest step pyramid like King Djoser's pyramid at Saqqara, built around 2600, may have been inspired by Mesopotamian ziggurats, or the general idea of having a stepped monument. Well, that is quite a point of argument. Whether or not that is true, the independent development of similar forms, a tiered, pyramid-like shape, it certainly speaks to a common impulse in early civilizations to create a sacred mountain of human construction, and I suppose a global desire to get as close to the sky as possible. However, the function and cultural context of ziggurats, that's the real distinction from the Egyptian pyramids, as we will go on to explain more. The ziggurat was not a royal tomb, but a living part of the city's ritual landscape. In Mesopotamia's Bronze Ages, to build a ziggurat was to stake a claim to fame, not just for the king, but for the city itself, honoring the gods, securing divine favor, believed to keep the city prosperous. By the late Bronze Age, the second millennium BC, that is, ziggurats had reached truly colossal scale. They also appeared beyond Mesopotamia's heartland. For instance, the Elamite kingdom in what is now southwestern Iran, if we're going to put it in rough terms, built a magnificent ziggurat at modern-day Choga Zanbil. Around that time, in 1250 BC, was called Dur-Untash, and that demonstrated that even neighboring cultures had adopted this architectural form for their own deities. Now, all be told, roughly 2 to 3 dozen ziggurats are known from archaeological remains or records, scattered across today's Iraq, Iran, and Syria. And each of them was unique. There was no one-size-fits-all, but they did share the same basic purpose, and that was to elevate the most sacred temple of the city high above the ground, bring it closer to that realm of the gods. But I know what you're thinking. How exactly do you build a giant mountain out of mud bricks 6,000 years ago? Good question. Certainly discussed around dinner tables worldwide most evenings. Mesopotamian engineers certainly rose to the challenge, and with remarkable ingenuity. Of course, there were feats of Bronze Age engineering, requiring organized labor, careful planning, and knowledge of materials. Typically, a ziggurat began as a broad rectangular or square platform, kind of like a giant stage, and then successive levels were added on top, each slightly smaller than the one below, and that's what creates that gradated, stepped pyramid profile. Most ziggurats had between 2 and 7 tiers. Smaller city ziggurats might have only had a few levels, while the largest ones achieved 7 terraces stacked high. But there wasn't a standard size. At the modest end, some early ziggurats were only a few meters tall, essentially just a raised foundation for a temple. But at the extreme end, like the ziggurat of Babylon, for example, which was called the Etemenanki. Yes, that's it, excuse me. They're recorded as soaring to the height of nearly 90 meters. Now put that into perspective, that's nearly as tall as a modern 20-story building. Of course, we will take a look at those claims later on, whether they truly reach that height or if the ancient sources exaggerated. We'll get to that later. But of course, the sky's the limit. Well, the core material for construction was the sun-dried mud brick, the staple of Mesopotamian architecture. Millions of these mud bricks, each about the size of a shoebox, and weighing around 33 pounds, about 15 kilograms, were molded from the silt of the Tigris and Euphrates, dried in the sun, and then laid in thick courses to form the ziggurat's bulk. One estimate for the Great Ziggurat of is that it incorporated some 720,000 bricks just in its base level. Since ordinary sun-baked bricks were not very water-resistant, builders protected ziggurats' exteriors with a skin of fired brick. Now, these kiln-baked bricks were a little more advanced. Firstly, they were harder, but second of all, they often had glazing of different colors. They were set in bitumen mortar, which is a kind of natural asphalt, which acted as a waterproof cement. Impressively, excavations have found evidence of reed mat layers and drainage systems built into ziggurats, ancient techniques to add stability and channel rainwater off the structure. Herodotus, who was writing in the 5th century BCE, described the Babylonian ziggurats' construction. As they built up terraces, they would interpose layers, of wattled reeds every 30 courses of bricks, and used hot bitumen for cement. Now, this does match the archaeological findings of reed layers that likely helped bind the mud brick mass to prevent cracks from moisture. Certainly built to last, these ziggurats, that's for sure. Design elements of ziggurats were not only practical, but also aesthetic. The facades of many ziggurats were paneled or recessed, creating shadow and depth on the otherwise plain brick surfaces. And some ziggurats had their different levels painted or glazed in distinctive colors of their own. For example, Babylon's Great Ziggurat, which we mentioned briefly, was described in later sources as having 7 tiers, each associated with a planetary color, and that is a tradition that may have developed in the Neo-Babylonian era. It's hard to pinpoint such things. But even if color symbolism is uncertain, we do know kings often commissioned decorative glazed bricks. Deep blue, yellow, white, black glazes have been found, and that hints that at least parts of these towers gleamed with vivid hues under the Mesopotamian sun. Now, the very top stage was usually crowned with a temple shrine, a little more on that later, which might be painted or plated with metals. You can certainly imagine at dawn or dusk the sunlight catching a gilded shrine or golden statue atop a multicolored mountain of bricks. Pretty breathtaking. Even in our modern day breathtaking, but back then, you can imagine showing up from a village or something to the big city and seeing that ziggurat. Definitely something to behold. Now, as for access to the upper levels, that was provided by staircases or ramps, just in the artists' renditions in the pictures. The simplest ziggurats had a single grand staircase on one side leading straight up to the temple top. Other designs featured a triple staircase, 2 symmetrical flights rising from the lower court to mid-level, meeting at a landing, and a central flight continuing upward. The Great Ziggurat of offers a classic example of this 3-stairway design on its front face, a monumental staircase that has been reconstructed today. A few ziggurats, according to ancient sources, may have had a spiral ramp wrapping around the exterior. Herodotus claimed that the Babylonian ziggurat's ascent, quote, mounts spirally outside all the towers, and that indicates a kind of corkscrew path. No, modern archaeologists and scholars debate if this was literally the case or just some kind of misunderstanding. There's a few of them within Herodotus's writings, but that's a story for another video, I suppose. Some Assyrian ziggurats in the north were built against citadel walls and likely accessed via sloping ramps. Regardless of the configuration, the climb was steep and ceremonial. It was certainly not your casual walk. Halfway up, there might be a rest area or a gatehouse. In Babylon, Herodotus noted a halting place with seats for repose at the midpoint of the journey at the top. And it's pretty telling, too, that kings loved to stamp their names on the very bricks of their ziggurats. thousands of bricks from sites like Uruk, Larsa, and Babylon bear royal inscriptions. You can find ones like, I, King so-and-so, built this ziggurat for the god so-and-so, things like that. And it served as both a dedication but also a perpetual record of the builder. One such inscription from Ur-Nammu, the Sumerian king of Ur, the 21st century BCE, has been found on clay cones and bricks. Quote, For Nanna, the mighty lord of Ur-Nanna, the king built his temple and raised it as high as a mountain. Now, similarly, decades, well, rather centuries later, Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon of the 6th century BCE recorded of Etemenanki, quote, I made it the wonder of the people of the world. I raised its top to the heavens. I built doors of cedar for the gates and covered it with bitumen and bricks. Now these words, pressed into clay, let us hear the voices of rulers boasting of their ziggurat projects. The task was certainly immense. That is by no means an overestimation. It likely required corvée labor from thousands, digging clay, molding bricks, hauling them up the growing tower, and securing them with hot tar. I'm sure there were no easy jobs, but I would not be putting my hand up for the hot tar or the hauling of bricks, that's for sure. Laborers toiled in the fierce sun, while overseers checked alignments and priests performed rituals at each stage of construction to sanctify the work. Building a ziggurat was as much of a religious undertaking as an engineering one. The first brick and the final capstone were laid with ceremonies to invoke the blessing of the god. But despite this careful construction, unfortunately, time has not been as kind to ziggurats. Mud brick, water, and a few thousand years do not mix well. Without constant maintenance, rain and wind ate away at the brickwork. Many ziggurats had outer casings of baked brick that were periodically repaired by later kings. Yet eventually, as dynasties fell and cities were abandoned, these massive towers began to crumble. The baked bricks were often plundered in antiquity to build new houses or fortifications elsewhere. Recycling building material is quite an old practice. Left exposed, the softer mud brick cores eroded into giant lumps, and this is why today most ziggurat sites appear as low, eroded monuments, mere shadows of their original heights. It's also why archaeological evidence of the topmost shrine is scarce. The summit levels were typically the first to disappear. Still, the very size of the ziggurats ensured that something remained. You don't get rid of something so big so easily. Early explorers in the 19th century were astonished to find huge man-made hills in the Iraqi desert. They soon realized that they were the stage towers that were described by those ancient writers. So really, the construction of a ziggurat was a bold statement, and even in the Bronze Age, humans could shape the environment on a monumental scale. Using simple materials, mud, reeds, tar, wood, and organized human effort, they built structures that rivaled natural hills in size and durability. The design of receding levels gave ziggurats a distinctive geometric beauty and structural stability, and although they have mostly melted back into the earth, we do have enough that survives for us to appreciate this technical sophistication. Well, now we know how ziggurats were built, but we must ask why. What purpose did they solve in the spiritual life of ancient Mesopotamians? Of course, they were not just monuments or watchtowers. They were deeply sacred structures. To the people of the Bronze Age Near East, a ziggurat was essentially a man-made holy mountain. Its role was to support the house of the city's god high above the ordinary world. But unlike a pyramid that entombs a dead pharaoh, a ziggurat elevates the sanctuary of a living deity. Well, on the flat Mesopotamian plain, rather, height itself had sacred significance. The higher you go, the closer to the heavens and the divine realm. The Mesopotamians believed that their gods often dwelled on mountaintops or in the highest of the heavens. In Sumerian cosmology, for instance, the god Enlil ruled from a mountain-like temple called Kur, the house of the mountain in the city of Nippur. Since most cities had no real mountains, the ziggurat was a symbolic mountain, a focal point where heaven and earth met. And that's kind of a testament to the human ingenuity. If we don't have any mountains, we're going to make one. Well, at the summit of the ziggurat stood the temple or shrine, typically small, but a richly decorated building. This was the actual house of the god, called the temple, meaning house of, following the god's name or epithet, so Nana, Ishtar, this kind of thing. It was here that the deity's statue would reside and where the high priests or priestess would perform daily rituals, and this is, of course, out of the public view. Herodotus, when he describes the top of the shrine at the Babylonian ziggurat, notes that inside, quote, a great bed is laid, and a golden table set beside it, but no statue, and that a lone chosen woman would stay there at night, as if awaiting the god's presence. This likely alludes to rituals of divine marriage, or the belief that the god would descend from the heavens to visit the shrine. In the case of Babylon's temple of Marduk atop Etemenanke, other sources tell us that the statue of Bel or Marduk actually dwelled in a ground-level temple nearby called the Esagila, while the top of the ziggurat may have been left more as a ritual chamber furnished for the god's occasional presence. But though not a permanent idol stood in each ziggurat's summit shrine, the concept was pretty clear. The ziggurat was a literal stairway for the god to come down and receive worship, and for priests to symbolically ascend into that divine sphere. The concept of bridging realms is beautifully reflected in the Sumerian names of some of the ziggurats. For example, the great ziggurat of Babylon, as we've mentioned, was called Etemenanke, which in Sumerian means temple of the foundation of heaven and earth. Likewise, the ziggurat of the moon god Nana at Ur was named Temenigur, variously translated as house whose foundations creates or house of the foundation platform of heaven and earth. These names convey the idea that the very foundation of the ziggurat is anchored in the earth, while its top reaches the heavens. One Mesopotamian text even poetically describes a ziggurat terrace as being like a white cloud in the midst of heaven. In a hymn attributed to King Ur-Nammu, the king boasts, quote, I have built the temple for my lord Nana. As if it were verdant hillside, I set up its towers in a great place. The ziggurat is indeed likened to a lush hill, interestingly suggesting that they may have planted gardens or sod on the slopes, or at least that it was seen as an imitation mountain. But what about functionally? Well, functionally they were part of a larger temple complex. Typically at the ziggurat's base there sprawled a courtyard and a cluster of buildings, storage rooms, workshops, priests' quarters, kitchens for preparing offerings, and maybe a peppering of lesser shrines. As for ordinary citizens, they did not climb the ziggurat or enter the top shrine. That domain was sacred to the god and accessible only to the priesthood. Instead, the populace participated in ceremonies in the courtyard or surrounding streets, especially on festival days, and so we might picture a a New Year festival in Babylon, with processions carrying statues of gods up the Ziggurats' steps, or a sacrificial offering of a bull on an altar at the Ziggurats' foot, with smoke wafting upward. The height of the Ziggurat also had practical advantages. It could serve as a refuge from the periodic floods that inundated Mesopotamia's lowlands, preserving the cult paraphernalia from water damage. Some scholars note that by restricting access via a few narrow stairways, the ziggurat allowed priests to conduct rites in privacy and safety, perched above any prying eyes or potential disturbances below. Just pure concentration. And so in this sense, the ziggurat guaranteed sanctity and security. It was a protected, elevated stage for communion between gods and priests. The symbolism for the ziggurat as a cosmic mountain also intersects with broader mythology. For Mesopotamians, mountains were seen as sacred abodes of gods. Now consider how in the old stories, like Epic of Gilgamesh, the gods convene on Mount Mashu, or how Utnapishtim's ark comes to rest on a mountaintop after the flood, signifying salvation on high ground. The ziggurat provided each city with its own Mount Zion, so to speak, a holy high place, right in the center for all to see. I suppose you could argue that daily sight of their ziggurat reminded people that their patron deity literally watched over them. And it was the pride of the city, a source of identity. A Babylonian hymn might say, "O Ziggurat, gleaming mountain of the Lord's heaven and earth bond, provider of the people's abundance," indicating that well-being of the city was tied to the proper maintenance of that sacred tower. Conversely, when foreign conquerors came, they sometimes targeted ziggurats for destruction as a way to break the spirit of those in the city. The Assyrian king Sennacherib, for instance, bragged that he destroyed Babylon's ziggurat in 689 during a punitive campaign, a sacrilegious act meant to humble the god of Babylon, that being Marduk. But critically speaking, modern archaeology has had to piece together the function of ziggurats from pretty scant evidence. It's not like we have a manual from Mesopotamian priests explaining what the rituals were like. But we do have a few clues. First, we have Herodotus' account. We have later classical writers, the Hebrew Bible story of the Tower of Babel, and numerous cuneiform texts that list offerings or dedications to temple towers. Now, these sources sometimes mix reverence with a dose of skepticism or polemic. For example, the Bible's famous narratives in Genesis 11 imagine a humanity at Babylon building their tower with its top in the heavens out of arrogance, and God coming down and confounding their language to stop them. This reflects in part the outsider's view, likely much later, that such grand edifices could symbolize human pride. But from the Mesopotamian perspective, raising a ziggurat was not hubris, but it was piety. It was the proper way to honor and house the divine. The truth may be that the ziggurat embodied both ambitions, the spiritual aspiration to reach the divine and the political assertion of a city's importance, and in that dual role it is little wonder that these towers became the stuff of legend, and that's not just within Mesopotamia, but far beyond. Of course, the awe that was inspired by the ziggurats certainly is seen in later memory, but also ancient literature. And perhaps the most well-known is that biblical story of the Tower of Babel. Though composed long after the Bronze Age, we'll give it that, likely during the first millennium BC, the story is set in the mists of the primordial time of the city of Babel. If you didn't catch it, that's Babylon. It narrates a story of how all humans speaking one tongue unite to build a city and a tower, quote, whose top may reach unto heaven. Well, God, seeing their overweening project, confused their language and scattered them. So the tower remained unfinished and the place was called Babel, linked etymologically to confusion. But this story is almost certainly taking its inspiration from the real ziggurat of Babylon, Etemenanke, which, by the way, by the time of the Hebrew exile in Babylon, which was about 6th century BC, stood in ruins awaiting completion. The Bible's authors recast the Great Tower as a cautionary tale of human pride versus the will of God. Yet, ironically, the very inclusion of that story in Genesis ensured that the fame of Mesopotamia's ziggurats endured in the Western cultural memory, well, albeit in distorted form. Well, to this day, the Tower of Babel conjures an image of a skyscraping edifice and a linguistic confusion, both rooted in the fate of a ziggurat. Mesopotamian sources themselves also preserve legends. A remarkable Babylonian text, known later as the Borsippa inscription, or a cylinder of Nebuchadnezzar, recounts an older tower that a former king had built, but not finished, whose head or the top was never completed because people abandoned it, not caring for their words. Nebuchadnezzar then describes how he restored this structure to its glory. This has an uncanny resonance with the Babel story, even mentioning an ancient stoppage of work and a confusion of speech. Borsippa was a city near Babylon, by the way, that had its own ziggurat, which was called Ermenenanke. It seems that the Babylonians themselves had a memory of a dilapidated ziggurat from antiquity, possibly dating back to the 2nd millennium, when we don't know. But in any case, it seems to have stood incomplete for ages. Early Babylonian historians, like Berosus from the 3rd century BCE, later wrote of a great tower built in Babylonia and a subsequent scattering of peoples, indicating that the tale of an abandoned ziggurat project was part of local lore and had filtered down into various cultural traditions. Greek visitors to Mesopotamia in the centuries after the Bronze Age were likewise quite struck by the ziggurats. Herodotus, in his histories written around 440, gives quite a detailed description of the, quote, Tower of Zeus Belus at Babylon, which is, of course, unmistakably the ziggurat of Etemenanke. It's just that the Greeks and Romans would usually put things into terms that they could understand. If you would say something like Nannar or the king of the gods, they would just say, oh, we know what you mean. You're talking about Zeus. That's kind of like what it is. In any case, Herodotus describes a square base, nearly about 200 meters long in length, upon which stood a solid tower with 7 successive towers atop of it, reaching a total of 8 levels. Now that sounds like a ziggurat, if there ever was one. An exterior stair or ramp spiraled upwards, with a rest stop midway. At the summit, he recounts, there was a shrine with a large bed and golden table, but as we mentioned, no statue, implying perhaps that the god's presence was actually invisible. He even mentions that the Chaldean priests told him, though he professes a bit of skepticism, that the god himself came to the shrine when night fell. Well, in any case, skepticism notwithstanding, accounts like that certainly fire up the imagination of classical readers. Later Greek authors like Diodorus Siculus and Strabo also mention the great towers of Mesopotamia, albeit they sometimes confuse a few details. Now you see, by then, many ziggurats were already in ruin due to the Persian and Hellenistic neglect. But their fame as ancient, enormous towers was something that could not so easily crumble. One pretty delightful historical anecdote comes from the campaigns of Alexander the Great. You see, when he conquered Babylon in 331, he marveled at its dilapidated ziggurat, and resolved to restore it to its former glory. The chroniclers say that Alexander ordered 10,000 soldiers to clear the rubble of the collapsed tower in preparation for rebuilding. But they toiled for weeks, removing tens of thousands of bricks. However, when Alexander returned to Babylon some years later, he was a little disappointed. There wasn't much progress. It seems that the project itself was daunting, even for an army of men. Well, he was undeterred, though. He personally oversaw renewed efforts to rebuild the ziggurat. But sadly, or perhaps fatefully, Alexander died in Babylon 323 BCE, with the ziggurat still unfinished, and his successors never carried on the plan. In fact, a Babylonian chronicle called the, quote, Ruin of Esagila Chronicle relates to decades later, in frustrations, one of Alexander's successor actually leveling the remaining stump of the Etemenanki for safety. Thus, by 300 BC, that glorious Tower of Babel had been entirely reduced to footings, ending an architectural legacy that had begun some 1,500 years before with its initial construction. This tale of Alexander's failed restoration shows how legendary the ziggurat was. Even the world's greatest conqueror yearned to rebuild it, and how even he found it beyond repair. It's a shame, though. Maybe we still have time. Let's build a ziggurat. Maybe I'll start a GoFundMe. Right, we'll all get a big plot of land out there somewhere. We'll build a giant ziggurat, and we'll all live happily ever after. And this time, everyone's allowed to go up to the top. That's a good rule. Well, through all these examples, whether it be biblical, Babylonian, or Greek, I think we can certainly agree that ziggurats straddle that line between history and myth. So impressive that later generations wove stories around them, attributing them to demigods or primeval men. And because they often fell into disrepair, the mystery of their ruins invited explanation. For instance, local folklore in Iraq long associated certain mounds with the biblical Nimrod or other figures. The ziggurat of Borsippa is still called Birs Nimrud by locals, which links it to the old god Nimrod, the mighty hunter who in lore built Babel's tower. Now that keeps the memory alive, that's for sure. But amid all the myths, we do have a few authentic voices from the Bronze Age that call out to us. Now, these are in the well-preserved cuneiform tablets and cylinders. We can read the words of the very kings who built these wonders. Sumerian rulers like Gudea of Lagash, around 2120, left inscriptions about constructing temples, quote, the likes of which no one had seen. King Shulgi of Ur, around 2050 BCE, wrote hymns praising his ziggurat as making Nana rejoice. The texts often emphasize piety and the well-being of the land. By building the god's lofty house, the king ensured that the god would smile upon the city, bringing agricultural fertility and victory in war. In one prayer, King Nabonidus of Babylon, mid-6th century BCE, recalls that the ancient kings of Ur-Nammu and Shulgi had built the ziggurat of Ur long ago, but that over time it had, quote, become old, and on the ancient foundations I rebuilt it with bitumen and baked bricks, as it was in the former times. He then prays to the moon god Sin to enter the temple joyfully and make firm its foundation as heaven. And that shows a continuity of devotion. A king near the end of Mesopotamian independence felt compelled to restore a Bronze Age ziggurat to its past splendor, and he explicitly did so by following a blueprint set by the ancients. So we've certainly covered Ziggurats in general. But now let's get a little bit specific. We'll talk about the, well, most famous examples from the Bronze Age and slightly beyond. Remember that ziggurats aren't just a Bronze Age phenomenon. Of course, each of the great ziggurats embodies the general qualities we've discussed, but there's a unique story to a few of them. So let's continue. First we have the great ziggurat of Ur. Is perhaps the best preserved and maybe the most iconic in what is now southern Iraq. It was built around 2100 by King Ur-Nammu of the third dynasty of Ur. It was dedicated to Nana, who was also called Sin, the moon god and divine patron of Ur. Ur-Nammu's inscriptions proudly declare him the ziggurat's builder, and his son Shulgi claims to have completed it. The ziggurat of Ur was constructed with 3 receding levels, a massive rectangular base and 2 higher platforms, topped by a summit shrine which is now unfortunately lost. Its base measured roughly 64 by 45 meters, and it originally rose to an estimated height of 20 to 30, dominating the city's skyline, of course. Don't have many buildings as high as that in those times. In Sumerian and bore a ceremonial name, A Temenigur, meaning something like temple whose foundation creates aura. And indeed, as the tallest point in a very flat river plain, it certainly would have been awe-inspiring, an almost mystical presence, on a clear day, visible for many miles. Archaeology has revealed impressive facts about Ur's ziggurat. The lower stage is a huge square bricks were stamped with Ur-Nammu's name, memorializing him in every layer. The corners of the base were oriented to the cardinal directions, a pretty typical feature likely meant to harmonize the structure with the cosmos. The core of the ziggurat was made of mud brick, but its exterior was layered with fired bricks set in bitumen, forming a durable shell. But even so, by around 1300, which is some 800 or so years after construction, the ziggurat had deteriorated to quite a state. Records indicate that Nabonidus, Babylon's last king, ruling in the 6th century BCE, undertook a major restoration. He rebuilt the upper terraces and refinished the facing, essentially giving new life to the ancient structure. Nabonidus even mentioned finding the inscription of Ur-Nammu when digging into the base, showing how he consciously emulated the original builders. In modern times, the great ziggurat of Ur was excavated in the 20s and 30s. It's 1920s and 30s, so some 100 years ago or so, by the British archaeologist Sir Leonard Woolley. Woolley cleared away centuries of debris to expose the massive foundations and rebuilt the lower staircases. It's thanks to these efforts, and further restoration in the 1980s, that visitors today can walk up the grand stone stairway of Ur's ziggurat, much as ancient priests did 4,000 years ago. And that's pretty cool, don't you think? Very cool. Anyway, the surviving structure stands about 11 to 15 meters high, the first 2 levels intact, that is. Now, climbing those steps, you can truly sense the scale. I'm yet to do so myself, but I'm using a bit of imagination. The platform looms higher with each step, and one can imagine ascending to another level or 2 to the original summit. Well, although the top temple is now gone, scholars believed that it housed the idol of Nana, perhaps along with a bed for the deity's comfort and a table for offerings of food. On certain nights, priests may have lit fires or torches at the top, causing the ziggurat to glow under the moonlight, kind of sending a beacon out to Nana himself. But one fascinating aspect of Ur's ziggurat is how it served not just a ritual need, but also administrative ones. Adjacent to it were rooms that likely stored grain, oil, and precious goods collected as offerings or even temple revenue. The ziggurat complex in Ur functioned as a sort of economic hub under the god's auspices. In times of siege or flood, its raised height might even have protected people or supplies. And so it's no wonder that Ur's ziggurat survived the decline of the city. Its massive bulk endured even as the Euphrates River shifted course. That is, in the 4th century BC, the river change effectively left Ur abandoned and half the city buried in silt, but, well, it's a story for another time, isn't it? Poor old people who bought a house in Ur. Bad luck for them. No refunds, I'm afraid. But to the modern eye, thanks to restorations, the ziggurat of Ur appears as a hulking great pyramid with a stark geometric line structure. But in its heyday, I want you to imagine it with a gleaming whitewashed temple on top. A whole structure, possibly plastered and painted, with banners or bronze fixtures catching the sun. Truly, the pride of Ur, so much that a Sumerian poet once extolled. Ur's ziggurat towers like a mighty bull, its horns in the sky. Today, the wonder stands as a tangible link to the Bronze Age, a testament to human devotion and building skill long before iron or steel. All right, well, the next one. Let's talk a little bit more about a few of the unique aspects of Etemenanki, that is Babylon's great ziggurat, often identified as the inspiration for the Tower of Babel. While the fully realized Etemenanki belongs to the early Iron Age, especially in the Neo-Babylonian period of Nebuchadnezzar II in the 6th century, the origins likely go back to the Bronze Age. Some historians believe that a ziggurat existed in Babylon by the late 2nd millennium BCE, perhaps under the dynasty of Hammurabi, that is the 1700s BC, the one who did the law codes and all the rest, and later rebuilt and enlarged the ziggurats. Well, by the time of Nebuchadnezzar, this structure was in a ruinous state, buckled up and sunken, according to one Babylonian text. But Nebuchadnezzar claims to have reconstructed it on the ancient foundations, making it as it had been in the good old days. The result was a ziggurat of 7 tiers, reportedly measuring about 91 meters or 300 feet tall, an astonishing height for antiquity, rivaled in the ancient world perhaps only by the Pyramid of Giza, which is 146 meters, smashing the record by about almost 60 meters, but it is what it is, isn't it? Its square base was around 90 meters, which is 300 feet on each side, giving it a footprint larger than a football field. Now, if those figures are accurate, modern scholars debate their height. It's still truly a skyscraper of its era. Now, what about the name Etemenanki? Well, it means the temple of the foundation of heaven and earth, and situated in the center of Babylon, it was part of the Esagila temple complex dedicated to Marduk or Bel, the chief god of the city. Each year during the New Year festival, called Akitu, Babylon's king would climb the stairs as part of a ritual renewal of kingship, a ceremony symbolizing the bond between Marduk and the nation. Ancient sources describe the ziggurat's top shrine as the Epiphany Chamber of Marduk, possibly adorned with a bed and a throne of gold. There the high priest, or even the king in some ceremonies, might spend the night to receive divine messages or omens. And of course, we talked about that consort who was waiting for a rendezvous in that lofty chamber. I won't say too much more about that. Some things are kept private. Well, unfortunately, in archaeological terms, most of Etemenanki is lost. It just has not lasted. The site of Babylon was heavily quarried over centuries. By late antiquity, the ziggurat had been reduced to rubble, and as the story of Alexander showed, the bricks were eventually carted off. So there's a little bit of ziggurat everywhere. Today only a rectangular outline and some remnants of the foundation trenches are still visible. However, a remarkable artifact known as the Tower of Babel's Stele, a stone tablet in the Shoyan collection, carved around 600 BCE, actually depicts a relief of a 7-tier ziggurat with a floor plan, and it bears an inscription by Nebuchadnezzar detailing how he completed Etemenanke, raising the top to heaven. It provides a visual and textual confirmation of the ziggurat's form. According to that and other records, the first 3 terraces of the tower were painted white, black, and red respectively, perhaps corresponding to certain planetary gods, and the top shrine was a brilliant indigo blue, matching Marduk's celestial association. Etemenanke's fame spread throughout the known world, giving rise to all sorts of accounts. Berosus, a Babylonian priest writing for the Greeks, mentioned it in his histories, and later travelers, like Tavernier, in the 17th century still noted a vast mound at Babel. So in a sense, Etemenanke's cultural height grew even as its physical height shrank. It became the byword for human ambition and divine interaction. For the Babylonians, it symbolized their city's exalted status. For the Israelites in exile, it symbolized the empire's pride. But modern scholarship, it represents a pinnacle, literally and figuratively, of Mesopotamian architecture and state-sponsored religion. Well, we travel east now into the land of Elam, which is today's Iran, and is there that we find one of the best preserved ziggurats on earth, the impressive structure at Choga Zanbil. In antiquity, the site was called Dur Untash, a holy city founded by King Untash Napirisha around 1250 BCE. Untash Napirisha built the ziggurat at the center of a new sanctuary dedicated to the Elamite god in Shushanak and the goddess Napirisha. Unusually, the ziggurat was not in a dense urban metropolis, but in a special religious city set apart from major population centers, kind of like I suppose, a pilgrimage complex of sorts, if we want to use those terms. In any case, the Choga Zanbil ziggurat originally rose in 5 levels and measured about 105 meters or 350 feet on each side at the base, with an estimated height of 50 to 53 meters or 175 feet when complete. These dimensions make it comparable in width to Babylon's tower, though a little bit lower in height. Even today in 2025, or whatever year you're watching, fingers crossed they haven't destroyed it somehow, its ruined remains tower about 25 meters high. Essentially the first 3 terraces. They still stand, albeit in their rather decayed form. This ziggurat's state of preservation is due in part to its isolation. Fewer later builders scavenged it, and to the relatively arid climate of Khuzestan. And there is a striking feature at Choga Zanbil, is that the builders used thousands of baked bricks inscribed with cuneiform texts. Many bricks carry the name Untash Napirisha and the purpose of the building. The design differs slightly from the Mesopotamian ones. It seems to have been a true multi-layered ziggurat from the start. You see, some Mesopotamian ziggurats they began as one story and, well, they just kept adding things later. But this was planned out from start to finish to be multi-leveled. The Elamite architects encased each level with a retaining wall, almost creating a series of nested ziggurats one top of the other. Stairs or ramps on the corners provided access. Reconstructions vary on how exactly one ascended, but we'll hopefully figure that out later. As for the topmost shrine, well, it likely housed the statue of patron deities. In this case, not just one deity, but multiple, since Dur und Dash was meant to honor several Elamite gods. In fact, around the base of the ziggurat were temples to various deities. One theory is that Untash-Naparisha tried to create a centralized holy site uniting the pantheons of Elam and Mesopotamia. Could be. Well, they also had practical water features, believe it or not. Archaeologists discovered a system of underground conduits and a brick-lined well, possibly meant to collect rainwater or serve for some kind of ritual purification. Despite being built in the late Bronze Age, the site was unfortunately short-lived. Within a few centuries, Elam was not what it used to be. Power waned, and Dur und Dash was abandoned. The ziggurat was left to quietly wither away. It wasn't until 1935 that modern explorers, spotting the odd flat-topped mound, realized that it was actually an ancient ziggurat. Excavations in the 50s laid bare this magnificent monument, and today Joga Zanbil is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, allowing us to walk among its age-old bricks. Well, beyond these three famous cases, there's a few other ziggurats we should mention. Let's paint a broader picture, just before we go. Near modern Baghdad lie the ruins of a 14th century BC ziggurat built by the Kassite king Kuri Galzu. It is the Ziggurat of Akar Kuf, or Dur Kuri Galzu. Its yellow-brown cone still stands about 57 meters high, but in a particularly collapsed state. Pretty prominent landmark. Travelers on the desert highways in Iraq often see this lone towering remnant. Dur Kuri Galzu's ziggurat is a reminder that even lesser-known dynasties continued the ziggurat tradition to legitimize their rule, and its solid mass has survived fairly remarkably, though wind erosion has sculpted its sides unevenly. Locals long thought it a natural hill, or even called it Nimrod's Hill, until excavations proved that underneath all that was a well-planned-out ziggurat structure. Then we have the ziggurat of Ashur. That is, of course, in Assyria's ancient capital, Ashur, in northern Iraq. The chief god Ashur had a temple on a high terrace that functioned like a ziggurat. While Assyrian ziggurats are not as well preserved, often overshadowed by their palaces and statues, texts that we have do tell us that they built multi-tiered temples too. King Sargon II, in the 8th century BCE, constructed a ziggurat in his new city, Dur-Sharukin, which is what's called Kursabad, that reportedly had 4 stories, painted in different colors. There is a legend, too, that part of Sargon's ziggurat collapsed after his death, viewed by superstitious Assyrians as an omen tied to the king's fate. Good luck proving that one. In any case, it's an example that ziggurats were also built in the Iron Age, carrying on that Bronze Age legacy. What mentioned earlier is the ziggurat of Tepe Sialk in Iran near Kashan. It is the oldest known, dating to the early 3rd millennium BCE. Though now just a weathered clay mound, excavations reveal it had a tiered platform structure. Its discovery pushed back the origin of ziggurats and suggests that even outside of Mesopotamia proper, early societies were experimenting with raised sacred architecture. Sialk's ziggurat might have been contemporary with the earliest Egyptian pyramids, showing a parallel rise of monumental building in separate civilizations. Well, the concept of towering temples wasn't confined to Mesopotamia and Elam, of course. In Syro-Anatolian regions, high place worship also existed, but they didn't really have ziggurats, not exactly. The closest parallels are Ugarit's step temple, or some Hittite sanctuaries built on artificial terraces. And yet they're not really true ziggurats, but it does show a broader Near Eastern idea of height meaning sacred. The higher you get, the more sacred it is. You know what I'm getting at. In later millennia, when Mesopotamian culture was but a memory, we see distant echoes. For instance, some scholars point out that much later the architects of ziggurats in Mesoamerica, and the Maya and Aztec pyramids, by the way, created similar step temples, though any direct connection is highly unlikely. It seems the impulse to build upward in homage to heaven is quite a universal one. Of course, we'll do a video about the South American temples. Those pyramids, those ziggurats, if we're going to call them ziggurats rather than pyramids. I suppose we could, since they were mainly stepped. Anyway. In any case, the through line, I guess, is the symbolic importance of elevation, whether in a Sumerian city-state in 2100 or an Elamite kingdom in 1250. Raising a ziggurat was a connection of divine and civic pride. Of course, they were expensive, labor-intensive, often only undertaken by kings who had the wealth and stability to marshal these sorts of resources. But it was all worth it. Thus the ziggurat also proclaimed, "This city flourishes, not just under the leadership of a king, but the favor of a god, and this is where the god lives, looking down on all of us." It's pretty telling that after the Bronze Age collapse around 1200, some regions saw a lull in ziggurat building, due to upheavals and poverty perhaps. But once things got a little bit better, stability returning in Neo-Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian times, rulers immediately revived the grand tradition, as if to say, we are as great as the ancients, and we are back. The great city of Alexandria, a beacon of Greek civilization on Egyptian land. The city's layout reflected its dual heritage. After its founding in 331 BCE by Alexander the Great, it began to grow at a rapid pace, and by the reign of Ptolemy II around 280, the main avenues and districts were complete. The city formed a grid, roughly 4 miles long and less than a mile wide, set between the Mediterranean Sea and Lake Mareotis. 2 grand avenues, one running east-west, the Canopic Street, and one north-south, intersected at the city's heart and divided it into quarters. The main streets were exceptionally wide and straight, lined with colonnades, unlike the narrow lanes of older towns. This regular plan with its broad boulevards immediately conveyed that Alexandria was something special, a new kind of city, meant to impress. But today's story is not about the kings, the conquests, the temples. It is rather just about the ordinary people of Alexandria. What was life like for an average Alexandrian from day to day? What did they do to fill their time? How did they go about their lives? That's what we're here to discuss. So, before we head back to Ptolemaic Alexandria at its height, allow me to welcome you to the channel. I am your host for today's video, and if you're new here, well, it's good to meet you. I'll just remind you again that we must thank the patrons and YouTube members for keeping everything ad-free. Not just this video, but everything on this channel. We get enough ads outside of YouTube. We don't want them here too, so we tend to avoid them. If you want to support, there are the links in the description, including the merch store and the donation links if you're interested. But otherwise, just enjoying the video, giving a like, comment, and subscribe. That's enough for us. It helps push us out in the algorithm quite a lot. So if you could do that, we would appreciate it. Now, With all that being said, we won't say anything more about it. Let us go back in time, a little bit over 2,000 years, to Ptolemaic Alexandria. But any conversation about the people of Alexandria has to begin by mentioning that Alexandria was not just home to the Greeks, the Macedonians coming over, or indeed to the Egyptians on a local level. It was remarkably diverse in its population. An observer on the city streets would encounter people from all over the known world. Sure, you'd have the Macedonian nobles in their fine cloaks, the Greek traders from all over the Aegean, the native Egyptians in their linen tunics, but you'd also have Jewish scholars and merchants, Nubian sailors, Syrian artisans, and even the occasional traveler from Italy or beyond. With a population possibly approaching 500,000 by the late Ptolemaic era, some ancient estimates claim nearly 1,000,000, it was one of the largest cities on Earth. Yet, this does not mean that all residents shared equal status. There was certainly a pecking order. Of course, at the top of the social hierarchy were those Greek citizens, the people who proudly called themselves Alexandrines. These were the descendants of the Macedonian Greek soldiers and colonists who first settled the city and formed its privileged citizen body. Being an Alexandrian citizen certainly did come with quite a few privileges: access to the gymnasium, that is, education and athletics, a role in the city's political institutions, though under royal control, and in general, you would enjoy a higher legal status. The Alexandrines maintained the Greek language and customs, and many could trace their family origins back to cities in mainland Greece. Marrying outside of the Greek community, well, maybe some people did it, but it was strongly discouraged. Maybe it was even illegal in the early period. In the 3rd century BCE, the Alexandrine citizenry saw itself as a community of pure-blooded Greeks in Egypt, and they strove to keep it that way. A ruling class, in the proper sense. But alongside this Greek and Macedonian elite were large numbers of Greeks without citizen status. Just because you were Greek, it didn't mean you got everything for free. There were still merchants, mercenaries, artisans, and even adventurers from Greece or the Aegean islands who settled in Alexandria for just the opportunity that a big city like that would afford, especially a port city, and in the heart of Egypt. They lived in a Greek manner, and they spoke Greek too, but they did not enjoy the full legal and political privileges of the citizen class. Many of these residents had mixed heritage, for example, one Greek parent and one Egyptian parent, and that was frowned upon. Ancient observers commented on this mixed blood population, but it was certainly part of Alexandria's vibrancy. A person might have a Syrian grandfather and an Egyptian mother, yet identify culturally as Greek and speak the Greek tongue. Indeed, many people who were not official Alexandrines still chose to live like Greeks, attending the theatre, worshipping the Greek gods, and sending their sons to Greek schools, even though they were excluded from the citizen roles. Regardless, Greek culture was seen as the Rolls Royce of groups you would want to get into. But one sizable and influential community were the Jews of Alexandria, and possibly the largest Jewish community of that era. Jewish families had settled in the city since its founding, many residing in a quarter called the Delta. And they spoke Greek as well, especially if they wanted to be traders, bankers, or scholars, but they retained their own religion and customs. Alexandria's Jews built a magnificent synagogue, and according to tradition, produced a Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures, under royal patronage. The Ptolemaic kings generally respected the Jewish community, which managed to thrive under their rule. Now, this is not to say that some ethnic conflicts didn't flare up later in Roman times, but we're not really talking about Roman times, so we're just going to leave that one for this video. Now, what about the native Egyptians? Well, they formed the broad base of the social pyramid, if we can use those terms, which we will. They were the farmers, the laborers, and the craftsmen that kept the city functioning. But they were also socially disadvantaged under Greek rule. Many Egyptians in Alexandria were migrants from delta villages, drawn by the promise of work in the bustling port, or perhaps by recruitment into the Ptolemaic army and navy. They often lived in the Rakotis quarter, or other peripheral neighborhoods, sometimes in very crowded conditions, slums basically. Egyptians typically spoke their own language, and yes, they had their own writing too, but they wrote in the Demotic script. It wasn't the formal hieroglyphics that you're familiar with. So they spoke their own language at home, and they had their own religious life. Though in public, they had to get by in Greek. See, that was the city's lingua franca, and if you didn't speak Greek in Alexandria, well, good luck doing anything. But this didn't mean that they went along with the Greek culture. They worshipped the Egyptian gods, Isis, Osiris, alongside this new hybrid god Serapis. Legally, native Egyptians did not share the privileged status of Greeks. Egyptians were even subject to harsher legal penalties rather than Greeks for the same offenses, and Greeks often stereotyped Egyptians as kind of unsophisticated locals. But in reality, well, no one really wanted to say out loud that the Egyptian population was indispensable to Alexandria's life. Egyptians worked as porters hauling goods on the docks, gardeners, canal workers maintaining the water supply, and as domestic servants and wet nurses in Greek households. Over time, many Egyptians adopted Greek styles of dress, and even Greek names in order to assimilate. By the late Ptolemaic period, cultural mixing was evident. Egyptians might take names like Apollonius or Demetrios, and Greeks sometimes even made offerings at Egyptian temples. Daily life had knit the communities together in practical ways, even if social distinctions remained. Another distinct group in Alexandria were foreign mercenaries and their families from various lands. The Ptolemies employed many overseas soldiers, Thracians, Galatians, Cretans, many others, and they often settled around the city's barracks. These soldiers had their own ethnic clubs and even their own deities. They provided a colorful reminder of Alexandria's far-flung connections, perhaps seen carousing in taverns or performing their native dances on festival days. To keep order in such a city of mixed populace, the Ptolemaic administration maintained an urban police force called the Phylakitai to patrol markets and keep order in general. Now, as for crime, it was the usual stuff. Petty crime existed. Pickpockets lurked in the markets and robbers prowled the alleys. So prudent citizens carried lamps at night, and generally people avoided going out alone. Didn't want to make yourself a target. Busy main streets were often lit by torches and braziers in the evenings, and people tended to walk in groups after dark for safety. By and large, the government's firm hand kept the peace in Alexandria. But everyone knew that they ought to be cautious. Cautious of strangers, sure, but mainly it was about trusting your neighbors if you got into a pinch. Better to have friends around. But what about a peek inside the homes and family routines of normal Alexandrians? What was that like? Well, archaeology and some papyrus documents allow us to reconstruct a few of those details. In the nicer Greek quarters, houses were built in a Mediterranean style, typically 1 or 2 stories of mud brick or limestone, often arranged around an inner courtyard. Now, in the wealthier homes, you might expect a columned courtyard, decorated with mosaic floors or painted plaster walls. Courtyards like that provided light and ventilation, and families would do most of their daily tasks there. Grinding grain, cooking over a hearth, children would play. And of course, when the men get back from work, they would socialize there in the shade. Rooms for sleeping, storage, and cooking opened onto the courtyard itself. Street-facing windows were usually small and set high for privacy, though an upper floor might have a balcony where one could watch the street life below, or perhaps if you were lucky enough to have a little apartment along the coast, you could catch a sea breeze. Sounds pretty good. But remember, that's for the upper classes. In contrast, the simpler homes, especially in the Egyptian neighborhoods like the Rakotis quarter, were in comparison quite modest. Cramped multi-family buildings or mud brick huts lining narrow lanes. Thus, ordinary families might live in a single small flat, while wealthier ones enjoyed spacious houses with courtyards and gardens. Daily life at home began early. At sunrise, households stirred as the overnight desert coolness gave way to the day's warmth. Women typically rose to grind grain for bread and fetch water from nearby wells or fountains. That is, unless a house had its own cistern. In wealthier homes, servants or slaves performed these chores under the mistress's supervision. Breakfast was simple, usually bread, barley or wheat, often dipped in beer or olive oil, maybe a few dates, some cheese or garlic for flavor. Egyptians drank a thick porridge-like beer each morning, and even Greeks in Alexandria often joined them on this custom, reserving wine for later in the day. After this first meal, the men of the household departed for work. Artisans went to the workshops, the merchants went to the market or the docks, and the laborers went off to the fields or building sites, depending on the season. Women typically remained at home, especially in Greek families where respectable women did not roam the streets unaccompanied. They managed domestic tasks, spinning and weaving cloth, the ubiquitous part of a woman's work in antiquity, preparing the main midday meal, and of course, if they were upper class, they would oversee any servants. Textile work was particularly common. Many families, especially Greek citizens, owned 1 or more slaves who helped with the cooking, cleaning, and child-rearing. Even some middle-class Egyptian families might afford a slave or hire a poor neighbor's daughter as a household helper. Children, if they were old enough, that is, they also had chores. Boys might run errands or assist their fathers in a trade. And as for the girls, they would learn weaving, cooking, and childcare from their mothers. Now, despite the prevailing patriarchal society, women in Ptolemaic Egypt enjoyed relatively more rights than their counterparts in classical Greece. The Egyptian tradition allowed women to own property, initiate divorces, and even engage in business deals, and these practices continued under the Ptolemies. Surviving papyrus contracts show, for example, women lending money or leasing out land. A Greek wife in Alexandria might find herself in a society where women had a degree of legal independence that was unthinkable in old Athens. But don't get me wrong, still the social norms for Greek women emphasized modesty in household management. Women often went out in pairs or groups for either safety or propriety. Children in Alexandria probably had a lively upbringing thanks to the urban environment. Besides helping at home, they spent time playing in the courtyards and the streets. Games like with dice perhaps, or knucklebones, balls, spinning tops. Education depended on social class. Well-off Greek boys attended primary school or studied with tutors. They might learn basic literacy, arithmetic, Homeric poetry, and they might continue to higher studies in rhetoric or philosophy at the gymnasium. Meanwhile, the most poor children, especially the Egyptians, learned their parents' trades or skills directly through apprenticeship at home. Girls usually did not attend formal school. They were taught domestic skills by their mothers, though a few girls in Hellenistic Egypt did learn to read and write at home. But that's not the norm. Of course, Ptolemaic family structure was typically nuclear, but extended kin often lived nearby. Marriages were usually arranged to secure family alliances or perhaps a little dowry here and there. And mixed marriages between Greeks and Egyptians, though frowned upon by some, did occur, mainly among non-elites, and it resulted in bicultural families who might celebrate both Greek and Egyptian holidays, and even speak both languages at home. Good for the kids' education, I suppose. And then there was the unpleasant features of life, like slavery. That was around just like anywhere else. Enslaved people in Alexandria came from various backgrounds. Some were Syrians or Anatolians, sold off into bondage, or others would be native Egyptians, who fell into debt. Others could even be Greeks captured in wars. The Greeks weren't immune from becoming slaves, that's for sure. So what did they do? Well, they worked as domestic servants, workshop laborers, i.e., grinding grain in large mills or rowing the royal barges. Some of them, if they were educated, even managed to work as clerks. It's obviously a little less taxing than working in some coal mine or whatever it is. Masters and mistresses had almost absolute power over their slaves, and that includes the right to corporal punishment. Ancient literature tells of slaves being brutally beaten on a master's whim. Shows how harshly they could be treated. Not sure what you were expecting, but pretty much the same story for slaves everywhere. Yet there were also close bonds at times. You see, a loyal household servant might be considered a part of the family, in a way. Raising the children or managing household business for the master, after a while bonds are formed. In wills even, too. Some Alexandrians freed their favorite slaves or even left them small inheritances, indicating personal affection amid a underlying unequal relationship. In the evenings, families reconvened at home for their main meal, and as the hot sun lowered, courtyards came alive with activity. Dinner often consisted of a vegetable or lentil stew with bread, and fish, too, was a common fare, while meat was luxury for most and eaten mainly on special occasions. Even Greek settlers adopted traditional Egyptian staples like lentils, chickpeas, and barley beer into their diet. Fresh vegetables and fruits like cucumbers, onions, dates, and figs. They rounded out the meals when available. After dinner, families relaxed. They might share stories. An elder might tell folk tales or heroic legends to the children. Or they might enjoy a little music. In educated households, some might read aloud from a cherished papyrus scroll or recite poetry, while less literate folk relied on oral storytelling and neighborhood gossip to pass the time. Nightfall quieted the city's neighborhoods. The city gates closed at a late hour for security, although the harbor area remained semi-active with the occasional late-arriving ship. On hot summer nights, many people slept on their flat rooftops under the stars to catch a breeze, while wealthier families retired indoors to beds outfitted with mats and mosquito nets. With oil lamps extinguished and windows shuttered, Alexandria went to sleep, resting before another busy day dawned. Well, let's talk a little bit more about the general work situation, because that's what most people spend most of their time doing, right? Well, Alexandria, to its residents, was above all a city of commerce and opportunity. The economy was diverse and dynamic, drawing on Egypt's vast resources and the Ptolemies' international connections. Daily life for most free men and, well, many women revolved around their work or trade, and in Alexandria one could find nearly every occupation under the sun. The city had a nickname too, the Emporium of the Mediterranean. Grain, that was king. Ptolemaic Egypt was the breadbasket of the entire region, and Alexandria was the export hub, right at the mouth of the Nile Delta. Countless Alexandrians had jobs related to the grain trade. There were dock workers, who filled sacks and loaded grain ships bound for Greek and Levantine ports, clerks and accountants in the royal granaries meticulously measuring and recording grain quotas, and then, of course, the bakers, who turned out bread not only for local consumption, but also ships' biscuits for voyagers. The distribution of wheat was carefully managed by the state, too. The king's officials calculated how much grain and olive oil the city needed each year, and then they allocated the supplies accordingly. This kind of economic planning touched the lives of everyone, since bread and oil were basic staples. In a poor Nile flood year, the governments released emergency grain stores. That could help avert famine, and not to mention calm the anxious crowds. But beyond grain, Alexandria bustled with trade in all manner of goods. The main agora, marketplace that is, near the city centre was a daily carnival of merchant stalls and shops under colonnades. It was here that a shopper could find Greek olive oil, Italian wine, Lebanese cedar wood, fine pottery and timber imported by enterprising Greek traders. Equally, Egyptian products were on offer. Fine linens from Nile flax, translucent glassware. Alexandrian glass was highly prized and may have included early blown glass. And of course, don't forget the papyrus rolls of writing material. Specialized workshops produce these commodities. For example, we hear of an Alexandrian glassmaker selling bowls and vials, indicating how skilled and niche some crafts had become. In the streets of the bazaars, the Egyptian vendors sold traditional goods, like painted clay figurines of gods, protective amulets, and also fragrant oils and perfumes made from lotus and other local flowers. In fact, Alexandria was also renowned for its perfume industry, blending local floral oils with imported spices to create fragrances beloved by those fashionable citizens who could afford it. And don't forget that as a port city, Alexandria, of course, had a large service economy catering to sailors and travelers. Inns and taverns dotted the harbor district. Greek innkeepers offered simple lodgings and hearty stews to merchants arriving from Rhodes or Delos, while Egyptian beer sellers set up braziers on street corners, grilling fish and selling jugs of foamy beer to thirsty laborers. Plenty of customers, too. Taverns each evening were raucous. Sailors sang songs. laborers gambled with dice, and conversations in multiple languages buzzed until a lyre player's tune or sore sheer exhaustion managed to quiet the crowd down. These were places where social boundaries blurred. A wealthy merchant might slum it in a dockside tavern for the excitement, while a clever Egyptian barman learned a few Greek phrases to keep the beer flowing and the tips coming, of course. Professional services thrived as well. Alexandria was a center of banking and finance in the Hellenistic world. Money changers and bankers, often of Greek or Jewish background, operated near the agora and harbor, exchanging currencies for visiting traders and offering the occasional loan. These financiers kept accounts on papyrus and likely formed a tight-knit community, networking at the gymnasium, baths, or local temples. Skilled artisans worked in guild-like associations by trade. Bronzesmiths, carpenters, potters, and goldsmiths produced everything from humble cooking pots to fine furniture and jewelry, decorated with both Greek and Egyptian motifs. Their workshops supplied the local population and also crafted luxury goods for export or royal demand. But you can't overlook the role of the Ptolemaic bureaucracy in daily work, as Alexandria was the seat of royal government, and the palace administration employed thousands of scribes, clerks, and officials. This is a pretty important asset. For educated Alexandrians, a civil service job was a plum position. It offered steady pay, a couple of exemptions from taxes, and not to mention the chances for advancement by currying favor at court. Every day, these bureaucrats reported to officers in the palace or government buildings. They compiled tax records, issued permits for Nile shipping, oversaw grain rations and other distributions, and corresponded with officials throughout Egypt. We have glimpses of this bureaucratic world from papyrus archives, such as the letters of a man named Zenon, an official under Ptolemy II. These documents included routine orders for shipments of grain, or perhaps timber, to the city, maybe even often a petition from a common man, complaining of things like unpaid wages or stolen livestock, that ended up on an official's desk in Alexandria. Thus, the bureaucracy not only provided jobs, but also intersected with common life through a petition system. If a fish seller felt cheated by a tax collector, she might travel to an office in Alexandria to submit a written petition to the royal scribes. Probably didn't get justice, but hey, some things never change. The Ptolemaic economy was heavily regulated too. Nearly every industry was taxed or controlled. Oil pressing, textile production, fishing, beer brewing, quarrying, it all required permits or paid fees to the state. Excuse me, taking a sip of my tea. Jasmine tea today, by the way. Ordinary Alexandrians felt these constraints keenly. Tavern owners grumbled about beer taxes cutting into profits. Fishermen cursed the officials who weighed their catch and took a royal share. Tax inspectors and customs agents were a constant presence in the marketplace. And then there was smuggling, too. That was risky, but tempting. Some tried to evade the rules, make a little extra on the side. But despite the paternalistic controls, many individuals found ways to prosper. Records show, for instance, women renting shops or lending money, proving that business was not exclusively a male domain. Talented artisans might be hired directly by the court. For example, skilled mosaicists or architects employed on royal projects, and they could secure a steady income and patronage. The hum of commerce in Alexandria, from the roaring marketplace to the clatter of shipyards, that was the soundtrack of daily life. The city offered jobs for the unskilled, careers for the educated, whether one was a humble pot seller in the street or a royal scribe counting grain. Each person played their own part in this great economic engine of the Ptolemaic capital. Work defined social interactions and personal schedules, but after work came time to worship, relax, and hopefully enjoy the fruits of one's labor. But equally, you have to remember that Ptolemaic Alexandria was not only a center of commerce, but also the intellectual powerhouse of the Hellenistic world. For ordinary Alexandrians, the presence of the famed library and museum was a point of civic pride. Even if not everyone directly accessed these elite institutions, their influence permeated daily life through education and public knowledge. The museum and library complex was located in the royal quarter. That was the quarter adjoining the king's palaces, by the way. The museum, from the Greek moseon, which actually means shrine of the muses, was an institute of advanced study, akin to a research academy or even a university. And it attracted scholars from all over the place, philosophers, poets, theologians, scientists. They were all there. And they were granted stipends by the king, too, free lodging and meals, so they could pursue knowledge full-time under royal patronage. These learned men were a tiny fraction of Alexandria's population, but their work sometimes spilled into the public sphere. Just take one example. Medical researchers like Herophilus and Erasistratus conducted groundbreaking anatomical studies in Alexandria, including, controversially at the time, the dissection of human cadavers. Their discoveries, such as identifying the pulse and nervous system, filtered down to benefit patients treated by local physicians trained in the Alexandrian school. And then there was the great library attached to the museum, a massive repository of papyrus scrolls. Although not a public lending library in the modern sense, it served as a reference and copying center for scholarship. Professional scribes labored daily to copy texts for the library's collection, and also to make duplicates for sale. It was said by the writer Galen that any books found on ships arriving at the port were requisitioned for copying. The originals kept for the library, and copies returned later, illustrating the Ptolemies' aggressive hunger for knowledge. Such tales spread through the city, and it enhanced the mystique of the library institution. Bookshops thrived too. Once a library had a text, copies of everything from Homer's epics to Aristotle's treatises were sold, at very high prices, by the way. But education in Alexandria reflected the city's Greek intellectual bent. The gymnasium, well, that wasn't just an athletic facility. It had classrooms and lecture halls, too. Well-to-do Greek boys attended classes there in the morning. They'd learn grammar, poetry, and mathematics before their physical training in the afternoon. Many teachers were themselves connected to the museum's scholars. Higher education opportunities abounded. There were schools of rhetoric for future lawyers and politicians, philosophical schools. Stoics, Epicureans, and others had followers in Alexandria, by the way. There was even mentorship available in the sciences. The great scientist Eratosthenes famously calculated Earth's circumference while serving as the librarian of Alexandria, one of the many unique scientific triumphs that the proud Alexandrians could boast about. I'm sure they certainly did. Intellectual life touched ordinary citizens in other ways too. Public lectures and demonstrations were not uncommon. One day a Greek philosopher might expound on Plato's ideas at a temple portico. Another day an Egyptian priest might share wisdom about the stars. The blending of knowledge was part of Alexandria's charm. An Alexandrian could consult an Egyptian healer using traditional remedies, or a Greek astronomer refining Babylonian star charts. Both options existed side by side. But one cannot mention Alexandria's intellectual scene without its literature and arts. Poets like Callimachus and Apollonius of Rhodes composed their works in Alexandria under royal patronage. Their sophisticated poetry sometimes trickled down to the public at festivals or banquets, or one might hear verses by Callimachus or Theocritus performed for entertainment. Theocritus himself wrote bucolic idyllis and humorous urban mimes set at Alexandria. Notably, intellectual life depended on royal favor, and like everything else could be vulnerable to politics. One later king, Ptolemy VIII, grew hostile of scholars, and is said to have exiled or persecuted many of them, briefly stifling Alexandria's cultural life. Such episodes remind us that even as knowledge flourished, so did autocratic rulers. But nevertheless, for the bulk of the Ptolemaic era, Alexandria enjoyed an unparalleled reputation as the intellectual capital of the Greek world. Ordinary residents felt this pride, and perhaps aspiration. A poor student from a Delta village might come to the city dreaming of studying with great minds at the museum, and some of them certainly did. The city's brain power provided practical benefits to daily life too. Advances in engineering improved clocks and navigation. Medical knowledge from the museum's physicians improved treatment at local clinics. Even something as mundane as the calendar was refined. Under Ptolemy III, Alexandrian astronomers adjusted the Egyptian calendar to be more accurate. So we can say that intellectual life in Alexandria created a kind of atmosphere where education was valued and cutting-edge ideas were certainly everywhere to be found. It was akin to living in a city that hosted both a major university and the headquarters of innovative industries. Regular folk may not have attended the museum's symposia, but they certainly encountered the fruits of learning in better healthcare, improved tools, maps, and just the simple cultural enrichment of hearing a new poem or seeing a mechanical wonder. The pursuit of knowledge, all promoted by the Ptolemies. Most of the time, that became a part of what it meant to be an Alexandrian. And then, of course, there's religion. That occupied an important place in daily life, too. It provides both personal solace and also a communal identity. But once again, Alexandria was unique because it was the syncretism and diversity of worship under the Ptolemies that made it a truly special place. The city hosted temples to multitudes of gods, both Egyptian and Greek. A key example was the cult of Serapis. Ptolemy I introduced Serapis, a deity blending Greek and Egyptian features, as a patron god of Alexandria. A grand Serapeum temple was built near Rakotis, which became one of the city's most magnificent sanctuaries. People of both cultures came there to worship the god who embodied their unity. Egyptian deities remained vital in Alexandria too. The old temple of Isis in Rakotis continued to draw worshippers, especially women in particular, seeking the goddess's protection in either childbirth or marriage. The Ptolemies' promotion of Isis made her cult popular among the Greeks as well as Egyptians. Many Alexandrians, in fact, honored both sets of gods, attending Greek civic rites but also praying to Isis or Osiris at home, a pragmatic blend of faiths. Traditional Greek Olympian gods had their temples and festivals as well. For instance, the city had prominent temples of Zeus, Apollo, and Poseidon, fitting for a maritime city. Major Greek festivals like the Dionysia, that is the honoring of Dionysus with theatre and revelry, well, they were also celebrated in Alexandria too. And athletic contests were held in honor of gods such as Apollo. The Ptolemies even instituted new festivals merging Greek and Egyptian elements, ensuring that religious celebrations were inclusive civic events. There is one account, too, by the poet Theocritus, which describes the Adonis festival under Ptolemy II, where the queen sponsored an extravagant display for Adonis, complete with miniature gardens, special sweet cakes, and a beautifully adorned effigy of the god. A hymn was sung as part of the rites. This Adonia festival, traditionally a private women's observance, became a public spectacle in Alexandria, an example of how Ptolemaic queens sponsored religious events for popular participation. For ordinary women, it was a rare chance to go out, worship, and enjoy pageantry in a safe setting. A particularly special event was the grand procession of Ptolemy II in 279 BCE, celebrating Dionysus and the royal family. Ancient accounts describe a lavish parade with floats of gods, hundreds of performers, and dozens of exotic animals, all the way from elephants and lions to other exotic beasts. Alexandrians of all backgrounds lined the streets to marvel at this pageant. It was a rare extravaganza of color, music, and wine that broke the normal routine and also glorified the Ptolemaic dynasty, which used such displays to reinforce their semi-divine status. The impression that it left was long-lasting. For many citizens, it was the most magnificent spectacle that they would ever see in their life. But aside from such grand spectacles, many other holy days filled the year. Egyptians celebrated their traditional feasts for Osiris's resurrection or to thank the Nile during its flood, and Greeks observed their own holidays, like festivals of Demeter or Apollo, complete with processions or contests. Often these celebrations were open to all Alexandrians regardless of origin. The Ptolemaic rulers were even worshipped as gods themselves in state cults. A priesthood was established in Alexandria to offer sacrifice to the deified king and queen, blending politics and religion. A Greek merchant might sacrifice to Zeus in the morning, only to attend an Isis procession in the evening. An Egyptian sailor could pray to Poseidon for calm seas, and also leave an offering for Osiris when he returns safe. The city's festivals, whether Greek, Egyptian, or a little bit of both, they brought people together in shared celebration, and by honoring a wide array of deities, Alexandrians found spiritual support and a sense of community in a very complex world. So despite the daily toil, Alexandrians knew how to enjoy themselves too, and the city offered plenty of pastimes after work hours. Theatres provided regular entertainment. Greek tragedies and comedies were staged for public audiences, and local mime troupes performed farcical sketches. Alexandria's elite generously sponsored these cultural events, so ordinary citizens might see a play by Menander or hear poetry recitations during a festival. Sports and athletics were another popular outlet. The gymnasium served not just for education, but for recreation. Many young men spent their leisure time training in wrestling, running, boxing, things like that. The Ptolemaic kings organized periodic games and contests similar to the Olympics, where athletes competed in foot races, chariot races, and other events. And spectators would pack the stadium and hippodrome on race days, cheering loudly as horses thundered past, and victors were crowned with wreaths. Pleasure could also be found by the water. On weekdays and holidays, some Alexandrians took leisure cruises along the canals to the nearby suburb of Canopus. effectively a resort town known for its temples and taverns. Wealthy groups would hire decorated boats, bring wine and musicians, and spend the day and night feasting as they drifted along the palm-lined waterway. Music, dancing, and open-air drinking parties on boats were part of the city's repertoire of fun, especially in the warmer summer months. But more everyday amusements included public baths and taverns. By the late Ptolemaic period, the city had several bathhouses where men, and separately women, could bathe, relax, and socialize, an early form of the communal bathing culture, later famous in the Roman world. As dusk fell, neighborhood taverns came alive, with locals enjoying beer or wine. Laborers played board games, or gambled with dice. Storytellers swapped the latest gossip, and the social barriers that divided classes by day faded a little bit in the lamplight of the tavern. Alexandria's nightlife had its seedy side as well. The city's port quarter had its share of prostitution, lower-end establishments serving sailors and a class of courtesans, high-class companions, to attend to wealthier clients. The Ptolemaic authorities largely tolerated these services and even taxed them, though respectable citizens kept such indulgences out of the public eye. Nonetheless, their presence was certainly there. In general, leisure in Alexandria was a pretty lively blend. People attended both Greek theater and Egyptian street festivals, exercised in the Greek gyms, and danced in Egyptian celebrations. They dined on a mix of cuisines, drinking both beer and wine, and found entertainment in everything from philosophical debates at a friend's house to rowdy song fests at a waterfront tavern. So whether it's enjoying a wrestling match or listening to a traveling musician in the marketplace, there was always something to do in Alexandria. A testament to the city's life beyond work. But that is to say that life in Alexandria was not all fun and games. Ordinary people also faced hardships and risks. Heavy taxation was a constant burden. The Ptolemaic state's need for revenue meant taxes on everything from crops to trade goods. Small traders and craftsmen often chafed under these levies, and a bad harvest or a slow business year could leave families struggling to pay what they owed. The government kept meticulous records and enforced collections strictly, so tax evasion was dangerous. Many Alexandrians simply endured the high taxes, hoping the stability and grain rations provided by the state would balance the load. At times, basic necessities grew scarce or expensive. Although Egypt was a fertile land, a poor Nile flood could threaten the city's food supply. When grain ran short or bread prices rose sharply, anxiety gripped the populace. Ptolemaic rulers sometimes intervened by releasing grain from royal granaries or fixing prices to prevent unrest, but lower-class families always lived in the worry of hunger in bad years. Malnutrition and periodic food shortages were part of a precarious balance of urban life. Then there were disease and health problems. Alexandria's dense population and busy ports meant exposure to various illnesses. Fevers, stomach ailments, and infections took many lives, especially among infants and children. Medical care was available. The city had skilled Greek physicians and Egyptian healers, but it was a product of its time. The treatments were limited in their effectiveness. Wealthier families could summon trained doctors influenced by the museum's medical research, but the poor had to rely on traditional remedies and temple prayers. An outbreak of plague or a severe malaria season could sweep through crowded neighborhoods quickly. So people did what they could. They burned incense to purify the air, offered votives to healing gods like Imhotep or Asclepius, and just hoped for the worst I mean the best. They hoped that the worst would not come, you know what I mean. Hope for the worst. Good Lord, I must be tired. Well, then there was also public order, but that was generally maintained. That doesn't mean crime and violence were not unknown, but it certainly wasn't a free-for-all. In the markets, pickpockets and con men preyed on the unwary, and after dark, poorly lit back streets could harbor thieves. The city authorities employed watchmen and meted out severe punishments to deter criminals, but petty crime persisted. On a large scale, Alexandria's diverse population occasionally saw tensions flare into unrest. Ethnic frictions, for example, between segments of the Greek citizenry and the Jewish community or native Egyptians, sometimes led to a few street clashes. But this was pretty rare. But when they did erupt, they could be quite deadly, but they just didn't happen too often. If needed, royal troops would be dispatched to quell riots, as maintaining control of the capital was a top priority for the king, of course. But even the natural environment posed dangers. Fires were a constant risk in the closely built city. A single kitchen accident in a crowded housing block could ignite a devastating blaze. The city didn't have an organized fire brigade either, so neighbors had to band together with water jars to douse flames. And while Alexandria was largely safe from Nile inundations due to its coastal position, fierce storms occasionally lashed the harbor, wrecking boats and flooding dockside warehouses. Major earthquakes were uncommon, but the possibility of a tremor or building collapse was also another worry in the back of people's minds. The political climate could also turn threatening. Alexandria was the power center of the Ptolemies, and when dynastic conflicts and palace intrigues erupted, the city's streets might become battlegrounds. In some notorious episodes, rival claimants to the throne courted the Alexandrian mob for support, and when things went poorly, enraged rulers took revenge on the population. One infamous ruler, Ptolemy VIII, is said to have unleashed mercenaries on the Alexandrian crowds in retaliation for a rebellion. It all resulted in a bloody massacre of civilians. But extremes like that were, well, extremes. They weren't everyday occurrences. They certainly left an imprint of fear, though. Ordinary people understood that under an absolute monarchy, their safety could depend on the mood and stability of the royal court. Yet, despite all of this, the Alexandrians proved to be resilient. Families formed networks to help each other in hard times. A poor harvest might see urban relatives sharing grain with cousins from the countryside, or neighbors pooling resources to rebuild a burned house. The city's cosmopolitan makeup, while occasionally a source for tension, also fostered a kind of pragmatic tolerance. People of different backgrounds often had to cooperate to get by. Religious faith gave solace too, whether praying to Isis or Zeus or Adonai. People sought comfort and hoped that misfortune would pass. And so, in the face of heavy taxes, bouts of unrest, and personal tragedies, the ordinary Alexandrian adapted and persevered. They always found ways to survive, maybe even thrive, in a city that could be as harsh as it was splendid. The civilization of ancient Egypt. It inspires endless fascination. It's a land of pharaohs, deities, pyramids, and hidden knowledge. And indeed, for all that we have learned from the hieroglyphic texts left behind and the archaeological digs in our modern age, Egypt still retains many of its unsolved mysteries. How did those laborers in ancient times quarry, move, and lift millions of stone blocks to build the monuments with such precision? What happened to fabled cities like Pi-Ramesses and Akhenaten that flourished briefly only to be swallowed by the sands of time. And where are the lost tombs of illustrious figures, the resting places of Cleopatra VII, the mummy of Nefertiti, the burial of the master architect Imhotep? What secrets would those tombs reveal? Egypt's artifacts themselves pose their own riddles. A wooden bird that some claim is a model glider, carved reliefs that resemble modern light bulbs, ancient discs of unknown purpose, and cryptic papyri hinting at forbidden knowledge. And even its language and religion hold their own enigmas, from the elusive meanings of certain hieroglyphic inscriptions and the spells from the Book of the Dead to the unprecedented monotheism of Akhenaten's sun cult and the true significance of divine symbols and ritual. What does it all mean? Well, we're not exactly sure, but maybe we're on the right track. What we're going to do today is look through some of Egypt's hidden mysteries, the things that have puzzled historians, archaeologists, and perhaps a few conspiracy theorists alike. But we can't dismiss them just yet. We're yet to have all the information. So, let's take a look at the mysteries of ancient Egypt together. And before we do, allow me to issue the customary welcome to the channel. If you are here for your first time, well, you might want to click that subscribe button. Also leave a like and a comment for the algorithm. And by the way, you won't get any interruptions in this video, or indeed any other videos on the channel, because it's all mid-roll free. No ads to stop the experience or interrupt your rest or learning. It's because we are proudly supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, which has a very nice selection of little Egypt things too, and also the occasional donation on Super Thanks through YouTube and the PayPal link. Now with that in mind, all said and done, spread the word, tell your friends, and we may begin. Of course, why don't we build out from that foundation of the most imposing landmarks in the Egyptian skyline, the pyramids? Now, of course, we found out quite a lot about the pyramids and the engineering of them. The problem is, the more we think we've figured it out, the more little details we discover, and the whole theory gets turned on its head all over again. Of course, they're one of the most iconic unsolved engineering challenges from antiquity. They were constructed over 4,500 years ago, although some people think they're a bit earlier than that. But generally, in a historical context, we look at 4,500 years. Now, these colossal tombs provoke a question, and a fairly obvious one. How did a Bronze Age society manage such precision along with such scale? Let's look at the Pyramid of Khufu, rising about 146 meters originally. It was built from roughly 2.3 million stone blocks, and each one averaged from 2 to 15 tons. Archaeological evidence now paints a clearer picture of the labor and logistics involved, even if some techniques remain debated. Far from the slave labor myth popularized by Herodotus, excavations reveal a workforce of skilled Egyptian laborers, organized into crews, and even well provided for by the state. In the late 20th centuries, Egyptologist Mark Lehner uncovered a vast worker settlement at Giza, a lost city of the pyramids, with barracks and bakeries that likely housed thousands of laborers and specialists just southwest of the plateau. Remains of bread ovens, fish and cattle bones indicate these workers had plentiful rations, including prime cuts of beef, supplied by a centralized economy. Now, this contradicts the old notion of slaves toiling under the whip. Instead, it suggests an organized labor tax, or perhaps a corvée system, where crews from different nomes, or that is, provinces, took turns in building during the flood season when farming couldn't be done course, the Nile River inundates, and, well, you're not going to be doing much farming underwater, aren't you? Graffiti and burials of those workers near the pyramid further show that they were respected Egyptians. They were not slaves, often buried with honors near the sacred site that they helped construct. Now, of course, this was one of the prevailing myths about Egypt for a long, long time, that the slaves built the pyramids. Of course, we know now that it was just not true, in any sense of the word. Well, perhaps there might have been some slavery to a certain point, but it's really nothing that we can prove on a historical level. In any case, let's move on from that. Now let's look at the construction process. It required quarrying limestone and granite, transporting blocks, and lifting them into place with astonishing accuracy. Egyptians lacked iron tools, so pyramid builders relied on copper chisels and saws, stone hammers, wooden sledges, ropes, and good old-fashioned muscle. One recently discovered papyrus diary has illuminated the logistics behind Khufu's pyramid construction. In 2013, archaeologists unearthed at Wadi al-Yarf on the Red Sea coast the logbook of an official named Merer, dating to year 27 of Khufu's reign. What a find that would have been. And 2013, so, well, only 12 years ago. Merer supervised a team of about 200 boatmen. They were ferrying limestone blocks from the Tura quarries to Giza via the Nile and canals. His journal details loading stone at Tura and sailing upriver to what he called the horizon of Khufu. What he was referring to, of course, was the Great Pyramid. This was a trip of 2 to 3 days. Now here's something important. Merer notes reporting to Ankh-Haf, Khufu's half-brother, who was chief for all the works of the king, confirming the involvement of high royal officials in managing pyramid construction. And this papyrus is our oldest inscribed eyewitness account of pyramid building, and it corroborates archaeological hypotheses that the Egyptians built a temporary harbor or canal at Giza to receive the heavy materials. Indeed, traces of an ancient canal and basin have been detected north of the Giza pyramids, indicating boats could approach closer to the plateau than the modern Nile allows. The ability to move multi-ton blocks by river barges and then by sledges lubricated with water across the desert, that's certainly a key innovation, and I'm sure you'll admit, quite clever for the time. Workers likely hauled stones on sledges up earth ramps, using ropes and perhaps wooden lever devices as no pulleys existed. And a recent discovery in 2018 at the Hadnub alabaster quarry in Middle Egypt revealed a 4,500-year-old ramp system with stairways and post holes on either side. Archaeologists Yanis Gordon and team found that by using a sled mounted with a large stone block and ropes tied to wooden posts, workers could drag blocks up very steep inclines, 20% grade or even more. What a system. A central ramp, flanked by a staircase-like rows of post holes. It suggests a mechanism for hauling heavy stone upward, potentially analogous to methods for pyramid construction, not destruction, excuse me. Now, while the Hadnub ramp was for quarrying softer alabaster, it does show the principle of using man-powered sleds and rope pulleys to overcome gravity. Egyptologists theorize that similar ramps, whether straight, zigzagging up, or the pyramid sides, or corkscrew ramps within the structure, were used to raise the masonry courses as the pyramid grew. No traces of the large external ramps survive. Perhaps they were dismantled or eroded. It's certainly been a few thousand years, so kind of hard to not erode. Of course, that fuels alternative theories from the water lift systems to even alien intervention, rather famously. from the Ancient Aliens documentary aired by the, quote, History Channel, unquote. Well, the consensus still favors the simple elegance of earthen ramps and human force, given discoveries like Hatnub. And as one Egyptologist quipped, the ancient builders didn't leave an instruction manual, likely intentionally. It was a state secret, something that the Egyptians wanted to keep to themselves, perhaps. So, our understanding has to evolve as new evidence appears. But we can't just run away with outlandish theories. That being said, there's a few worldly theories that we can't dismiss just yet. But some of the more outlandish ones I think we can put in the no pile. But here's one that is interesting. It is the astronomical alignment, and just in general the preparation of the site. That is another enduring mystery of how the pyramids were aligned so precisely to cardinal directions. The Great Pyramid's sides are actually oriented almost exactly north, south, east, and west. And that's with an error of only a few arcminutes, that is a fraction of a degree. Now, achieving this with Stone Age surveying equipment seems to be quite remarkable, and that's because it is remarkable. A lot of this has led to a lot of speculation. Scholars have proposed that Egyptian surveyors used the circumpolar stars or the sun's shadow to find true north. Could be. One plausible method is observing the position of a star like Kochab or Mizar as it circles the north celestial pole. By marking its position at rising and setting and bisecting the angle, they could pinpoint north. And there's another method too, the solar gnomon technique, tracking a rod's shadow at equal morning and afternoon lengths, which gives a true north-south line at midpoint. The consensus, however, is that the pyramid builders had a sophisticated grasp of astronomy and geometry to orient their monuments, more than a lot of modern observers give them credit for, and they also achieved extraordinary accuracy in leveling the foundations. The base of Khufu's pyramid is almost perfectly flat, with only minimal differences in elevation across the 230-meter span. Some researchers do speculate that the Egyptians may have used water-filled trenches or channels as a leveling tool. Of course, water will always seek a level plane, no matter what vessel it's in. Well, when preparing the bedrock platform, this would have been quite a useful tool. And indeed, the bottom courses of the Great Pyramid were cut into the natural limestone plateau after careful leveling, creating a stable platform. This meticulous site preparation meant that the massive weight of the pyramid was evenly distributed, likely one reason that the structures have stood for so long without significant tilting or structural failure. Now, that is not to say that all pyramids had this precise engineering. There's plenty of, Sudan has more pyramids than Egypt. You don't hear about that very much, but they do. They're just on a smaller scale. And of course, there's plenty of monuments in Egypt that have crumbled away, fallen down. But when we talk about the pyramids of Giza, that's, well, when we say pyramids, that's what we think of. In any case, when casing stones, that is polished Tura limestone, covered the pyramid, the monument would have gleamed brilliantly in the sun and have been geometrically symmetrical. The alignments and execution were so precise that some have wondered if they had help from advanced technology or even extraterrestrials, once again a notion firmly rejected by archaeologists and historians, 99% of them. Well, perhaps not 99, but you know what I mean. In general, people favor the hypothesis of human ingenuity. But unfortunately, no written plans or blueprints from the Pyramid Age survive, at least ones that we have managed to discover yet. forcing researchers to have to reverse engineer methods from the physical evidence that we have. Well, the next thing we have is a few unexplained features, internal passages, secret rooms, things like this. And that certainly opens up not only the imagination of the historian, but the treasure hunter. So even with modern mapping, there are parts of the pyramids that remain unexplored. In 2017, a team of physicists and archaeologists with the Scan Pyramids project made a headline-grabbing discovery. They discovered a large void hidden deep within Khufu's Great Pyramid. That's right, a big old empty space. Using muon tomography, that is a cosmic ray imaging technique akin to X-rays, they detected a cavity at least 30 meters long above the Grand Gallery. The purpose of this cavity is still unknown. It could be a hidden chamber, a revealing space to lighten the weight on the gallery, or a byproduct of construction. Now fast forward to 2023, the Scan Pyramids team also identified and accessed a corridor-shaped void just behind the north face of the Great Pyramid, not far from the original entrance. An endoscopic camera revealed a narrow tunnel with a gabled roof, untouched since constructions. Well, speculatively, this corridor might have been built to redistribute weight, or could conceivably lead to another sealed chamber that is yet to be found. These high-tech revelations show that the pyramids may still conceal a few secrets yet, even after over 200 years of archaeology in its more modernized sense. Napoleon was the one who really kicked off Egyptian archaeology, by the way. In any case, the notable thing is the mummy of Khufu himself has never been found either. His sarcophagus lies empty in the king's chamber, and that suggests that his remains were looted in antiquity, which was pretty common, unfortunately. Most of what we have is all gone, and the only reason why Tutankhamun is so famous is because his was a tomb that wasn't robbed. Otherwise, he was a pretty minor ruler, died quite young, didn't really accomplish anything. But, well, he left behind quite a nice little treasure room. Well, could some hidden recesses still contain parts of Khufu's burial goods, or perhaps clues to his funerary ritual? That's a very good question. That's the kind of question which we base our further explorations of. And while details of construction techniques remain debated, i.e. whether straight ramps on one face, a spiraling internal ramp, or multiple lifting levers, the overall picture is of a society that mobilized enormous resources and ingenuity to achieve these engineering marvels. And the mystery is not whether the ancient Egyptians built the pyramids. We know that they did, but how exactly they accomplished it, and what knowledge might have been lost in the process. In any case, each new discovery that we make, from the logbook of Mera to the muon-detected chambers, it brings us that little step closer to understanding this feat. But some aspects may remain secret, I suppose. The secret of those pyramid builders 4,500 years ago, concealed beneath millions of stones, and perhaps controversial opinion. Maybe it's better that it's left that way. After all, Egypt is interesting because of its mysteries. Maybe when we discover them, the answers might be a little lukewarm, not as exciting as we thought. Of course, if we've got pyramids that stand out very obviously, well, there's also other monuments that go a little bit more unnoticed. The shifting sands of time have buried entire cities, some lost to history until recent times. We have two remarkable royal capitals, Pi Ramesses in the Delta, and Akhet Aten, also known as Amarna in Middle Egypt, and they epitomize the mystery of cities that flourished briefly and then just vanished, leaving scant traces and even more questions. Pi-Ramesses. Let's look at that first. The vanished capital of Ramesses the Great. We find ourselves in the 13th century BCE. Pharaoh Ramesses II built a glittering new capital in the northeastern delta called Pi-Ramesses. That is, of course, the House of Ramesses. Ancient records describe it as opulent, with temples and bustling harbors on the Nile, a thriving cosmopolitan city with a large population. Now, what is unusual is that this great city virtually disappeared from memory. By the first millennium BCE, it was forgotten. No one knew where it was, and this led early archaeologists on quite a wild goose chase, kind of like the ancient Egyptian version of finding Troy, that kind of thing. In the 1880s and early 1900s, excavations at Tanis, modern-day San el Hagar, uncovered large Ramesside statues and temple stones. So scholars long misidentified Tanis as Pi-Ramesses, a confusion popularized in fiction too. Tanis, by the way, is the lost city sought in Indiana Jones, blending the two sides. Well, of course, we're not going to throw Indiana Jones away. Well, at least not the first few films. The modern films were not good. Rest in peace to that franchise. Another victim. Well, anyway, the true Pi-Ramesses remained hidden until the mid-20th century, when evidence pointed to Cantir, about 30 kilometers south of Tanis. Extensive magnetometry and excavations at Cantir have since mapped streets, foundations of vast temples, and even royal stables, confirming this was indeed the capital of Ramses II. But why then? Why was it abandoned? That's the real question. Why build this big city and then just leave? Well, it appears that its fate was caused by nature. The Ptolemaic branch of the Nile that had fed by Ramesses' canals began to silt up and shift course after Ramesses' era. Within a century or so of its founding, the once great waterfront city was left high and dry. By around 1100, Egypt's rulers relocated the administrative capital to Tanis, nearer the Nile's new course, and in doing so, they literally recycled Pi-Ramesses. Archaeological findings show that many monuments and building blocks were uprooted and transported to Tanis to construct new temples. Some temples at Tanis are built of stones bearing Ramesses II's cartouches that clearly originated in Pi-Ramesses, indicating an ancient urban transplant. And just quickly, that word cartouche, the French word for bullet, I believe it's a French word for bullet or casing, something like that. You will find these bullet-shaped frames for names of Egyptian royalty on a lot of the tombs, so the French archaeologists called these cartouches. You'll hear this quite a lot in Egyptology. Thus, we can certainly say that Pi-Ramesses did not so much collapse as it did migrate, and not just the population, the infrastructure cannibalized to create a successor city in a more prime real estate location. Is free real estate. Well, today, the fields of Cantir still hold the foundations of Ramesses' city, detectable by remote sensing, but certainly difficult to excavate fully, as the area is near the water table, and then there's the modern villagers. Regardless of any historical discoveries, people don't like their houses being ripped up, so what are you going to do? In any case, the mystery of Pi-Ramesses lies in its rapid rise and fall, how a metropolis was the pride of Egypt's greatest empire, and how it could be largely erased. Only in the recent decades has scholarship untangled the clues and identified its remains. Ongoing digs keep going too, continuing to unearth workshops, and possibly the palace of Ramesses II itself. Actually, recently they found a trove of horse bits and chariot parts too. Quite befitting for a city famous for chariots. Yet much of Ramesses may remain under mud, groundwater, a little difficult to get to, and who knows how much of it is left. The full grandeur of this lost capital is still being pieced together. It shows that even mighty cities can vanish when geography, politics, and ultimately Mother Nature begins to shift their mood. Well, next we have another royal city that has passed into legend, Akhenaten, built by Pharaoh Akhenaten around 1346 BCE. Now, unlike Ramesses, whose memory persisted in distorted form, Akhenaten was deliberately excised from official history. A city of profound religious significance that was abandoned and almost forgotten until modern archaeology resurrected it. Now, as for Akhenaten, originally Amenhotep IV, he was the one who founded Akhenaten, meaning horizon of the Aten, as the center of his revolutionary monotheistic religion venerating the sun disk called Aten. Quite controversial at the time, basically throwing away the entire Egyptian pantheon. He was not very popular. He did select an undeveloped site on the east bank of the Nile, roughly halfway between Memphis and Thebes, marked by a semicircle of cliffs that form a natural horizon. Boundary stelae he carved into the cliffs recorded that he chose this site specifically to belong to Aten, free of any other deity's claim. And within a few years, indeed a splendid new city sprang up. Akhenaten was designed with Aten's worship in mind. Its temples had open courtyards with altars exposed to sunlight, rather than dark inner sanctums containing gods' statues. The Great Aten Temple and Small Aten Temple dominated the central city, alongside the royal palaces. Archaeologists have excavated the remains of wide processional roads down which Akhenaten rode his chariot daily to bathe in Aten's rays. Residential quarters, officers, gardens, vibrant artisans' workshops, they had it all, and they were all producing the distinctive Amarna art. And the art itself, that is quite mysterious, depicting the royal family in an exaggerated, almost caricatured style, with elongated heads and limbs, pot-bellies, and androgynous features. Some scholars theorize this unique style might reflect medical conditions, suggesting that Akhenaten had a kind of genetic disorder. But most now interpret it as more of a symbolic thing, emphasizing how the king's divine nature and the fertile boundary of the Aten. So for about 16 years, the city of Akhenaten buzzed with life and the radical energy of Akhenaten's religious experiment. But that only lasted until Akhenaten died, after 17 years on the throne. The experiment seems to have went to the grave with him. His young successor, the boy king Tutankhaten, later, by the way, named Tutankhamun, abandoned Akhenaten around 1332, under the pressures to restore the gods of the old pantheon. The court and capital relocated back to Thebes and Memphis, and Akhenaten was left to the whims of the desert. Later pharaohs, disdaining Akhenaten as a heretic, intentionally dismantled parts of the city. Akhenaten's name and the city's name were omitted from the king's lists. His temples were razed, and the stone talatat blocks reused in new constructions elsewhere. This purposeful erasure was so effective that Akhenaten's very location, was lost until the 19th century, when travelers and archaeologists notably Flinders Petrie and others, identified the ruins at a site then called Amarna. Of course, today the site of Amarna is one of the most extensively excavated ancient cities in Egypt, providing an unparalleled snapshot of a city's layout and the daily life in 14th century BCE. Streets, villas of nobles, modest houses of workers, workshops, bakeries, and cemeteries, they all offer evidence into how people lived in Akhenaten's reign. Yet the mysteries still remain. There is one puzzle. That is the fate of Nefertiti, Akhenaten's chief queen, who was highly prominent in records up to a certain point, but then disappears. A little bit more on her later. But first, there's another about the succession after Akhenaten. Indications are that one or two co-regents, Semenkare and perhaps Nefertiti under another name, ruled briefly, but the historical details are a little hazy. The royal tomb at Amarna, intended for Akhenaten and his family, was found looted, and possibly his mummy removed in antiquity. An unfinished side chamber in that tomb appears to have been either intended for Nefertiti or perhaps someone else, but it was never used, suggesting she either died elsewhere or was interred in a different location, a mystery we'll get back to later. Now, Akhenaten itself, after its abandonment, saw sporadic reoccupation. Tombs at Amarna show evidence of later burials, and even a brief revival as a Roman-era village centuries later. But essentially, Akhenaten was a ghost city, frozen in time. Its lost city mystique lies in how quickly it rose and fell, a spiritual utopia that lasted not even a generation. Why Akhenaten's religious revolution failed, we don't quite know. Was it simply unpopular, or did practical politics, the power of Amun's priesthood, doom it? That is still a debate. Perhaps going from having dozens and dozens of gods to just one was a bridge too far for the ordinary man on the street. Maybe. Amarna gives historians a lot of data, but it also tantalizes with what we cannot fully answer about the psychology of the era. Recent research at Amarna's commoners' cemetery reveals high instances of nutritional stress and manual labor injuries in the population, suggesting that the burden of the king's vision was weighing heavily on the ordinary people. And not everyone at Akhenaten might have been as fanatically devoted to Aten as the royal inscriptions proclaim. Excavators found household altars to traditional gods hidden in some houses. The city's DNA, climate, and archaeological analyses continue to yield a few insights, but the full story of Akhenaten's dramatic city and its equally dramatic collapse remains one of ancient history's most evocative enigmas. Of course, beyond these two examples, Egypt holds the other lost cities and sites. The legendary city of It-Tawi, the Middle Kingdom capital of around 1900 BC, is still not definitely located, likely beneath fields in the Fayum region, just out there somewhere, awaiting discovery. In 2021, a team announced the stunning find of a 3,000-year-old city on Luxor's west bank, nicknamed the Golden City of Aten, dating to Amenhotep III's reign. Buried under sand near the Memnon Colossi, this well-preserved town had mud brick houses with furniture, bakeries with ovens and storage jars, and workshops with tools left as if inhabitants suddenly walked away. Early reports call it the largest ancient Egyptian city ever unearthed, likening its discovery to Pompeii. But why it was abandoned, that's quite unclear. We just don't know. Perhaps it was connected to the move to Amarna, as Amenhotep III's son was Akhenaten. In any case, excavations continue, and I dare say will continue for quite some time. And already the lost Golden City is shedding light on an opulent period, with finds like jewelry, scarabs, and inscribed pots. Similarly, along the Mediterranean coast, Egypt's once thriving port cities, Tonis, Heraklion, and Canopus, sank beneath the sea, only to be detected by underwater archaeologists in the 2000s, complete with temples and statues preserved in silt. And these discoveries remind us that Egypt's map has been in flux for over a millennia. The whole urban centers have been relocated, renamed, or vanished due to environmental change or human decisions. Each lost city found is like resurrecting a chapter of history itself. Yet for every rediscovery, other ancient Egyptian cities remain elusive or only partially explored. The ongoing hunt for lost capitals and settlements, well, that's a real-life treasure hunt, guided by ancient texts, ground-penetrating radar, and sometimes just good old-fashioned sheer luck. In any case, as technology aids us in peering under sands and fields, we can certainly expect to discover more lost cities of Egypt to emerge, solving old mysteries, and at the same time, undoubtedly, raising a whole bunch of new ones. Right, so let's move on to tombs and burials. Egypt's practice of lavish burials for royalty and elites means that the desert is dotted with tombs. What it doesn't mean is that we've found them all. Some tombs remain quite elusive, or even puzzling in their contents, and it fuels quite a few expeditions and speculation. Likewise, some famous individual mummies are unaccounted for, which leaves quite a glaring gap in the historical record. So let's start with the first one, perhaps the most romanticized of the lost tombs, is that of Queen Cleopatra VII, the last pharaoh of Egypt. Cleopatra, together with her Roman lover Mark Antony, died in 30 BCE amid the aftermath of their defeat by Octavian, who would become the future Emperor Augustus. Classical writers describe Cleopatra's dramatic end, reportedly taking her own life with the assistance of an asp biting her, and say that Octavian permitted the Queen and Antony to be buried together. Well, that's all good and well, but where are they buried? Let's look at the ancient sources. They hint at a mausoleum in or near Alexandria, Cleopatra's capital. Alexandria, however, has been drastically transformed over 2,000 years. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and later eras submerged parts of the Ptolemaic city under the harbor, and all the rest lies beneath a modern metropolis. Good luck getting the permits to rip that down on a whim. But despite numerous searches, no confirmed trace of Cleopatra's tomb has surfaced in Alexandria. In recent years, an alternative possibility has somewhat captivated researchers. The temple site of Taposiris Magna, about 45 kilometers west of the site of Alexandria along the coast, rather. There, on a rocky ridge overlooking Lake Mariot, stand the ruins of a Ptolemaic-era temple to Osiris. Since 2005, Dominican archaeologist Dr. Kathleen Martinez has been excavating at Taposiris Magna with a theory that Cleopatra and Antony could have been interred in or near this temple, which was active in their time. But what is her reasoning? Basically, the reasoning is that Cleopatra had strong associations with the goddess Isis, who was Osiris's consort, and may have sought burial in the sanctuary of Osiris/Isis to emphasize her divine royalty. Now, the digs have indeed yielded a few exciting clues. A cache of coins bearing Cleopatra's likeness, a bust possibly of the queen, a statue of a priestess, and high-status burials in the temple vicinity. As early as 2022, Martinez and her team discovered a massive rock-cut tunnel, 13 meters underground, running for over 1,300 meters in length, which has been called a geometric miracle of engineering. Parts of this tunnel are now flooded by groundwater, but it does suggest that the temple complex had extensive subterranean passages. The Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities noted the tunnel's resemblance to an ancient Greek aqueduct, raising hopes it might lead to hidden chambers. So could Cleopatra's mausoleum lie at the end of this corridor, or in a submerged section? But that remains speculative. But the discovery does show that Taposiris Magna holds more than a few secrets. Nearby, Martinez found 2 gilded mummies of what might be important officials from Cleopatra's era, suggesting that the site was used for elite burials. If Cleopatra's tomb exists here, it might be intact, and that's a staggering prospect, given the fate of most of the pharaonic tombs. Zahi Hawass, the former Egyptian antiquities chief, commented that finding Cleopatra and Antony's tomb would be the most important discovery of the 21st century. But even if not found, the search itself has yielded significant artifacts and knowledge. As of now, what have we got? August 2025. Cleopatra's tomb remains undiscovered, one of the great archaeological riddles of our time. Whether it lies beneath Alexandria's urban sprawl, or in some seaside temple sanctuary, the allure of finding Cleopatra keeps the mystery very much alive. And then we have Nefertiti. Let's talk about her for a while. The famed great royal wife of Akhenaten, another legendary queen whose final resting place is a mystery. Nefertiti's elegant painted bust found at Amarna is one of the most recognizable artifacts of ancient Egypt. Yet, her mummy has never been conclusively identified, a fact often called the 3,300-year-old mystery of Nefertiti. During Akhenaten's reign, Nefertiti was depicted almost as a co-equal. She vanishes from the inscriptions in about year 12, leading to a myriad of theories. Maybe she died of the plague. Perhaps she fell out of favor. Or did she assume a new identity as pharaoh? Some posit that she became the short-lived pharaoh Semenkhare, or ruled as Neferneferuaten. When Tutankhamun later restored the old religion, he and his successors would have the motive to erase Nefertiti's memory as part of the Amarna heresy. But what really complicates the search is that Nefertiti might be one of several unidentified female mummies from the late 18th dynasty. That takes us back to 1898. Anatomist Grafton Elliott Smith found in tomb KV35 in the Valley of the Kings. That is what KV stands for, King's Valley. A side chamber with a jumble of royal mummies, apparently hidden by ancient priests in the Third Intermediate Period. Among them were a youthful female, dubbed the Younger Lady. Well, there was also an older woman, dubbed the Elder Lady, plus a prince. In any case, DNA analysis published in the year 2010 gave a pretty stunning result. You see, the Younger Lady in KV35 actually seems to have been Tutankhamun's mother. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? Well, and also the daughter of Amenhotep III and Queen Tai, and that makes her very likely a wife and sister of Akhenaten. Many suspect this Younger Lady mummy is actually Nefertiti, as she fits being a wife of Akhenaten and a mother of Tutankhamun, though other candidates like Princess Merit Aten or a secondary wife, Kia, have been suggested. Now, the mummy has a notable characteristic too. She was presumably beautiful, despite damage to the face by tomb robbers. and had an elongated skull feature consistent with Amarna royalty depictions. However, no inscription directly identifies her. Meanwhile, another clue emerged in the tomb of Tutankhamun KV62. In 2015, Egyptologist Nicholas Reeves proposed that high-resolution scans of Tutankhamun's burial chamber walls showed faint lines that could indicate hidden doorways plastered over, possibly leading to an extension of the tomb. Reeves hypothesized that the small size of Tutankhamun's tomb was due to it originally being made for Nefertiti instead, and that her intact burial chamber might lie untouched behind a partition wall. Well, that is one idea, isn't it? Quite an interesting one. In any case, it prompted ground-penetrating radar scans inside the tomb in 2016. Initial scans were inconclusive, or suggested anomalies, but a more rigorous survey in 2018 by National Geographic and Politecnico Torino team found no evidence of hidden chambers, effectively refuting the theory. I know, it's pretty disappointing, but at least it answered one version of Nefertiti's tomb mystery, that she likely wasn't secreted away with Tutankhamun. The focus thus shifts back to the mummies in KV35, or perhaps a burial at Amarna. Interestingly, Akhenaten's own burial is unresolved. A badly damaged coffin and body found in KV55 is often thought to be Akhenaten, based on DNA and artifacts. But it's not 100% proven. Close, but not 100%. That being said, if KV55 is Akhenaten, well, you might expect Nefertiti to have been moved to the Valley of the Kings as well. There are still unexamined leads. For instance, tomb KV21 contained 2 unidentified female mummies from around Tut's era, one of which had DNA matching Tutankhamun's lineage, possibly Anaxinamun, Tutankhamun's wife, who was actually Nefertiti's daughter. Could the other be Nefertiti? DNA results have been inconclusive so far. There's only so much that can take us. The Egyptian authorities have been actively pursuing this mystery too. In 2022, Zahi Hawass announced that his team had been conducting DNA comparisons on unidentified mummies, and he believed that they were quite close to confirming the identity of Nefertiti. He suggested an announcement might be forthcoming once results are validated. If Nefertiti's mummy is indeed among those in Cairo Museum's cache like KV35 Younger Lady, a DNA fingerprint might soon solve the puzzle definitively. But until then, the fate of Nefertiti and her final resting place remains one of the great mysteries of Egyptology, a case of a famous person lost in that shuffle of history, maybe hiding in plain sight amidst all the other remains. Solving it would not only satisfy curiosity about her, but also clarify the tangled relations of the Amarna royal house. In any case, for now, the beautiful queen continues to elude us in death, just as much as she fascinated us in her life. But of course, Cleopatra and Nefertiti are the most celebrated women with lost tombs, but there are plenty of other notable missing burials. And I'm sure you've been waiting for me to talk about Alexander the Great. Now, although he was a Macedonian conqueror, he did die in Egypt, 323 BC, in Babylon rather, but his body was brought to Alexandria. So, not quite died in Egypt, but was certainly brought back there. In any case, his tomb in Alexandria became a shrine for centuries. But then, in late antiquity, it just vanished. Despite numerous claims of finding Alexander's tomb, no one has really been able to authenticate it, leaving one of history's greatest conquerors essentially in the missing pile, comfortably in there with Cleopatra and a few others. Then we have Imhotep, the architect of the first pyramid, that is, Djoser's step pyramid, and later deified as a god of wisdom, is said by tradition to have been buried at Saqqara. But despite intensive searches, his tombs have never been identified. If discovered, it would be quite a momentous find, sure you agree, potentially full of insights into Old Kingdom knowledge. There are also unlocated tombs of certain pharaohs. For example, Thutmose II of the 18th dynasty's tomb in the Valley of the Kings is unaccounted for, as is that of Ramesses VIII in the 20th dynasty. The Valley of the Kings, though thoroughly explored, still has a lot of surprises for us. KV5 is one of them, the largest tomb in the valley with over 120 chambers built for the sons of Ramesses II, was only rediscovered in the 1990s after being dismissed as unimportant previously. In 2006, a small tomb, KV63, was found near Tutankhamun's, containing coffins and mummification materials. Though there was no mummy in there, it seems to have been an embalming cache or a storeroom. Still, pretty cool. Well, this was the first new tomb found in the valley since 1922, and that is proof that persistence certainly pays off. But many suspect more small tombs or caches remain to be found in the Theban cliffs. One particularly poignant lost burial is that of Queen Ankhesenamun, Tutankhamun's young widow, and Nefertiti's daughter. Historical records suggest that she married Ai, Tut's successor, and then just disappears. In 2017, radar scans in the Valley of the Kings near Ai's tomb detect a possible subsurface anomaly that some hope could be Ankhesenamun's tomb. Excavations in 2009 revealed evidence of foundation trenches, including a tomb entrance, but as of last reports, no tomb has been fully excavated there yet. But the possibility is still open, so there's that. And while dozens of royal mummies have been recovered, often in cached tombs where the New Kingdom priests hid them from looters, a few royal mummies are still missing. For instance, we've not definitively found the mummy of Amenhotep I. That was an 18th dynasty king. Although a mummy labeled as him was found in a cache, it remains wrapped and unexamined due to its pristine wrappings. Don't want to disturb something like that. The 19th century pharaoh Seti II's mummy was possibly identified, but with some uncertainty. Each unidentified mummy in museum collections could be one of these missing individuals, and solving those identities is an ongoing detective project, using CT scans, DNA, and, of course, the forensic technology, the best that we have for our current modern age. But besides wholly missing tombs, there are tombs that were found, but, well, they raise a few questions. One example is tomb KV55 in the Valley of the Kings. Discovered back in 1907, it contained a confusing assemblage. A desecrated coffin of a man, but with a queen's gilt mask, jars with the name of Akhenaten's mother Tai, and inscriptions partially hacked out. The mummy in the coffin turned out to be a relatively young male, and many believe this was Akhenaten's makeshift burial. But because the inscriptions were erased, debate persisted for decades whether the mummy really was Akhenaten, Sementkare, or perhaps just another minor prince. But then DNA tests in 2010 showed the KV55 mummy is Tutankhamun's father and the son of Amenhotep III, which essentially confirms it as Akhenaten. So in this case, a mystery tomb has been largely resolved by modern science, yet this circumstance of the burial, why such a hasty and defaced interment, reflect the tumultuous aftermath of Akhenaten's reign. Another intriguing tomb is KV 62, that is Tutankhamun's own tomb, not for being lost, but because it might hold a secret. As discussed, the theory of an additional chamber, possibly for Nefertiti, captures quite a lot of attention, and while current evidence discounts a hidden room, Tutankhamun's tomb still has peculiar aspects. Many of his grave goods seem originally made for someone else. Several items name his predecessor, Neferuaten, possibly Nefertiti. His golden death mask's facial features appear to be reworked from an earlier owner. And these clues suggest that Tutankhamun's sudden death at about 19 years old forced officials to repurpose Nefertiti's funerary equipment for him. And if so, Nefertiti's intended tomb in Amarna or elsewhere was dismantled, and her body relocated, perhaps to KV 35 as we suspect. Tutankhamun's tomb thereby indirectly whispers hints about the fate of Nefertiti, a fascinating case, where one tomb's content provides puzzle pieces for the mystery of another tomb. Finally, there are legendary tombs like the so-called Hall of Records, a conjectural library said to be hidden under the Great Sphinx of Giza, rumored by mystics but never found by archaeologists. Extensive drilling and scanning around the Sphinx have revealed only some natural cavities and a small dead-end tunnel. While mainstream scholars dismiss the Hall of Records as a fable, the notion taps into a broader theme. Might some tombs or chambers still lie hidden in famous monuments containing papyri or artifacts that revolutionize our knowledge? As shown by these scan pyramids discoveries, it is plausible that royal tomb builders incorporated sealed voids or caches that we've yet to find. For example, some suspect that there may be undiscovered storage chambers in or around the tomb of Pharaoh Seti I, that is KV 17, which is the longest and one of the most lavishly decorated tombs. A recently discovered tunnel in that tomb extends deeper underground, and its end is still not reached due to safety concerns. These tomb mysteries, as we can call them, keep Egyptologists very busy, and of course very enthused. And you must remember too that we are in an era where technology can finally solve these age-old questions, as well as an era where cultural heritage authorities exercise caution to preserve what is found. It's not like 100 years ago when you would just be selling it on the black market, or even grinding mummies up for medicine. Yes, perhaps a topic for a different video. In any case, the Valley of the Kings is still holding its breath, perhaps to yield one more royal burial to one lucky excavator. After all, if they can find the Rosetta Stone just by sifting through the sand with their bare hands, just imagine what they can find with the best technology of 2025. In any case, the next thing we're going to talk about is a little bit on a smaller scale. It's not a great king or queen. It's not a giant pyramid. We're talking about the more hidden treasures, the unexplained little artifacts, and of course to some of those texts that are quite puzzling. First, let's talk about the Saqqara bird. Well, that story starts in 1898. This peculiar object was found in a tomb at Saqqara, a small wooden figure resembling a bird with outstretched wings. It has the general shape of a falcon, about 18 centimeters across, carved from a sycamore wood, with a vertical tail, but notably it lacks the detailed feathers or feet typical of a bird statuette. Well, initially it was catalogued as a wooden bird, of course, likely a toy or a votive offering, from the Ptolemaic period, that is around 200 BCE. However, In the mid-20th century, some enthusiasts noted that the artifact's aerodynamics looked a bit more like a modern glider. They noticed it had a fuselage-like body and curved wings. And of course, well, this led to a pretty sensational hypothesis that the Saqqara bird is actually a model of an aircraft, and that ancient Egyptians had developed the principles of flight. Well, some experiments with replicas showed that it can glide short distances when launched, further fueling these fringe theories. However, rigorous analysis by aeronautical engineers and Egyptologists certainly debunks this notion. The Saqqara bird lacks any tail rudder or horizontal stabilizer that a true aircraft would need for controlled flight. Computational modeling in 2023 confirmed that the artifact is aerodynamically unstable and has a very poor lift-to-drag ratio. In fact, to make it glide in modern tests, people had to add a rudder piece that the original does not have. And well, that is of course a clear sign that the design was not intended as a scale model of a flying machine. Mainstream scholars instead interpret the object within its context. It was found in a tomb dedicated to the god Ptah, and the bird is likely a representation of a falcon, symbol of the god Horus or the soul in flight. Similar wooden birds and bird-shaped gliders were used as toys or ritual items in Egypt at the time. A plausible purpose is that it served as a votive offering, perhaps a ceremonial boomerang or a weather vane, or an object placed into the tomb to magically fly the soul of the deceased toward the heavens. The falcon was a common motive for royalty and divinity, so a wooden falcon in a tomb is not really unusual. Thus, while the Saqqara bird is a fascinating artifact, even a poignant one, symbolizing humanity's eternal dream of flight, well, it's not evidence of Egyptian airplanes. They would have to wait until the Egypt Air came in for that much later, I'm afraid. Well, it reminds us that an ancient object can resemble something familiar to us, of course, like a toy plane. But to the ancients it had a completely different meaning. So we have to look at it all in that context, and we have to be quite cautious not to jump to conclusions. Now, speaking of jumping to conclusions, deep within the temple of Hathor at Dendera, tourists are shown carvings on the walls of a crypt that, with a bit of imagination, look strikingly like oversized light bulbs. That's right, just like the modern ones that we have in our era of 2025. In these reliefs, an elongated oval shape with a serpent inside is held up by a pillar-shaped object, and a priest figure is shown presenting it. Popular writers and tour guides seized on this imagery to propose that the Egyptians actually had electric lighting, pointing to the Dendera light as evidence of a crook and flail-shaped filament inside a bulb-like glass, perhaps by the so-called Baghdad Battery, a separate Middle Eastern artifact often speculated to be a galvanic cell. However, this interpretation falls apart under the scrutiny of accompanying hieroglyphs and the Egyptian religious symbolism. The Dendera reliefs actually depict scenes of the creation myth and the interplay of the Egyptian gods. This bulb, if we want to call it that, is actually a hen container, womb or lotus bud, from which the snake representing the god Harsomptus emerges. The pillar supporting it is a Jed pillar, symbolizing the stability and associated with Osiris. In this context, it probably signalized the energized, life-giving force. The human figures are not electricians, but rather priests and deities. In essence, these carvings show the serpent deity Harsomptus rising from a lotus blossom, shining with the light of creation within a symbolic container often interpreted as the night bark or the womb of the sky goddess. They appear in a crypt, which was likely used to ritually recharge cult statues in darkness, equating the confined space to the primeval darkness before creation. The hieroglyphic captions around the relief made no mention of anything technical. They speak of gods and mystical energies, not wires or batteries. And in fact, one relief explicitly shows the jed pillar with human arms lifting the, quote, light serpentine lotus, a clear religious motive. Egyptologists have thoroughly debunked the light bulb theory, ruining the fun as always, I'm afraid. The snake within the oval is the form of Harsomptus, and the entire scene is part of a series of crypt reliefs describing secret ceremonies. And of course, if the Egyptians had electric light, one might ask, why did they continue to use oil lamps and torches in all of the other contexts and leave no actual artifacts of electrical remains? Good question, right? In fact, the Dendera light bulb is a prime example of how modern eyes can misinterpret ancient art when taken out of context. But it is a fascinating visual resemblance, I'll give you that, albeit a purely coincidental one. Now, the next one we have is the unsolved enigma of the schist disk of Sabu. This one takes us to 1936, and Walter Emery was excavating at Saqqara, that is the tomb of Prince Sabu in the first dynasty, circa 3000 BCE. And well, Mr. Emery found quite a curious object. A round disc of 61 centimeters in diameter, made of solid schist, that is a brittle stone, with 3 evenly spaced lobed blades curving inward from the rim towards the central hub. This Sabu disc, as it's called, looks like no other artifact from its time. It resembles a 3-bladed propeller or a complicated wheel. In any case, its function is unknown. It might have been the stand or foot of a ceremonial bowl or brazier. Emery thought it could be part of a vessel or lamp, given it had a central hole and was found near remains of other vessels. However, producing such a shape out of hard stone with the era's tools would have been exceptionally difficult, leading some to speculate it was copied from a metal prototype, since carving those thin lobes in stone is quite risky. Naturally, fringe theorists have jumped on the Sabu disk as evidence of an advanced technology, calling it a machine part or turbine, or even an ancient power wheel. But no other such disks have been found, and there's no indication it was anything more than a piece of ritual furniture or decoration, and the context, a high-status tomb, suggests it might have been a unique luxury object. Possibly it was the stand for a large pot or offering dish, the lobes being ornamental as handles or supports. Some early reports fancifully dubbed it a lamp, implying it might have held oils and wicks, but no soot or residue was noted, so, well, there goes that theory, unless they never lit the thing, in which case, why would they not light it? In truth, the Sabu disk remains unique and not well understood, so we have to remain a little open-minded. But it does show the high craftsmanship of early dynastic Egyptians, and hints that many objects from that age may not have survived or been discovered yet, making this one appear quite anomalous. In any case, the mystery disk invites us to avoid making hasty conclusions from isolated finds. Scholars continue to examine it, but without parallels it's pretty hard to interpret. So while the tabloids might label it an Egyptian UFO part, archaeologists lean more towards a mundane purpose that simply just does not have a modern equivalent. Of course, next thing we need to talk about is a few of the more cryptic inscriptions that we have. Of course, we know that Egypt was a literate civilization. Well, Egypt is, rather, we could say ancient Egypt was a literate civilization. They haven't gone that downhill, I'm sure. Well, one of its greatest mysteries for centuries, however, was the writing system itself. Hieroglyphs. Of course, you don't just have hieroglyphs, you've got demotic, but everybody knows hieroglyphs anyway. Now, until the Rosetta Stone was deciphered by Champollion in 1822, hieroglyphic texts were just a big mystery, indecipherable, and of course this spawned many mystical interpretations in the interim. Someone had to give an answer somewhere, of course, right? Well, today we can read them, but that doesn't mean that we can say we understand everything that the Egyptians wrote. It's a little bit more niche than that, I'm afraid. Some texts are obscure on purpose. For instance, certain royal tombs, like that of Seti I, feature passages written in cryptographic hieroglyphs, a form of code where standard signs are replaced with rare or enigmatic ones, perhaps only known to priests. These might have been meant to hide sacred names or formulas from the uninitiated, perhaps. Probably something like that. We don't quite know, but that seems to be what's going on. Now, in terms of decoding these cryptograms, that is a real challenge. But Egyptologists never shy away from a challenge, you know that, and they've cracked many of them by finding parallel texts written in a more normal manner. Another linguistic enigma lies in the very sounds of the Egyptian language. The hieroglyphic script recorded mostly consonants, and that leaves out the vowels. So while we can translate and transliterate the words, we don't often know the exact pronunciation, which is a little bit frustrating. Reconstructing vocalizations involves comparative linguistics, so we're talking about Coptic and other Afro-Asiatic languages, and of course a little bit of educated guesswork. The true pronunciation of pharaohs' names or spells is an unknown in a sense. If we heard an Egyptian speak in the ancient times, we might comprehend the meaning, but we might be surprised by the actual sound. Now, in terms of religious texts, they pose their own puzzles. The Book of the Dead, a New Kingdom collection of spells to guide the deceased, is relatively well understood, but some spells contain allusions or divine names whose significance is still a debate. A famous example is spell 17 of the Book of the Dead, which was so ancient and obscure that the papyri often include a gloss or commentary by the scribe himself trying to explain it. Even the Egyptians, centuries after the original compositions, sometimes struggled with their own archaic religious texts, and if it was old and confusing to them, well, what hope have we got? In any case, the pyramid texts of the Old Kingdom, that is subscribed from the 5th to 6th dynasty pyramids, include the so-called cannibal hymn, lines describing the pharaoh in the afterlife, devouring parts of the gods to absorb their power. Now, this is a pretty bizarre imagery, and it led early scholars to conjecture about ritual cannibalism, but, well, now it's interpreted metaphorically as a way to respect the king's dominance over the gods. The exact nuance of such texts can be hard to pin down. Are they literal, or are they symbolic? Well, in the case of the cannibal hymn, consensus leans strongly to symbolic, but it does show how at the fringes of translation, mystery and conjecture still remains. Egypt's certainly not something where we can certainly close the book and say, well, that's that. I think we've got another couple 100 years of trying to figure things out completely. But one of the most intriguing religious enigmas is the great hymn to the Aten from Amarna, and that was composed by Akhenaten himself. This long poem, found in the tomb of an official named Ai, praises the Aten, that is the sun disk, as the sole creator and sustainer of life. It has uncanny parallels to Psalm 104 in the Bible too, by the way. Both describe the world's creatures walking with the sun and the sun setting and bringing darkness, among a few other motifs. Did the great hymn influence Hebrew poetry, or is that just a big coincidence? Scholars debate possible connections. Direct influence is unproven, But it does raise the tantalizing idea that Akhenaten's short-lived monotheism might have echoes beyond Egypt. The hymn itself is poetic and beautiful, yet its deeper theological intention, well, was Akhenaten truly a monotheist, denying all the other gods? Or was he just elevating Aten as the chief god in a henotheistic way? Well, that, of course, is another topic that is still discussed. Just like religion in modern contexts, well, this has just as many interpretations as you'd expect. Some argue that Akhenaten's language is explicitly monotheistic. Others note he still allowed mentions of other gods like Re in the early years. In any case, the precise nature of his religious thought is a historical mystery tied to textual interpretation. Now, in the realm of hidden texts, there is the persistent legend of the lost knowledge hidden in the Egyptian monuments, the idea of a secret library or archive, perhaps under the Sphinx. The aforementioned Hall of Records is one that comes to mind, or in a lost wadi, and that still captivates the imagination, that's for sure. While these specific romantic notions lack evidence, Egypt did have libraries and archives, like the House of Life in temples, which could contain scrolls of literature, medicine, and magic, what have you. Pretty much anything, really. It depended on what what they wanted to put in there. There was no rules. But many of those have unfortunately not survived. Occasionally a cache of papyri is found that vastly increases our knowledge, etc. The papyrus Salt 830 that contains a trove of magical spells, or the Brooklyn Medical Papyrus with therapeutic recipes. And each discovery is like finding a puzzle piece behind the couch, thought that we lost forever. A notable find in recent years is the Cairo calendar, that is Papyrus Cairo 86637, essentially a hieratic papyrus that's a day-by-day almanac of lucky and unlucky days with mythic reference. Translating and interpreting these allusions is still ongoing, but it certainly opens a window into how Egyptians thought of time and fate. Another mysterious text is the Book of Thoth, often referenced in later sources as a compendium of secret knowledge written by the god Thoth himself, containing powerful spells, of course. The only thing you'd expect from Thoth. Well, it does appear in a Ptolemaic tale of a prince who finds a magic book in an underwater chest only to suffer tragedy, suggesting a moral that some knowledge should be kept forbidden. And while it is, well, likely fictional, the Book of Thoth concept might be based on a real collection of papyri. In fact, a set of demotic papyri from Greco-Roman Egypt containing initiation dialogues and teachings has been nicknamed the Book of Thoth by modern scholars. It might represent a priestly training text. In any case, its fragmentary state and cryptic content make it a challenge to understand, showing that even when we have texts, they can still be quite mysterious, especially if we lack the context. Many Egyptian symbols, too, the Ankh, life, the Jet, stability, and the Was, scepter, power, have known general meanings, yet their precise origins and ritual use remains the mystery. The Jet pillar, for example, was raised in ceremonies likely symbolizing the resurrection of Osiris. But was the Jet originally a bundle of sheaths? A representation of a spinal column, or perhaps something else? We don't know. Competing theories do exist, though. The ibis-headed Thoth and baboon often appear with unclear symbolism. Egyptian ritual practices like mummification have largely been decoded by archaeology, but some steps or purposes remain debated, etc. The exact use of certain amulets, or why the brain was discarded. Or did they truly think the brain was unimportant, or was it a more pragmatic choice, etc.? Well, even the construction of obelisks, that massive single stone pillar monuments, they pose a technological mystery. We know that they quarried them and likely dragged them on sleds, but the final process, standing them upright, has been hypothesized with various methods, without a definitive universal agreement, because no explicit description by Egyptians has survived. So I'm afraid we're left up to our own devices. And then finally, for our section, magical and funerary artifacts. Items like the Mehen game, a mysterious board game with a coiled snake pattern found in early dynastic tombs, are still not fully understood in terms of rules and significance. Was it purely recreational or perhaps a ritual thing? Once again, we don't know. And then we have the famous Nama palette from 3100 BCE, with its intricate iconography of kings and gods, purely commemorative of the unification of Egypt, or did it serve a ceremonial function for grinding cosmetics in a temple context? We do assume the latter, though, but the palette's precise ceremonial use, well, that remains once again a bit of educated guesswork. Okay, now I promised that I'd talk about Nefertiti a bit more, and I'm not so rude as to break a promise. So, the beautiful one has come. That's what her name means, by the way, Nefertiti. Perhaps she is among the most famous women of the ancient world. Everyone knows the name, sure, but the story's filled with quite a few gaps and mysteries. Let's start with the basics. She was the great wife of Akhenaten and played a role in his religious revolution. In imagery and inscriptions from the early Amarna period, she is depicted almost as Akhenaten's equal. She appears smiting enemies, wearing the pharaoh's crown and officiating temple rituals to Aten. So definitely not a backseat character, that's for sure. Now her beauty, immortalized by the painted bust found in a sculptor's workshop at Amarna, has made her an icon. Well, let's start from her reign. The origins are a bit obscure, we will admit that, and some evidence suggests that she was the daughter of Ai, and possibly a woman named Te, which would make her of non-royal birth, but still of aristocratic lineage. Other theories propose she was a Mitanni princess, because her name is Tatukipa in that scenario. However, consensus leans more towards her being a native Egyptian. She married Amenhotep IV, that is, Akhenaten, likely as a teenager, and bore him 6 daughters, with very long and difficult names. Creative, though. Let's give myself a challenge. Let's see if I can pronounce them, okay? Meritaten, Meketaten, Kesenpaten, later Ankesenamun, Neferneferuaten, Tashrit, Neferneferure, and Setepenre. Well, that was the most difficult part of the video, wasn't it? Okay, moving on. Well, no sons are recorded from Nefertiti, and that might be why Akhenaten took secondary wives from whom he had Tutankhaten, which of course became Tutankhamun later on. Well, during the first half of Akhenaten's reign, Nefertiti's name appears frequently on boundary stelae, official inscriptions, and the famous murals of the royal family under Aten's rays. But after roughly year 12 or 13, her name disappears from the historical record. One of their daughters, Meketaten, died. Her burial is depicted in the royal tomb, with Nefertiti shown mourning, so she was obviously still around at that point. Well, then Nefertiti is no longer mentioned. Several scenarios have been suggested, the first being she died from some cause. Plague speculated. An epidemic did strike Egypt back then, many people say. Also, she might have fell from favor with Akhenaten. And thirdly, she might have changed her name and status to become co-regent or even sole ruler after Akhenaten. And the third scenario is the particularly intriguing one. Of course, there are other inscriptions referring to a figure which people initially thought to be Smenkhare, a male co-regent, but certain feminine endings and the epithet of the different naming convention beneficent in her husband's reign strongly suggest that it was actually Nefertiti taking a kingly naming convention. And if that is so, Nefertiti might have become effectively a female pharaoh while Akhenaten was still alive, or perhaps immediately after. Well, we know now that Semenkhare, if a different person, died young and left, well, not very much impact, I'm afraid. One theory is that Nefertiti and Semenkhare could have even been the same person, i.e., Nefertiti assumed a male persona. Now that's not confirmed, but it's one way to interpret the scarce evidence. But what is clear is that just a few years before Akhenaten's death, there was something of a sharing or transfer of power. If Nefertiti did rule briefly in her own right, she would be one of the few women to do so in Egypt, and notably, of course, later, Tutankhamun's widow, Ankhesenamun, may have also attempted to wield influence, as suggested by letters to the Hittites. Nefertiti's end remains unknown, too. Did she die at Amarna and get buried there? The royal tomb's unfinished side chamber, perhaps meant for her, suggests that she was intended to be buried in Amarna if she died during Akhenaten's reign, but no mummy or identifying inscription was found there. Well, this implies that she was never interred in that tomb. But if she lived beyond Akhenaten, perhaps she relocated back to Thebes, and eventually lived out her days there, a tomb and body hidden to protect them from any backlash. Some have suggested Nefertiti could be the elder lady found in KV-35, as we identified before. And, the younger lady, too, in KV-35 is discussed as another candidate. But the consensus leans that the younger lady is Tutankhaten's mother, which could be Nefertiti if Nefertiti was his biological mother. However, many think that Tutankhamun's mother was another wife, Kia, or a sister of Akhenaten. The DNA from the younger lady indicates she was a daughter of Amenhotep III and Tai, which Nefertiti was not if she was Ai's daughter. Therefore, the prevailing view is younger lady is likely Akhenaten's full sister, which could be a woman named Nebeta, or one of her sisters, not Nefertiti. Now this leaves Nefertiti's mummy unaccounted for, unless she is the occupant of some yet identified burial. Maybe tomb KV-21A if DNA can be clarified. Well, hopefully I'll be making another video in 5 years' time which clarifies all of that. Who knows, we're discovering stuff at a pretty alarming rate lately, so it's good. In any case, this other perplexing aspect is that Nefertiti's name was not totally erased by later pharaohs, whereas Akhenaten's was. Now why is that? It could be simply because they forgot about her, or because she changed her name to Neferuaten, and that name was erased instead. Indeed, someone chiseled out references to that name on items in Tutankhamun's tomb, indicating that name was proscribed. So, if that was Nefertiti's throne name, they did attempt to remove her too, only directly. It took modern Egyptology a long time to realize that Neferuaten might be Nefertiti, and that shows how effectively the information was suppressed. Alright, so let's end it on let's end it at the end, I suppose, because, the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, the last pharaoh, Cleopatra, or rather Cleopatra VII, one of the most storied figures of antiquity, a queen whose life and death has been retold in literature, film, and drama. The Elizabeth Taylor film is my favorite. Yet disentangling the myth from the reality is a bit of a challenge, and archaeological evidence of Cleopatra's reign from 51 to 30 BCE is surprisingly rare given her fame. The political context of the time is well documented by Greco-Roman historians. We all know she was the last active ruler of the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt, a descendant of Ptolemy, who navigated a tumultuous era where Rome's civil wars spilled into Egypt. Cleopatra's unsolved mysteries mostly revolve around her death and burial, but even as aspects of her life, her true character, appearance, and intentions are subjects of debate and reinterpretation. Well, Cleopatra came to the throne at 18, co-ruling with her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, whom she got married to, per custom. Yeah, just the way it is. Far be it for me to put my morality onto others. She was very well educated, though. In fact, the Ptolemies were of Macedonian Greek origin, but Cleopatra famously learned the Egyptian language and presented herself as a reincarnation of the goddess Isis, certainly fitting into the local culture. Good on her. But she was likely multilingual, versed in politics, philosophy, and science of the time. Ancient writers like Plutarch praise her wit and charm, emphasizing that her allure lay more in her intelligence and eloquence rather than in her classical beauty. She astutely allied herself with Julius Caesar when he arrived in Alexandria, chasing Pompey in 58 BCE, and that colorful story of her being smuggled to Caesar, rolled up in a carpet, seems to be quite legendary. She became Caesar's lover, and bore him a son, Ptolemy the 15th, also known as Caesarion. Caesar's assassination in 44 BC left her in a pretty sticky spot, I'm afraid, quite precarious. But soon after, she aligned with Mark Antony, effectively monkey branching quite quickly from one bloke to the next, and perhaps envisioned carving out an Eastern empire with him. Well, their famous love and political alliance culminated in the donations of Alexandria in 34 BCE, where they distributed lands to their children, an act that alarmed Octavian and the Roman Senate alike. Of course, the climax was the Battle of Actium, 31 BCE, where Octavian's forces defeated Antony and Cleopatra's navy. Returning to Egypt, with Octavian closing in, both Antony and Cleopatra took their own lives in August of 30 BCE. Antony fell on his sword, and Cleopatra traditionally was stung by the bite of an asp, but once again, here lies in a small mystery. Did she really die by an asp? Or was it a romanticized tale? We don't know. Some historians argue that a snake bite as a life-taking method is quite unreliable. Cobra venom can kill, but not instantly and not always. Alternative theories are that she ingested a fast-acting poison. Classical accounts, Plutarch and Cassius Dio, say that she carried poisons on her just in case, tested them on prisoners to find the least painful, and eventually used either an asp hidden in a basket of figs or a toxic ointment. Perhaps we'll never know the truth, but the consensus is she arranged her own death to avoid humiliation of being paraded in Octavian's triumph. After all, nobody wants that. Octavian was, however, reportedly quite annoyed at being robbed at showing her in chains, but he ensured that her children, except Caesarion, who was executed, were spared. Now, as for Cleopatra's tomb, Octavian permitted Cleopatra and Antony to be buried together, which implies they had a tomb prepared, likely in Alexandria. Classical sources mention a mausoleum Cleopatra had built for herself in her last days. She even retreated into it with her treasure before surrendering. The mausoleum's location is not described in detail, but presumably it was in the royal quarter of Alexandria, near the great Ptolemaic palaces by the harbor. Over time, of course, the geography of Alexandria has changed dramatically. Earthquakes in the 4th and 8th centuries, and tsunamis submerging the royal quarters, the area called Cape Locaius, and the nearby island of Antirodos, where Cleopatra's palace may have stood, are all underwater. Marine archaeologist Frank Gaudio has found some remains of this quarter underwater, columns, statuary, and even possibly Cleopatra's palace foundations, and a palace of the earlier Queen Arsinoe. So one possibility is that Cleopatra's tomb is now under the harbour, entombed in sediment, 2,000 years worth of it. Good luck digging through that. And if so, aquatic archaeology might one day identify it. But given the vastness of the submerged area, and the fact that many Ptolemaic tombs might have been plundered or destroyed in late antiquity, it is a long shot, a very long shot. But this does lead us to an alternative search location, Taposiris Magna. We discussed it a little bit earlier. Well, while Cleopatra's tomb should logically be located in Alexandria, the notion that she might have been buried in a sacred site outside the city has some rationale. The Ptolemies sometimes built or used secondary religious capitals. Cleopatra, in her self-styling as Isis, may have sought burial in a temple of Isis to merge with that divine myth. And of course, the temple has yielded coinage of her era, as we discussed. It's approximately 45 kilometers away from Alexandria, so not too far away. If her tomb survived anywhere in doubt, a solid argument is that it would be at a site that later fell out of use and was well away from the urban destruction of Alexandria. Anyway, we'll hope that the excavations continue. Now, just finally, another debate around Cleopatra is her ethnicity and appearance. The Ptolemies were of Greek origin, and they practiced sibling marriage. Cleopatra was a Macedonian Greek by ancestry, with possibly some Persian and Syrian, though earlier Seleucid, intermarriage. It's often speculated that her mother or grandmother might have been Egyptian, but there's no solid evidence of that. The Ptolemies mostly intermarried within their family or Hellenistic royals, so ethnically Cleopatra was not Egyptian in lineage, but culturally she was very much both Greek and Egyptian. She embraced the Egyptian language and religion to legitimize herself to her subjects, something that many Ptolemies had not bothered to do. You see, they spoke Greek and ruled from Alexandria somewhat detached. Just a job, basically. Now, what about in terms of looks? Well, coins in her reign show her profile with a prominent nose and chin. Whether that was stylized for authority or realistic details is debated. We have a few busts believed to be Cleopatra. They portray a woman with a Hellenistic-style face, a broad forehead, aquiline nose. The Berlin Cleopatra head and a damaged one in the Vatican are examples. But none are as stunning as the Nefertiti bust. Hence, the idea that Cleopatra's beauty was not about physical perfection but her presence and intellect, as ancient writers noted, is the prevailing idea. And of course, modern media often portrays her as glamorous, from Theda Bara to Elizabeth Taylor. And, well, I suppose I have to mention it. 2020, the controversy about BBC potentially casting a mixed-race actress, touching on the complexities of Cleopatra's identity in a modern imagination. There's always that famous quote from that woman on there saying, "My grandmother told me, I don't care what anyone tells you, Cleopatra was black," which is just not correct. I mean, it's just not. In truth, Cleopatra was a Macedonian Greek woman, perhaps with some Egyptian features if her maternal lineage had a little bit of local blood. But in any case, does it really matter? She fashioned her image as Egypt's queen. On temple walls she appears in the traditional pharaonic style, which to the Egyptians meant she was their legitimate ruler and not a foreigner. And in the Dendera temple there are reliefs of Cleopatra as a pharaoh alongside her son Caesarion, showing her claim as part of the dynastic continuity. In any case, whether she was black or white or whatever it was, the Egyptians at the time still would have seen her as a foreign ruler, because she wasn't Egyptian. And on that note, that's where we ended off today. It was only meant to be a 1-hour video, you know, but I just really couldn't help myself. I just had to keep going with it. The script just kept running, didn't it? But that's all right, because we had fun, and we learned a lot. So if you're still up, and you're still listening, leave me a comment, something interesting, perhaps your thoughts on the mysteries of Egypt. In any case, I'm going to thank my top-tier patrons, making this all possible to be ad-free. We've got Kimberly, who's been a member for a year and a half now. Absolutely. Lots of old members, right? So we've got Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Gary, Charlene, Linteries, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Talbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Nephthys, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Benita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American, Jennifer, Brittany, David, Cody, Brian, Are You My Mum, Rhonda, Carrie, Catty B, Lovely, and Poma. All right. Okay, that's enough for me tonight. I think I'll have a bit of ice cream, I think. I've deserved that. All right, everyone. Good night. Lots of love to you all. And I will see you when you feel like returning. You know where I'll be. Farewell for now.